All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to, what is this, day two officially or day three officially? Day two officially of the Houston Quilt Festival. My name is Ryan O'Keefe, and I'm happy to be here in the AllBrands booth with Reliable, talking about their brand new machine, the Barracuda Commands. So if you missed our first presentation, we showed a lot of great materials, and we went over how this machine can really tackle some tough materials if you're looking to get into bag making. But a little bit about myself and why I'm here. As I mentioned, my name is Ryan. I am the owner of a small leather and canvas goods shop in Providence, Rhode Island. You can see some of my work here. Been in business about 8 years now, doing some really great work. Recently won a 2004 Rhode Island Artist to Watch, which is super cool. But enough about me. Let's say the story about 18 months ago, or not 18 months ago, about 8 months ago or so, I got a message from Reliable. And they said, we love your work. We think it's fantastic. We have this brand new machine coming out. We would love to get your feedback on it and have you sew on it. And I was like, oh my God, that's fantastic. I appreciate it. Here's 5 other people that I think would probably be better for you at this than me. And they sent back, they're like, no, we think you're great. So they sent me this machine, and I've been playing with it ever since. And I've been thrilled with it. I think it's an awesome machine. So I'm happy to be here with them today to kind of tell you about the Barracuda Command. So if you're familiar with Reliable, we are at the end of this aisle here. You probably know their irons if you're in the quilting world, but they have been doing sewing machines for quite a while with the Barracuda. And the new Barracuda Command, I think, adds so many features to the original model that it really can become a home run for a lot of people looking to get into heavy-duty materials, bag making, leather working, heavy canvas, which is awesome. So the one thing to know about this machine is the form factor. The one thing I noted was that it's pretty small. When I was first looking at a machine in my shop, looking to sew the heavy-duty materials, your options were some of these small domestic machines that call themselves heavy duty. And after trying a few, I knew that they weren't going to be able to handle the kind of work that I do, which you can kind of see here is something that we made yesterday on this machine. Heavy duty canvas, thick leather, veg tan. And I would see these machines and they'd start smoking about halfway through it. I'm like, well, clearly that's not going to be the answer for me. And then the next step up was a $3,000 machine that basically bolts to your floor. And that works perfectly. But if you're, someone like me, a small business owner, that is quite a lot of money to spend and also quite a lot of real estate to give up in your home or your shop if you're lucky. And so the first thing I noticed with the Barracuda Command is that it's still a tabletop machine. It is all metal construction, which makes it a little bit heavy. It's about 40 pounds. But when you compare this to the industrial machines and the things that they can do and the things that the Barracuda Command can do, that is nothing. It is still very portable, and it has an optional rolling carrying case if you do need to put it away. But it is a very solid and sturdy construction. Now, the Barracuda Command is a walking foot machine, which is incredibly important when it comes time to doing a lot of heavier work. So the walking foot machine is the top foot and the bottom feed dogs are working simultaneously to push material through, which can become pretty important when you're working with bags per se, multiple layers. So for example, the bag you see here on the floor is a 20-ounce wax canvas with 5-ounce leather, and you're talking multiple and hems. And when you start getting over those humps, it really kind of needs that power to push through. And so the walking foot is great for providing that ease of use and pulling the material through, especially on material that can't be pinned together. And we'll talk about that with leather for a little bit, but unlike a lot of the fabrics that you might work with, you don't get second chances when working with leather. Once you punch that hole, that is it. And if you screw up, you are done with that project. You're starting over again. So the walking foot's great because you rarely ever need to pin things together, and it feeds it through. And I always warn people, because we had someone come by the booth the other day and they're like, oh, I just bought a machine. And they said it was the next best thing to an industrial. And it came with a $20 walking foot attachment. So technically it's a walking foot. And I said, oh, no. And I'm like, that is not technically a walking foot. If they could add a $20 attachment to make it a walking foot machine, there would be no reason for walking foot machines to actually exist. The walking foot attachment that you see on a lot of domestic machines somewhat emulate a walking foot motion, but it actually locks into the needle position, not so much the feed dogs, which can provide slippage in between materials as you work, and you're going to start losing some of that accuracy. So you definitely don't want to be doing things like leather and like wax canvas on a regular domestic machine with one of those $20 attachments. You really need to invest in a walking foot machine. The other thing that works really well with this machine that I've noticed is the thread that you can use. So this is a Tex 90 thread, which I highly recommend. It's a little bit of a thicker thread and something that you really want to use on heavy duty materials. And so great for that. Excellent walking foot. And the one thing that I came to appreciate, especially working with leather, and I've mentioned it, previously, you don't get second chances with leather. You have to be very precise, very accurate, and I'm a very slow stitcher. So, for example, I've got a piece of leather here, and we'll just run it through. I'm not flying through any machines at 1,000,000 miles an hour like a lot of you are out here, which is phenomenal. I look at you guys sew out here, and I'm like, I don't know how people do it that fast. But the Barracuda Command is actually a direct drive machine, which means that it is digital and allows you to set RPMs and speed of the walking foot to kind of control how fast you want to go, anywhere between 250 RPMs and 1,200 RPMs. So just for example, and I like to work around 400, but we'll slow this down to 250. And so if you're working with a precise material like leather and you really need to be careful about what you're doing, having the ability to go nice and slowly across the top and be very careful about how you're stitching that is super important. And so this is just pulling this material straight through. And the Barracuda Command comes with a number of feet, and the feet that is attached to this is the soft leather foot, which is super important for not marring your leather. A normal walking foot will have teeth on the bottom. This one just presses into the leather without leaving anything. But you can see how we're sewing extremely slow, but able to punch through this leather. And I'll take this out and you guys can see exactly how thick it is I'm working with here, but with no problems. And that's a direct drive motor. So what the direct drive motor is doing, it's attached directly to the machine. It provides less slippage than a belt system, allows you to control the speed at which you're stitching, but provides enough torque and power for the needle to punch through the leather at that slow speed. Because a lot of the belt drive systems that you'll see are very particular about how fast you can stitch. And if you slow down too much or the material's too thick, that belt is going to start slipping, and that's where you're going to start seeing some uneven stitches. Now, while I'm on it, I want to talk about one of the other features here that you're probably seeing right now is a needle positioner system. Now, this is just pure convenience and love on my end. I love a needle positioner system. I would what's called like an advanced beginner at sewing. And a lot of the times I will flip the foot up without even realizing that the needle's in the up position, and I have just ruined my project. Once again, not great for leather. The needle positioner system, you can set to either up or down, and I set it into the down position. And no matter where you stop stitching, the needle's always going to end in the down position. So if I need to turn a corner to put a badge on a product, I know that I can just stop stitching, lift the foot, turn it, and go, and we are going to be all set, and I'm not going to lose anything. And you're going to see that down here. This machine comes with a dual foot pedal. So one is running the machine, and the right side is actually running the needle position, which puts it automatically in the up position, ready to go. And there you have it. So if you're interested and you want to see the type of leather that I'm working with, or you might be the closest. The thickness of underneath there, you're getting about the underneath. Oh, that thickness. That's called a 5-ounce leather. So that's a typical bag weight. So they don't do it in thickness. 5.5-ounce leather is what you would see at the bottom of most bags, and you would use a thinner leather like a 3-ounce leather for wallets and stuff. So the needle positioning on the Barracuda Command, very important. The double needle position. The one other thing I'm going to show on here before we start sewing through some of the materials I brought is this. Oh, it's not. We lost the T. No, it's all good. You'll be able to see it in a second. But we have what's called the Cuda stitch system, and you might recognize this from the older Barracuda machines. But on the Barracuda Command, this is fantastic. So if you're familiar with leatherwork, one of the more detail-oriented kind of crafts that you have, a lot of people pay attention to the backstitch. And so on a traditional machine, when you set the position, the backstitch, is mostly lined up, but you can rely on the barracuda to set your stitch length on the top. And when it's useless to talk about this right now without the screen, but the disc on the bottom, excuse me, sets the reverse to the exact same front stitch. Oh, we got it. Close enough. Something's unplugged. Can set the back stitch to the exact same. So when you go down for your reverse stitch, it'll be the exact same stitch length going backwards as it goes forward, providing a really tight back stitch, extra holes in your leather, and making it even. So if you're looking for delicate work, it's right there in the Cuda stitch system. Oh, we almost had it. There you go. I'll lean backwards a little bit. Here you go. So if I wanted to set the stitch, you can see here we're 1 through 6 on the top and 1 through 6 on the bottom. But if I wanted to do like a 4, I'm going to set that, pull that down, and lock it in place. That's more like a 2. But anytime I go further than this, the disc on the bottom actually stops it from going any further. So I can just push down, pop it right back up, and I'm on my way, which is a great feature. Before we start going through some of the materials that I work with and how well this machine does with them, it has some great accessories that come with it, which I was pretty stoked to see. This flatbed accessory one, people keep coming over like, oh, who made that for you? Like, no, it comes with the machine. It provides a great workspace for you. It comes with one of these, a couple of these magnetic lights. Because the machine's completely magnetic, you can place that wherever you would like. It's just chargeable, tap on, tap off, which is a really great feature. It comes with a leather foot, a normal walking foot, a piping and cording foot, and a zipper foot. So really just about everything you need to get going on these machines. And I can't tell you how easy it was, without being familiar with an older Barracuda model, to take the Barracuda command, thread it up, and just start stitching with it, which is awesome. So I brought some of the materials that I normally work with, and after the demo, I highly recommend that if you're interested in any of these types of machines, if you're interested in bag making at all, or just, some people use these with tent repair, have it in an RV, sailboats back home in New England for sail repair. It's really great. But this machine just glides through anything. So for example, we're going to do this. So I'll pass it around later. It's the same as the blue you just saw, but this is a 20-ounce wax canvas that you would probably see in most backpacks, tents, camping, materials where you need a waterproof canvas to work through, or a waterproof material to work through. It can be pretty heavy, but I love wax canvas because working with it automatically gives your products this really unique look and rustic feel. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set this to a 0 on the width and a stitch on the length. So we're going to try a straight stitch with this zigzag model, and we're just going to get going right here. No, because it's a walking foot machine, so it's really pulling it through with each time. And it's wax canvas you can pin, so it's not totally necessary, but it's the thickness that you have to worry about. Now, when you're working with wax canvas, you occasionally want to clean your needle and clean the system because the wax is going through. But as far as working with it, absolutely not. It is just going to punch right through. And this would go for the same. This is pretty much what I would do as a denim hem if you're going to like hem jeans, which this machine would also be perfect for. I'm barely paying attention, so my stitches are going all over the road here. But we're just punching right through at a slow speed, nice, normal, fat stitch. Boom. We're going to lock it in. And the needle position always ends in down. Going to pop that up, and we're golden with just a stitch like that. Now, if I was working on this with a bag, I would just pop the leather down here. Whoop. And you can see, so we're going to do, line that up. I'm not even going to pin this. I'm just going to go straight for it. So if it doesn't look nice and even like my products, then it's because I wasn't paying attention. But we're just going to start rolling right through here. So now we're working with a straight stitch, 5 ounces of leather, and 1 layer of 20-ounce wax canvas. And again, not a problem at all. Boom. Back that up. Now, I can really appreciate that the zigzag barracuda commands can also do a really great straight stitch. So you have a lot of versatility. I had no use for a zigzag machine, but ever since I've been playing with them, it's really fun. I don't own a serger either, and I've been able to kind of like serger the edges of it a little bit. You want to see that? Give me 1 second, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I would normally do with a bag making is when I add the leather to it. Now I'm going to fold over the canvas, and I'm going to put a top stitch in. So now we're working with 2 layers of wax canvas and a 5-ounce leather, and we're just going to add a nice decorative top stitch. You could actually, and I've seen other people do it. I haven't on my own products, but it's yeah, the zigzag. And when you come back, if you see the video, I have a friend in Boston, and she's a great artist. And what she does with the zigzag is does leather mosaic panels and then turns those into bags. And oh yeah. So yeah, the zigzag works as a nice decorative stitch as well, wherever the art pulls you. So I'm just going to back this up, and then you guys can see the work that it does. And we got about a couple minutes left. But as you can see there now, we've done 5 ounces of leather, 2 layers of 10-ounce wax canvas. We've made a hem stitch right on the top. And then I would start making another panel like that, sew that together, and that's going to be your bag, which is really awesome. On the wax canvas, you don't have to worry about that because it's wax and you just got to crinkle it, and when you get to it, it's going to happen there. With the leather, and this is the soft leather foot, if you're starting to see that on some of your materials, you lighten up here on the presser foot, and it would get rid of it. So, and the leather you're seeing there is not necessarily something I would use on a bag. It's just something I had in the shop. It's a tobacco chrome tan leather, which is a really nice leather. I made a great bag out of it, but you would get some of that marring initially or that pressing, and you can work that out with a bone folder. But if you take the pressure off just a tad, you're not going to notice a whole lot of it. But that's what the soft leather foot is for. It doesn't have the same teeth on the top. Oh, no, go for it. Great point. So we talked about this yesterday. You want specialty needles with leather work. So a normal needle on a sewing machine is going to be a blunt needle, and the job of that needle is to spread the fabric apart as it pushes through, and when it comes back, the fabric can come back into place. You need to punch a hole with this. So on this, we're using a diamond chisel. So that gives kind of like a diamond point, really, and gives a little bit of a zigzag as you go, which emulates hand stitching. But there are a number of leather needles that you can get depending on the look that you want. There's one that's a flat stitch that goes forward. There's a round punch that gives it a little bit more of a distinct pattern. But once you get into that, you're going to use a bigger needle with a actual punching top to it, which just handles really well. There you go. So I've got about 3 more minutes left, and I'll talk a little about the machine, but I'm just going to put this through. So this is actually belt leather, and this is what I would use for a handle. This is 10-ounce leather. This is the stuff that you would pull like a Jeep out of mud with. This is the stuff I use on a lot of my bag handles in some cases. It's great. But I do have, or I should say I have, taken these machines, and I make belts. But if someone's like, oh, I'd like a little bit more of a decorative belt for kind of like a dress occasion, the easiest way to take one of my belts and make it a decorative is by adding a nice decorative stitch along the edges and in a nice pop of color, and you're done. But this machine has no problem. I'm on the straight stitch right now. Even going through this type of material at this speed, just plowing right along. So while I'm doing this, I welcome you to come back to the Reliable booth. If you're interested in the machine, I'll get you set up with material. You can try it out. The Barracuda command is awesome. I highly recommend it if you're getting into this. It comes at an excellent price point for both the straight stitch model and this zigzag model. I believe the zigzag model starting at $13.99. Right, Joe? Or is it $14.99? And during the show, you can pre-order it for $13.99. And the straight stitch is normally $12.99, and you can pre-order for $11.99, which is for an industrial machine that can handle these materials, that you can put away, that comes with a needle positioner system, a direct drive motor. You're not going to find anything in that price range that can do what this can do. And you can see here, I'm sure you're interested in looking at that you're going to be able to make bags, tote bags, duffel bags. You're going to be able to work with heavier materials. Have you ever? I know a lot of you are here for the quilting, but have you ever seen like a quilted wax canvas jacket? Oh my God! Look at it's for the guys in your life, even for the women if you make it decorative. Beautiful, beautiful products with wax canvas and leather's growing. And if you want to start making your own bags, this is a great sewing machine to get started on a lot of those projects. So come check out the Barracuda Command. We're at the end of the aisle. I'm happy to talk to you, but I appreciate you guys coming out, and we'll get ready for the next presentation. Oh, what was that? $1,300. Yeah, sorry. So yes, 1,399 for the zigzag on the pre-order, and these will be shipping in January, which is really cool. So great. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you coming out. We'll be here tomorrow. I'll be at 10:30, and I will be going through kind of making a tote bag out of wax canvas, and it'll be a lot of the same material, but we'll be going through a little bit more of boxing corners and working with heavier materials.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Hello. I'm bigger than life. Oh, I'm Colleen. I'm a brother educator, and I'm here to show you some fun things on the Stellaire. So, can you all hear me? Barely. I just moved it a little bit away. I was afraid it was too close. How's that? Better? Worse? Okay. Okay. I'll just holler at you. And if you can't hear me or if you have a question, would you please just raise your hand? And for those of you over here, it won't help because I can't see you. So, no, just kidding. I'll try. I really will. I try. So, this is a Stellaire. This is an XJ2. So, it's got some features that the previous model might not have. That's okay. What we're going to talk about today is in the hoop quilting. Who wants to be a perfect quilter? When you go to the hoop, guess what happens? You get to be perfect, just like that. It's so fun. I love it. So I want to talk about the machine. I'm going to show you what I did yesterday, just so I would have a little quilt block. Didn't I do a good job? Yeah, I'm that good. I can make you that good in about 15 seconds. You ready? I'm going to take longer than that because I'm going to show you some stuff along the way. But isn't that fun? So we can do it in any size hoop. I have this magnet hoop, which I really, really love. It's not included, but it's a fun hoop to have because it's easier to get your fabric straight sometimes and get it to behave. So I love this guy. But let me show you a few things. So what we can do is we can just quilt a block, or we can quilt around something. You can't hear me? He's working on my magic. We could tell those people to be quieter. Oh, the likelihood of that's not good, is it? Nah. It doesn't actually, I don't even hear it. So I'm not getting feedback. Oh. You'd think because I raised boys and coached soccer that you'd be able to hear me outside. You can hear me now? I can. It's way better now. I can hear me. I can hear me now. Okay. Yeah. For all the millions of soccer games I've been to, trust me, I thought I could speak so the world could hear me. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to start again. This is a Stellaire. It is the XJ2. It has all kinds of really cool features. What you came to see is the quilting, so I'm going to focus on that today. It is fun. It is easy to use, and I'm going to teach you how to quilt a block or to quilt around something in a block. Because sometimes you have a feature in a block and you want to quilt around it. It's a very difficult process. I'm surprised those of you that know this aren't laughing out loud at me because it's so easy. It's the push of a button. The machine has the brains, not me. Okay. So do you want to see a little bit before I start on the machine? Okay. I'm going to show you. We have a bunch of different quilt fill patterns. And what is important to you, because I can say the words 1,000 times, but they don't stick in your head, the picture does. I can take it from its normal size and I can make it 50% smaller. Why do I want to do that? Because I got a little quilt. I got a little area. I need a little quilting. And I can go up to 200%. And it's going to be perfect. Is that wonderful? Yeah. What quilter thought of that? I just think it's the best thing in the end. You can also rotate the angle so it looks different because I rotated the angle. Yes. Not when I do it. Are you using the My Design Center portion? I rarely have very many quilt knots. Yeah. My baby knows how to do this. Okay, when you echo quilt, you're going to have a start and all the way around and a knot there. And then for each ring, unless you're willing to have a step through it, you're going to have a knot because that's how it is. You're doing separate pieces. So yes, there you are. But with mine like this, no. Then because I want you to know you can do this. If you happen to have our PE Design 11 software, you can create your own quilt blocks. You can create any style you want and use it the same way as the ones that are included. So I live in Washington State, so these are things from Washington State, the apples, the whales, the hearts, and the trees. So those are things we have. Here's just a couple that we have that are in the machine. Here's another one I made just because I could. It's Spider-Man. I made spider webs for, that would have been good for Halloween too, huh? Oh, well, that wasn't yesterday's class. And let's see, there's some things in here. Let me see what I've got in here. We'll put that away for now because I want to get to the sewing part of it. But I want you to see this guy because, okay, true confessions, but please don't tell anyone. I have the artistic ability of a 5-year-old. And I'm being generous. I have no artistic ability. So what I do is I use coloring books. Okay? Print your coloring book page on white paper because the paper in a coloring book is usually garbage. Print it on white paper. And then with this machine, all I have to do is put it down, put the hoop I'm going to use around it. And I didn't bring a hoop to show you. I'm sorry I didn't, but you just put the hoop around it. That gives it a point of reference for how big it is. And then you take a picture of it with our free Snap app. So we have a Snap app that's free. And I just simply hold it over, take a picture, and send it to the machine. And then the machine goes, oh, good girl. You took a picture of the fish and it's this size and these. Look at him. Ask and you shall receive. Thank you. Yes. This magnetic hoop that I have on. Yeah, okay. It doesn't have what on there? Okay, I'll look. Is that right? She knows. I don't know. Oh, yes. So the question was, the magnetic hoop that I have on doesn't have, the machine doesn't recognize it as that size like it does these because these have the markings on it. See the markings? So I just put this thing down over it and then it knows what size the picture is because it knows what size the hoop is. Yes. Yes. Okay. Can I come back to that so I can get through this main part? And if you have more questions that I don't get answered while I'm here, I'm right behind this stage, literally. So I can't go very far. Okay, I wanted to show you this guy too because I want to show you this technique with the quilting. So this little fish bubbles. And I put his little fish bubbles on an angle because he's breathing. Now on the back, you can see that I stitched the embroidery first, and then I did the quilting to hold it all together. Okay? That's how I typically do mine. Okay? Now I'm going to show you how to do it on the machine. Yes. Batting. Batting. If you wanted to, you could put a stabilizer. Depends on your fabric. This is a nice twill. It didn't need anything but batting. Uh-huh. And then the batting, and then the back, because I want the quilting around it to hold it steady. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, let's go because I want to show you this and I don't want to run out of time. Oh, I'm doing good. Sometimes I have to talk fast. Okay. There we go. We're going to go to a program called My Design Center. Has anybody been to My Design Center yet? Oh, please. I should see every hand. Do you know what My Design Center is? I'm going to say a huge, ugly, scary word. It's digitizing on your machine. People usually get terrified when they hear the word digitizing, but that's why we don't call it that. But that's what it is. You're digitizing the design on your machine with your finger. I didn't bring the pencil, which is my own fault. So I'm going to go down here to My Design Center. Are you ready to learn how to quilt? Please do not blink at any time. You will miss it. I'm going to go here to the bucket. I'm going to go here to the checklist. This is satin stitch. I don't want that. This is stippling. I don't want that. This is where I want to be. And I'm noticing a little bit of lag time with the machine on the stage. So mine at home is quicker. So I'm going to touch select. And I have all of these quilt patterns. So I'm going to go through and show you them all because there's a lot and there's cool. But I've already told you I can make my own if I have PE Design 11. Or if I'm clever and can draw them and scan them right. Okay, those are pretty fun. But wait, I've got more. So there's something for everybody. And remember that I can rotate it, I can turn it, I can resize it, I can make it little bitty, I can make it gigantic. But for today, I'm just going to go. This is one of my favorites, the leaves. And I'm going to touch OK. And I'm going to touch green. I'm going to touch OK. And I'm going to touch the screen. Now, in this case, I just had it do a little block. Isn't that pretty? I do. I'll show you. It's too hard to yell it out over here. It's just easier for me to show you. But is that cool? But wait. What size do I have? I have the size it came up at. That's about, well, let's see. Let's see what we can do with it. Keep your eyes. Remember thinking what this looks like. Because now we're going to go down here. And we're going to go to next. And we're going to resize it. It's at 100%. I want to see it at 50%. This is a lot of quilting for 50%, let me tell you. Are you ready? Should have gone the other way. It's more impressive. I'm going to do preview so you can see it. And it's going to leave the program, but that's okay. I want you to see this. See that? Wow. Wow. So you're only going to be able to use that in small spaces, right? That's why we have it. So you can use it in small spaces. Smart thinking, huh? Now I want to go and do big ones. So on this machine, I'm just going to go home. Okay. My Design Center. I'm going to go through this so you see the path again. I'm going to touch right. Oh, no, this time I'm going to quilt around something. Let's quilt around something. Let's choose a, Let's choose a little blue flower. Nope, nope, because I'm using him. We'll choose Santa Claus. He's next up to bat for a holiday, right? Okay, Santa Claus, here he comes. So I am going to edit him, and I'm going to add this pretty little flower around him. Okay. Now that protects him from my quilting. My quilting can't touch him now because he's in the shell, right? So I'm going to touch him into memory. And it tells me what to do. Recall from my design center stamp pattern list. Okay. All right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to add my design center stamp pattern. There he is. There he is. There he is. Now we're going to quilt around him, and because he's just in a little cage, my quilting can't run over him. It's the rules. So I'm going to choose quilting. Is there any particular one that you would like to see around Santa Claus? No, you don't care? You don't care about Santa Claus? Oh, my heart hurts. Well, we're not going to put him behind a chain link fence, that's for sure. I do use that one a lot because I like it. Let's go back. I'm going to go back to that very first one. It is my actual favorite of all. So I'm going to put it up, and I'm going to touch OK. And this time, instead of making it littler, what am I going to do? I'm going to go big, right? Okay. So we're going to do it in green again. What the heck? We're going to do OK. And we're going to do, and there it is. Doesn't touch him, does it? Nope. Won't bother Santa Claus because he's special. Now, that's a nice size, but I'd like to see it a little bigger. He might be in the forest. Let's go to next. And let's go. We went down last time. This time we are going up to 200. I could stop anywhere along the way. I could go to 110. I could go to wherever I want, but I'm going to 200. I'm going for the guns here. And I'm going to touch. And do you want to see an angle? Do you want to see it turn? That's kind of fun, especially with some of the other ones. Let's angle it a little bit. You can angle it any way you want. This would add an outline if I needed an outline, which I don't. And I'm going to touch set. And I'm going to touch preview. And voila, there he is. See that? He's got his little outline to protect him. He's going to stitch right over the top of that, just like Mr. Fish did. And you've got that beautiful, beautiful background. It is a never fail me feature. I am so in love with this feature. I'm just beside myself over it. What do you think? It was hard though. What? Oh, do you think I could do it with an applique? The crowd says yes. You absolutely can do it with an applique. I think Santa's an applique, actually. Yeah, I think so. So it's very, very, very user-friendly in my thinking. Very simple to use. Are there any questions about what we've done? No? That's a good, okay, yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My Design Center is a program that's on brother machines. It's on the Luminaire, the PR 1055, the Stellaire. Those are the only ones that I can, what? Dream Machine has it. Not as many fills. But then again, if you have our PE Design 11, which some of you got when you bought your machine, you can make any fill you want. I don't know that answer. The Essence 2300 embroidery only. It's baby lock. It's a machine made by Brother, but I just don't know it well enough because I don't know your numbers. I don't know the numbering system. I'm sorry, I don't. If it was a Brother number, I'd know it just like that. Yeah, I know. I understand. Yes. No, the ones that are in the machine are just in the machine. They work exactly like this. If you have a Luminaire 3, there are a bunch of fills in there, and you can bring them in exactly the same way I did. You just go to My Design Center, choose that fill, pop it in, and it'll do exactly what mine did. Yeah. You make them. There are places that one of our educators makes some that you can purchase. And if you come, I'll tell you who that is. But she has a website where she makes custom fills also. So, and yes. The name of the free app, let me think. Yeah, that's it. Yes. It's right on the Brother website. If you go to the Brother website and you look under Stellaire, it will show you. Or Luminaire, or yes, thank you. Any of those, yes. There's 2 USB ports. One is faster than the other, but there are 2. One is intended for people who need a mouse. And if you're thinking, oh, I would never use a mouse, let me just fix that problem for you. Because several years ago, I thought I would never use a mouse. And then this lady came in. Yeah, oh, whoopsie. This lady came in. She's with her husband, and they were shopping. They'd been to every machine in the entire big show except me. Now they're at me. And her problem is she's paralyzed. So she can't move her hand on the screen. I said, can you use a mouse? She said, oh, yeah, I'm great with the mouse. I said, oh, girlfriend, stick with me. I went and grabbed a mouse off of my computer, plugged it in here. And when he came back from leaving, he actually left the building because he didn't want to be around because he knew she'd be sad. And he came back and she goes, I'm going to get this one. And he was like, she said, look at the mouse. And she can do everything on the screen with the mouse. So I was like, okay, there is a reason we still have that mouse capability with the plug-in. It was so wonderful. Yes. This one had a plug-in for her, but you can use a wireless mouse. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. You can transfer designs with a USB. You can use anything that's going to transfer the data properly. If it's on your phone and it can data, it'll be fine. So the thing about the USB is, here's what people think. Oh, I need a great big USB stick. No, you don't. Our designs are very, very, very small. You don't have to think. You think in kilobytes. They're very compact. So you can put a gazillion of them on a stick. You don't need to go crazy. Okay. Any other questions? You guys ask good questions. You were either listening or edge to edge is really easy. What you're going to do is you're just going to rehoop, and that's part of why I have the magnetic hoop up here. So you can just move the hoop. What I'll do is I'll put in a couple of chalk marks where I want it to meet, and then I'll just move it over in the hoop, snap it down again, and bring that in. Yeah, you bet. You just have to be careful that they start and end at the same place. Yeah, but that's the way you do it. Any other questions? Yes. Okay, I gotcha. No, you're fine. You're right. When you're doing a big quilt like this one is, you are going to baste it. You can pin baste it, you can thread baste it, you can do whatever you want, but you are going to baste it because otherwise you're fighting with it the whole time, and the fight's not worth it. The backing is on it. The backing's on it, yes. If I'm doing a small piece like this, no. And on a quilt, no, because I don't want stabilizer in there if I don't need it. If I've got a good fabric and a good batting and I'm doing a nice quilting, because the quilting is the key. The quilting is what holds it together. So if I'm doing good quilting, not big, long, stupid lines, I'll be fine. And I am a quilter. I quilt a lot. Any other questions? Yes. No, we can talk about edge to edge quilting on this machine. You're just going to rehoop a lot. There's no reason you can't do it. I've done it. You just haven't learned it well yet. But the Luminaire does have more features, and that's going to make it easier. But yes, I've done a huge quilt. I didn't think to bring it, but I have done it on the Luminaire just for that purpose. Of course. Any No, you do not have to have the magnetic hoop. I just happen to be playing with it because it's fun. But no, I will use my biggest hoop. I will absolutely use my biggest hoop. But I was playing with this yesterday because I don't have one and I wanted to see how well it held. Because if it's not going to hold, if the magnets aren't going to hold right when I do a pair of blue jeans, then I'm not a happy camper. But they do. That's exactly right. And I'm one of those. Is that really going to do what I want it to do? And 99.9% of the time with the brother, it's going to do exactly what they said it's going to do. It's going to be perfect because they test everything so much. Is he trying to tell me to shut up? Yeah, he is. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you want to come see me, I'm around the corner and the machine is going right back around the corner in 10 seconds. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome.
Then you turn it on. Okay, are we all set? Hi guys, can y'all hear me? Hi. So my name is Gloria. I'm from Designs and Machine Embroidery, and today I'm talking about Snap Hoop Monster magnetic hoop tips and tricks. I know I made that really long, guys. If you didn't get that, our biggest product that we sell here is the magnetic snap hoop, which I love. It doesn't have that inner, I'll start here. It doesn't have the standard inner outer frame that you're going to get with most of your machines. It just has a flat magnetic top. There we go. Flat magnetic top, flat metal bobbin bottom. I'm speaking too fast. I'll slow it down. So as far as hoop tips and tricks go for this kind of hoop, or even the standard hoop, I'm going to start off with, is it spotty? No, we're good? Okay. We're going to start off with the hoop mat, and it's just a nice silicone mat. And that's going to keep your hoop from running away from you. I don't know if you've experienced that on your slippery, beautiful, smooth tabletops. And you can use this with your standard hoop. I'm going to check myself. Okay, we're good. You can use this on your standard hoop. You can just place it down, and it keeps it from running away from you when you're trying to do your standard hooping. But I also love it for our magnetic hoop. So you can go ahead and put your magnetic hoop down. Again, keeps it from running away from you. So simple. You can use it for any of your hoops, and it just keeps everything nice and in place. So that is how I started off all hooping. Get you your little your hoop mat. You can get this beautiful pink hoop mat, but we have some more at the dime booth around the corner if you want to see them a little bit closer. So another great hooping trick for Snap Hoop Magnetic Monster. I'm going to do a little unboxing for you. This is how you would get it if you purchased one or if you already have one, is in this wonderful box. And the best thing to do for placement with these, because you are always worried about placement when you're doing machine embroidery. That's for everything. You got to know where it's going to go on your quilt. You got to know what's going to go on your shirt. Is that you need to put on the rulers. And there are rulers that come with your hoop. And they do not come on your hoop because they need to be perfect. They need to line up with the center of your hoop. So in order to do that, you put it on yourself. You put it on so it's perfect for your specific hoop. And so this is what it looks like. I'll try to make sure that I'm in the shot. Am I good? Wonderful. So these are your rulers right here. And I've already done the first step for you. What's going on? Can I sit down? It's going to be a little difficult. Is it because of this guy? Ah, oh, darn it. Okay. We're going to try it. I'm going to try it for you guys, okay? Let's try. We're going to try this. Okay. Wonderful. So I have this hoop. I'm going to check myself. Okay. You let me know. Okay. We set? We good? Wonderful. Okay. So I've done the first step. And the first step, you're going to get this wonderful crosshair. It comes as part of what you purchase with the Snap Hoop Monster. You get a download file for this crosshair. So you get home, you unbox it, you have the hoop, you put it in your machine, and you stitch it. And that tells me exactly where the center of my hoop is. And so then I take my rulers, and I'm just going to measure it to size and line it up with the crosshair. If I don't touch my hoop and I'm concerned about that, I probably am. I'm going to take a pen and a ruler and just draw those leg hair, like those arms out. And so I find the edge of where I want that ruler. I know, don't shame me. I forgot my paper scissors at home. So I'm just going to nip it there, find the other end of where I want that to be cut off, nip it, done. And of course, because we're live, it's going to pretend like it doesn't want to come apart. Okay, give me a sec. Ah, there it goes. Okay. And we're just going to line it up with the stitching. And I have one ruler on. I know it might take you 10, 15, whatever minutes, but once this is in place, this stays on forever. And this is going to tell you the center of your hoop for all your projects. It just lives there now. So you're just going to repeat the process to set up your hoop. And then that way you always know going forward for everything. This is the center and this is where I live by. This is where all my projects need to go. So you will repeat that process for all 4 arms. I won't make you sit here and watch me cut it unless you really beg me. If you want me to, I'll do it. Okay, so let's see what's on next on my list. So we've applied that. This is very important. So let's hope my wonderful assistant back at the office, she didn't leave my shield. It's okay, I have spares. So your hoop will come with this beautiful piece of plastic, corrugated piece of plastic. It's called a hoop shield. Do not throw it away. You're going to use this for a couple different reasons. And this is actually how it comes when you get it out of the box. You're going to have your hoop. You're going to have your hoop shield and you're going to have your magnetic top. It'll be cut smaller because you don't need all this for a 4x4, but it's going to come smaller. And what you can do for this, for one, it's great for storing. So you can just hang it from this if you have a hanging situation for your hoops. You can also just throw it in a drawer. But the biggest deal is that it makes it really easy to separate that top frame whenever you come and need to use your hoop. You don't have to sit there and pry it off. It's a little bit harder when there's nothing there because it's just magnet on metal. There are tips and tricks. You can just push it out of the way here. So you have a little bit more leverage and then just twist off and you're ready to go. But usually you have stabilizer, you have fabric, you have batting. So you're not going to have that much of a hard time separating it when you're actually stitching. So let's see. So yes, don't throw this away. I know it's tempting. It looks just like a piece of cardboard. Don't keep it. I'm so sorry. What was that? Oh, so I'll cover a couple different sides to that right now. You're gonna get suede strips that come on your machine. Sometimes with active use, they start running into things and that edge will curl up. You can order those from our website. We just charge you shipping rate. Sometimes I get it. It gets wadded up in the plastic. The rulers will get thrown away. Again, you can order it from our website. Shipping rate. We just charge you shipping. And then as far as the corrugated, I believe you can still order that. That one might be a customer service question. So you'll email them saying, oops, darn it, I threw it away. Is there any way that you can send me another piece? Because we usually have some extra stuff in the warehouse. If that's the case, again, shipping rate, because it's not really a product that we're like on our shelves. Come buy pieces of plastic from me. Okay. So what are we doing next? Okay. So we're going to move on to one of our newer products. If you came and hung out with me yesterday, I talked a little bit about this product, and that is our new stable clips. And they're small, and I didn't want to lose them in my box. I did lose my mic, though. Hold on. So, okay. So these are stable clips. And the way these work is it's here to help you hoop your stabilizer and your fabric without it running away from you. And for smaller stuff, I don't usually have that problem. But if you're using a really big hoop like the 9.5 by 14 or the 10.5 by 16, those are really big pieces of fabric and it's a lot to kind of manage. And I usually use those for quilting. But if you are just embroidering a big piece of fabric, again, it's a lot. So here we go. So here's one I already had hoop, but if I'm starting from scratch, it's a new day. I'm like, okay, I need to get this sorted. You have two options. If you're just doing in the hoop stuff, you know, it's going to run away. So what you do on this guy, you take the flat side of this clip, and this goes towards the center. It's going to go between the metal and the magnetic top is where the flat side of this clip goes. The other side kind of has this little curve to it, and that's a finger grip for me to yank the clip off at a later time. So I'm just going to fold this down on one corner and slip it on, fold down the other corner. Again, just slip it right on. And on the other side, I can actually stand it up, pull taut, and slip. There we go. That's beautiful. That's taut. Take my top frame, lay it right there, nudged against the embroidery attachment, and drop. Everything's wonderful. It's tight. It's beautiful. Because it's Snap Hoop Monster, it's flat metal on flat metal. If you do have a bubble, you can just pull a little bit to taut and you've called it a day. You can't do that with your standard hoop because you'll probably just yank your center hoop out. I think we've all done that a couple times. And when you're ready to pull these clips out, because you have that little grip on there, you just kind of get your finger in there and just yank off. And you're done. So for something like this, I can manage this size pretty easily. But again, for those really big hoops, that stabilizer has a tendency to want to kind of buckle and clip sometimes. So I'll do it again just with the fabric this time, or stabilizer and fabric. I don't want to hear anyone for almost any occasion just hooping fabric. I had a newbie embroiderer come up to me the other day and say, yeah, I did it. I just hooped my t-shirt and it just ate it. I'm like, well, did you put stabilizer in it? He's like, what's that? So again, we have the stabilizer, the fabric in place. We fold it over the top. The flat side goes towards the middle and you slide that on. You repeat for the other side. And then you come back, stand up your hoop, and repeat. It's that easy. Honestly, if it wasn't that easy, I probably wouldn't do a couple live for you. But it's that easy, so I can do this. And I'm hooped. And because, again, it's flat on flat, I can pull to taut if there's any bubbles, and I'm ready to go. Well, you always take it off before you stitch because it has that little lip. It'll carve up your machine. Something heinous. Yeah, so I'm taking it off. I've finished hooping, pop it off, and now I'm ready to walk over to my embroidery machine. That was one more thing I didn't talk about. When you are done, yes, yes and no. I just remembered. It is a really new product, so not everything, it can even fit in my booth for one thing. So I have these to sell with the wool press pads, which you'll see in a second. But I don't have these at the booth to sell as a set, but they are sold as a set if you buy it just like through AllBrands or our website. The other use for your shield is when you're working with your projects and you take it to your machine, so you don't have the tendency of putting your hand through it and causing slack. You put it on your shield and you march your way over to your sewing machine. But yes, great question. You do pull those out. So these are built specifically to work with magnetic snap hoop monsters from Dime. And I say that because I actually this morning touched a similar product, but their bottom frame was thicker. And so these clips were made with the bottom frame of my hoop in mind. And so with the other one, I actually had to go and like pry it open to give it. Huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, so we do sell them, but it will just have to be through AllBrands because they just didn't make it to show. I ran out of space. I have like of all my inventory, I couldn't bring everything out. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that was the question. No, we don't have it because I ran out of floor space. I had to only pick and choose out. Okay, so let's see. What are we I guess it's a good segue for the wool press pads. Let's go ahead and do that. So let me put this guy to the side. Are you guys able to hear me back there? Because no, in the back they said they can't hear me that great. Sorry, guys. One of my hoops got stolen from me in the middle of demonstration yesterday. So not from here, like over at the table. He ran away, and I still haven't found it. Okay, so that's fine. So what I wanted to show you next was our new wool press pads. And I say new, and if you're a dime person, you know we've had wool press pads. But our old wool press pads, they have the height that you would use for your standard hoops. And for years, you guys have been asking, well, where's the one for the snap hoop? That's the only hoop I use now. So now we have the new wool press pads. There's a much thinner wool pad that'll fit in the depth of your snap hoop monster top frame. So when you're doing in the hoop projects and you need to press it, trim it, iron it, pressing and ironing and taping, all the things that you have to do, you have this guy. You can use your snap hoop monster for in the hoop projects. You flip it over. I specifically have to trim the back on this project because I'm doing like a double-sided ornament. So now I can do that. Only problem is this guy's really thick. So it still kind of causes like levelness issues. So all you do is just hang it off the edge of your table. And now everything's flat and well supported. And I can get my scissors out and start to trim. And that's the big thing is you always want a stable, steady surface or else you're going to start causing slack in your stabilizer. So, and I got that. I'll just do one more trim just to get this little piece off. Done. I didn't puncture the stabilizer. I didn't cause any extra slack. And it's beautiful and ready for me once I finish to go back to my embroidery machine. So there's that guy. So this guy, I'm not ready to pull out of the hoop yet. I wanted to do fringe on this. If you know what fringe is, if you don't know actually, you would trim the bobbin on this and you start getting, which guy can I show? Okay. So if you can't see it, I'll even pass this around at the end. I cut the bobbin on this and the fibers release and let the petals of the flower kind of stand up and they're beautiful. But I'm not ready to take this out yet because there was more things I wanted to do to this. But I do want to get that fringe going so I can just, again, keep my project supported and then grab either you can nip through the bobbin with something like this, or you can get my stitch ripper out. And I have the little short blade on for something just like this or satin stitches. And then I'll just come and I'll touch on the fibers of my bobbin. And you can't see this, but it's just shredding so beautifully. I don't have to fuss with it or anything. And then I'll flip this over. And I'll use this guy. Oh, there it goes. It would help to know which guy I was moving around. But you just kind of touch on the top fibers. And since I cut the bobbin, I can just fluff these out. And it just falls apart. It's beautiful. Do you want to hand this? And they can just kind of see the fibers a little bit. Thank you. And then here's another reference for the wool press pad. Here's an in the hoop project that I'm working on. But in the middle of all this, I have to be able to press as I go to get really nice, crisp lines because I'm about to do top stitching. And if there's any kind of wiggle room in here, I might, stitch this in the wrong direction. So you want to be able to tape and pin it and do any trimming that you might need to do without, again, adding slack to your project. So again, I would just slide it over my wool press pad. I'll either get my tape out, Not all tapes made equal, ladies. So make sure you choose a tape that works well for your fiber projects, or use sewing pins to hold your pieces down. So I can just tape my project in place. And before that, I would take my little iron and I'll come in here and I'll press my items flat. But that's a really great just demonstration on our new wool and press pads. It's very versatile for so many different projects. I even just keep a couple extra. So whatever isn't cut fit for that project or that hoop that I'm working on today, I'll just have one on my side of my machine. And so if I just need to do like any impromptu pressing, I'll just don't look at that. Don't look at that. No, I don't have a specific mini iron that I hype at this moment in time. This one's actually not my favorite. I brought it specifically because I can take the cord out and just to show you guys. But keep talking, wander around, see if you have a mini iron person here you can find that really is proud of their product. I personally am not in love with this guy. I am not in the practice of hyping a product that I'm not in love with. But this is great for travel, and I can just give you an idea of how you can do that. Okay. Let's see. Hoop setter. Okay, let's do hoop setter. Let's do that. Okay. So this one, I like this product mostly for big hoops, because for little hoops, those are a little bit easier to manage. But if you're a big hoop person for big projects or quilting, again, that's another product that if you think you need the help, or if you've experienced like the hoop running away from you, this is something that'll help you. And this just helps you land the top of the frame like right in place where you need it to. Sometimes if you can't see the bottom frame anymore, you don't really know where to put the top frame if you can't feel it through your project. So this is what this product is made out of. Let me get my other pieces out for that. For the moment, it will affect like how it lays for the moment, but then it helps you visually see where your bottom hoop is, and then it lifts away from your project so everything lays flat again. So I am not on it this weekend. I can't believe I came up here and there's still plastic on this. So I brought something a little bit prettier than just raw fabric up here. This is finished, but you'll get the idea. So I'm going to put the hoop setter underneath the bottom frame on the outer corners. And so you can already see kind of what those walls built up look like. I would put my batting and my quilt top, maybe even my quilt back, just whatever method you guys are going about quilting, because everyone has a different way of going about it. I'm going to lay my project over my bottom frame. And now look, my bottom frame has disappeared. And if it's a big hoop, I really don't know what's going on anymore. So you would take your hoop and you want these little cutout notches facing away from the embroidery attachment. This will help you lift your hoop at a later time when you need to separate things. So you line this up, you find those walls, you line it up in there, and then you just let it fall. And so now I know with almost absolute certainty that these guys have lined up perfectly. And again, I got a little micro bubble. That's fine because I have the flat on flat frame. I just do pull to taut and we're perfect and we're ready to go to the machine. Did you have a question? No? Okay, we're good. And that's it. That's such a simple demo because it's such a simple product. It doesn't need to be anything fancy for it to work well. So next thing, oh, I'll pull this back out actually. And for anyone who's been sewing or embroidering on, mostly embroidering, this is an embroidery tool. And you have your big expansive project, you're right in the middle of your hoop and you have this fabric rolled up underneath the neck. Well, there's nothing to keep this from rolling into your sewing field while it's working. You might have walked away for that 2 seconds and that's when it gets you, where this guy will just come into the needle area and you start stitching right through 4 layers of fabric. So for that, we have hoop guard. Okay, that one you'll come and see me at the demos. It's actually on the machine right now. It's just a wonderful piece of flat metal that stands straight up, very flat, just like this product. It stands just right there, and all it does is it keeps the fabric from rolling into your embroidery area. Yeah, it's on the machine right now. We have two different sizes for that. We have a little tiny guy for smaller projects. I'll show you what it looks like on a onesie. I do have that with me. And then for big, longer hoops, we have another one that we just came out with, and that's called our jumbo hoop guard for stuff like this to kind of help control your fabric while you're working with it. Let's see. Okay, we're about to wrap it up, guys. So I'll show what's going on. These guys, these are hoop setters, and we do have these at the booth, and we do have the jumbo hoop guard at the booth as well. So the last thing I think I'm going to show you guys today, just to kind of reference it, I swear a gnome went through my luggage on the way to show. So again, here's the onesie. What this would normally look like if my hoop guard was actually here is it would just hold the body of your onesie up and out of the way. So again, it's not rolling into your embroidery area while you're stitching. It's a flat plate that stands straight up, and it'll hold your product out of the way, because I know we've all cried at least once over a bad onesie. So that's what that product would do. If you want to come and check it out at the booth, I'm more than happy to show it to you guys there. If you have any questions, again, I'm there end of day today, and we have some wonderful people here through the weekend as well. I hope you guys had a great time here today. I hope you have a great time at the show. The pads, we have an assortment of the flat, these thin wool pads here at show. We don't have the thick ones at show today, but the thin ones, we have a variety of sizes and kit and bundles. Yes.
Hi, everyone. So nice to see you all. So many familiar faces, which I love. I see a couple new ones too. Welcome. So I'm Angela Wolf. For those of you that don't know, I'm a Brother brand ambassador. I've been working with them for many years, and I am super excited to announce the new Aveneer. Everyone's been waiting. Oh, I love your shirt. You at home can't see that shirt, but you might have to check it out later. I love it. All right, so the Aveneer is the brand new machine that we've all been waiting for. Is it a Luminaire 4? No, it's brand new. So what I'm going to I have 3 shows today. This show is going to feature the embroidery side, and then Jerry's going to show you the sewing side and a few things with the quilting, and then our last show is going to be Jerry and I together, and you never know what we're going to show. We didn't want you to be bored, and we want you to come back all day. All right, so as you can see, there's a larger area here, a brand new system here. The hoop is enormous. It's huge. So did you all see that dress over there with all the lilies on it? That's one of my embroidery collections that's included with the Aveneer. You don't have to put it on sleeves. It can go on a table. But this hoop is really big, and both sides have adjustments. So I put together a master class for you with this with 70 videos, and I hooped everything from tulle to mesh to a thick quilt. And you can do that because of these little adjustments here. So I know somebody's going to say, what's the exact measurements? And I know it by heart, except for the 1/4 inch. I always forget. So it is 11 5/8 by 18 1/4. I always forget that 18 1/4. That 1/4 inch could mean a lot, you know. It's like my whole arm or half my leg. Actually, most of my leg. All right, so I'm going to set this down here. A couple new things. How many here have Brother machines already? Who has the Luminaire? Oh my gosh. Well, the learning curve from here to the Luminaire is very easy, but there are some things that you don't have. Who has the Stellaire? Okay. Oh, yes. So this has a lot more, but you have the matrix feature and we do not. So you have one of the things we don't have. So congratulations. Okay, you still have the scanning mat, which we've had for a long time. You can put a picture on here. You can put an illustration on here. You put it into the machine. There's a feature called My Design Center, and you can turn that into embroidery. There's so many. I did this so many times. I had signatures from my nieces and nephews that I scanned in and used it as embroidery. Just a lot of cool things. Something from my grandmother that was a note that you can scan in. Your imagination can go wild with that. So that's the scanning mat. So those things are the same. I'm going to get on the machine and show you what is new. This right here is brand new. Good seat bar. That's you. I usually throw stuff right there, so just be warned. That's okay. I'll just set it right here. This goes right here onto the machine, and it helps to keep your embroidery stable. Comes off real easy. It's just a little switch right here, but I wanted to show that because it does help. It's very quiet. Let me hand you that. Thanks. And I've embroidered a lot on here. It's very quiet. And even though the hoop is larger, I've embroidered all the way to the ends. No problems at all. If you don't know what that means you've never had a problem. So don't worry. All right, let's get on the machine. I'm going to set this on the floor, but I am giving away some Brother thread at the end. So you'll just have to stay tuned for that. So you probably didn't hear that voice that just told me to keep my hands away from the carriage. It does have voice activation, but you can turn it off. And it has quite a few languages. In fact, somebody from the Netherlands was just here. Where are you? And it does have male and female voice for you. It has an Italian one. I might have to hang out with the guy when my husband gives me a hard time. I'm just kidding. I actually was embroidering, and I was on the other side of my studio, and I heard a male voice telling me my bobbin was running out, and I was like, what the heck? I forgot it was on, but you can turn it off, but it is helpful. Here, we still have couching for embroidery, and we still have couching for sewing. It just sticks right here. There's a special foot. There are videos built into the machine and my videos that show you how to use that. But if you like to embroider with yarn, I'll pass this around. This is something you can do, couching with yarn. And then I quickly added a fill to it from the machine. And here's another one. And if you notice, the couching's there and the fill goes all the way around it. 3 clicks of buttons on here, and then I had a cup of coffee and watched the magic. All right, let's get going. Make sure my mic is okay. Good, John? Are you knocking me over? All right, so I'm going to sit down here and show you some of these cool things. So the projector, all of you that had the luminaire, was the projector the coolest thing we've ever had? Well, now it's not 3x5, it's 5x7. So just imagine you're using a 5x7 hoop. You can see the whole hoop, but that's okay. You can still use the big hoop, and I'll show you how. I'm going to click on embroidery. One really cool feature. I'm really good at faces. I'm terrible at names. So what did Brother do? Now they have categories for the embroidery, which I love, because if you know that you want applique, if you know you want built-in designs, if you know you want in the hoop, if you know you want crochet, if you know you want the long designs, it tells you right there, and you can pick the category. So I'm going to go over here to food, to ice cream, click set, and you can see there's my ice cream cone. First of all, everything here is a touch screen. Just ask my nephews. They've taught me more about this machine years ago. Not this one, but I think it was the Dream Machine way back then. They're making things bigger. I didn't even know you could do that. It's all touch screen. You can change colors. You have a lot of options. But I want to focus, since we don't have a lot of time, on the projector. Here it is. I can move the ice cream wherever I want to go. I could also do it from here. So let me just click on projector. And wait for it. Look what shows up. Can you see all that? Well, my ice cream cone is way over there. That's where I want it, though. I know that's where I want it. So you have a stylus. And if you had this with your luminaire, it is useful. One end on this one actually has the stylus here. The other end is the one that has a light. So now I can go down here and adjust my image. But first, I want to get my projector over there. So I'm going to click on these icons right here. And you can see my hoop moving, right? There's my ice cream cone. So that projector can move to any part of your hoop in order to see whatever image you're doing. So if you're doing edge-to-edge quilting, if you're trying to make sure embroidery is in one spot. So earlier, somebody had said, I love it that you can scan in fabric. You could scan in this entire hoop if you had some beautiful fabric. You'll see that image right on your screen, and you'll see the projection of your embroidery right here on the fabric. So you'll know exactly where it's going. In fact, one of the lessons I did for this machine, I had fabric with stripes everywhere, and my mom has 13 grandchildren. So I put I could scan in the fabric, and then I went through the fonts and put everybody's name, and it embroidered on all these little lines. She thought I spent hours. I had a cup of coffee. I was on the phone typing in, and then just watched it happen. It's awesome. All right, so here on the screen here, there's the projector. I'm going to go a little bit more so I can see it. Maybe this is in your way. You can move it. You can also make adjustments to your design right here now. So I can move the design. You can see it's moving over just a little bit. So the luminaire, you'd have to go over here and change it. The projector would come back on, which was still awesome. But this is just double awesome. Is that a word? Double awesome? It is now. There's always a word for the day. At least it was a clean one. All right, so here you go. Here's rotate. And I can rotate the design. And all I'm doing is pushing this button right here and hovering over. Did you see the design just turn? So it shows me it on the fabric. It shows me it on the screen. All of that can be done right there. If you don't want this box on your fabric, I click this icon here and it goes away. Super simple. Well, do you like that feature? Oh, girls, you got to have coffee or wake up. Everyone, I don't know if you're like shocked or No, it's very nice. And the coloring is so nice. Hi, Monica. Hi, girls. So on here, you can see now the projector's to the right and behind it. So it's so much bigger. I thought maybe they put more lights on here because it's bright. You can see a lot. All right, let's show more. I'm going to go into the home screen. More ice cream for you guys. Later. All right, on here, you still see we have sewing, embroidery, Disney, My Design Center. I'm going to go back into embroidery. I think this is one of the biggest wow factors, but for those of you that are not familiar with Brother, we have categories here that have quilt sashing. You have edge-to-edge quilting. And someone said, well, my quilt is bigger than this here. Well, edge-to-edge, you go in there and you tell it, how big is your quilt? This way? How big is it this way? You can't screw it up unless you can't measure. And then it says, oh, make sure you have your glasses on. We'll go with that. And then you tell it what size it is. So if you're doing edge to edge, you tell it what size. All you have to do is on your quilt, give yourself a little bit of outer edge so it'll fit into your hoop because you can't embroider all the way to the very edge. And you just go from one to the other. It tells you can't screw it up. Trust me. All right, so here, let's go back to picture play. This is the one that everybody was asking about. So if you look on the screen here, you can take any image. So an image is usually a JPEG file. In case you didn't know that. Anything from your phone, you can send it here wirelessly, or I have USB in the side. I'm going to click on transfer. There it shows. There's my flowers right here. It'll say, please wait a while. There's my rose. I'm going to click set. Hopefully I'm not in your way. And I have some samples for you to see as well. On this screen here, so this is a photo of a rose. It could be a photo of your family members, whatever you want. On here, you have the option of altering that photo. Not altering the embroidery design yet. I'm altering the photo. And look, I can make it bigger, smaller, long, wide, rotate it, whatever you want. This one's fun. I can change the background. And when I click preview, it just takes a second. It depends on how big your image is. Look at it, removed the background. I can embroider that, or I can play a little more. On this screen here, you can crop the photo by touching the arrows. I can change the outline like that. I can also tell it what size hoop I want to use, and it will automatically adjust the photo to fit inside that hoop. Now, when I click OK, I'll click next. And this is where it gets kind of fun. See all of these? These are what you call filters. So you can take that image and add any filter to it. There's oil pastels, black and white, pencils, neon sign, all of these. Stained glass, art. All you have to do is click that and click preview. And it will change the whole design. So here you go. This was the rose in one of the filters. Isn't that beautiful? But this was kind of fun too. So here is, and I'll pass this around, a photo of a horse. I can't take credit for this. Jerry did it. And look at the embroidery. So I'm going to pass this. You ladies can touch it. I'll chase you down, though, if you don't bring it back. Well, actually, Jerry will chase you down. And these are all the different horses of the different filters by touching one button. And then maybe you don't like the colors of what shows up there. You still have a custom feature where you can change that. So on here, I'll go back here to the rose. This is what showed up just from that one filter. If I want to change that, I can go to custom, or I can touch this button here and click preview. And when I click that button, and don't worry, you've got a ton of videos to learn this, but it will take it back to the original red color of the rose. So it's not just the colors that it came up with. All right, so these are more filters, more filters, more filters. And then finally, he did this beautiful one. Isn't that pretty? And you can see on the back side all of the different fills, sashing, and all of that. All right, so On here, you can see it went back to a different color. So that is the picture feature. Now I'm going to go back in here and show you some of the new fonts because fonts are a big thing. Am I okay? Oh, yes, I'm okay. These are the new fonts, if you want to see these. And under fonts, you can now, there's a preview button. So when I go in under font, I'm just going to pick one. See this here? It shows you everything before you start. So that way, I don't know. I have a sister, Julie, a sister named Teresa. And when I get to the S, the T, and well, there's one other letter that always looks goofy, J. Yeah, I'm like, oh. So now you can see this is what it looks like. So you'll know if you want it. But even more than that, once you're in the font screen, I'll take you back down here. Do you see this new section here? Now you can change the font right there by touching it. You also have, instead of small, medium, and large, you actually have font sizes. So if you know what size you want, you can put it in there, and you can still bring that over to embroidery and make it bigger or smaller, but at least it's not just small, medium, and large. I'm just curious, how many of you like using fonts on your embroidery, like adding letters and stuff? Do you ever, like, when it was small, medium, and large, I'd bring it over, and then I would go embroider it out because my husband wanted hats with Win an Angel. Then he wanted his name, but he wanted his name small. First, it was like that small. Then it looked, on the screen, it looked pretty decent. And then it was like this big. He's like, I wanted a small name. He only has 4 letters, right? Win. How can you screw that up? I did. Not anymore, though. Now you'll know the font size. All right, I'm going to go back to home here. In my design center, so a lot of you said you had the Luminaire. Some of you have the Stellaire. You have my design center. Some of you don't even have a brother machine. My design center is like having software in your computer to do whatever you want to. How many of you make mug rugs? I hope there's some hands. It's the best gift ever. And it's so easy. So you can do that in my design center in like 15 minutes. So you can bring in a signature. You can put in now you can put somebody's photo in there. Turn it into an applique by touching a button. But let me show you the new fills because this is pretty cool. In here. So my design center still looks very similar as it always did. Click select. Oops, I clicked. I got too speedy. Sorry. When I'm in my studio, I'm just like, doo-doo-doo. All right, so you've been. Am I sitting on it? Okay. That would be bad. Okay, look at all these fills. So if you don't know what a fill is, I don't even quilt and I know what a fill is. But a fill is if you have a shape or you have a whole hoop or whatever you want and you want to put something in there that looks like. So here we have all these fills. Now can anyone guess how many? Oh, you're close. 57. Do I hear higher or lower? Okay, you guys are close. Go all the way down here. 54. You're 3 off. We should tell them to add a few more. These are all the new ones if you look on the screen here. But that's not it. You can add custom fills. So I know a lot of you follow Cindy Hogan that's over here, brother educator. She's designed custom fills. You can design your own. There's so many things you can do. Does anybody have any questions before I show a couple more things? Go ahead. If the design, it takes PES files. So as long as that you have a PES file. Yes, there's a lot of memory features here. So I'm going to go, actually, I'll just show you real quick. I'm going to go back here on home. There's a lot of memory features on here. So every design that you bring in, for example, I'm going to bring these up just to give you some ideas. Every design you bring into the machine. So these are my new embroidery designs that are included with the Aveneer. I did them exclusive for the Aveneer. There's a lily collection. There's a rose collection. There's a hummingbird collection. The Bohemian. How many some watch my live show? So did you see Bohemian collection? I do garments, but this would look nice on a table too. So I wanted it to be a nice, like kind of a pirate looking top, peasant top. And I got really excited and I ripped thinking it was the grain line. Well, now it's going to be a really short crop top. But this one too. And I'm bringing this up because not only these do come in the machine, but I designed them in PE design and they were PES files and I just brought them into the machine. I could have sent them wirelessly too, but then I save them in the machine. So they're there. So anything you bring in, you can save into the machine. There's a memory feature. I don't know how many designs it'll take, but it's a lot. Okay. If it's a technical question like that, I'm going to go to an expert. Is that fair? Because I don't want to say the wrong answer. Because I know you watching at home, I told you all that they had the matrix feature and it doesn't. But it does have on the stitches where you can add them together, but it doesn't have the matrix. So I just don't want to say the wrong answer on that. I know who to send you to. These are the long designs that were on the Luminaire, but they also have them here. So they have like, those are, you're not supposed to test the border on that. So aren't those beautiful? All right, let's go back here real quick. Jerry's, when he comes up, he's going to show you about the new foot. And that's in his tutorial during his time. And then the buttonhole feature with all the lasers. So I better do a giveaway because they're going to kick me out. But I want to show you one more thing on here before I leave. On here, this is the quilt sashing. There you go. Click set. And if you look on the screen, you have different options. If I click this option here, this is what I was telling you. You can't screw this up, guys. I'm telling you, unless you can't measure. Look at that beautiful quilt sashing. So I even did this on a small one for my mom. Here we go. It tells you what is the width from the outside of where you want your sashing. Punch it in. It even tells you the numbers that you have to stay within, which is pretty large. I'm going to go with 100. Click set. Number 2, this is the length. Put in whatever you want. I'll go with 100 again. Click set. And then over here, how wide do you want your sashing? I don't know. It has to be between 1 and 3.9 millimeters. So we'll go with, I think it's in millimeters. I don't remember what I have this set for. Click set. Oh, 9's too big. It won't let you do it. So if I go back through here, I'm going to clear that. Let's go with 2. And also you can tell it what size hoop you're using right here, which is really handy. Click set. And then when you go to next, it'll automatically turn it into all the designs. It'll just say hoop here. You start at the top left and go all the way around. So by the way, there's so much more. Jerry's going to be in the front over there showing you the sewing section. I will be back here showing you the embroidery, but I want to give away some thread. And if you see this big collection down here, not only in the Aveneer do you get my new embroidery collections, I have a 50 thing of thread that go with all of it. So you'll have every color. I'll give you away some. Here we go. I've got 2 minutes. We'll give away 3. So this is how it works. Start with number 1, 2, 7. No, you're 7. Did you do this last time? 8. You be 16. You watching at home, I know you probably wish you could have a camera watching this. 21, yes. Now, if you win, that's kind of cheating. She's with Brother. She does a lot of magic on these machines, and we got to give you a round of applause because we love you. All right, so go ahead. You want to draw? Number 9. Who's number 9? All right, number 9, come up and pick a color. Give me another number. 21. Who's 21? Oh, we need a new one. 17. 17 and one more. And 3. Well, pick a color. Look at all these. Does anybody have any last questions for me before I move? Because I'm going to be over there. Go ahead. Oh, the roses? So yesterday I wore this. The white one? This one? This one? The Bohemian collection? This is a rayon. I used wash away stabilizer. And guess what? When you get the embroidery designs, you get videos that I show you exactly how I hoop this too. Yes. It's wash away. And when I'm over there, you can ask me more about that too. All right, so they're going to kick me out. Thank you all. I'll be back here this afternoon. Love seeing you all. And all you at home, great to see you.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. I'm Donnell McAdams, and I am from So Steady, and we're just the booth right over there. And today I'm going to talk to you about custom tables and inserts. So, did I lose it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, if you have any questions afterwards, I'll leave some time at the end that you can ask, but don't leave too early because I got door prizes. I'm giving away no doors, but I'm giving away prizes. Okay. So first of all, you're probably familiar with our tables. And this is a Sew Steady table here. And I'm going to do it this way and get out of the way so you can see it. Handy drawer for lots of fun things. Normally at home, it has my extra feet, my extra needles, my thread toppers, all that kind of stuff stays right in there. And that drawer can be taken out. And while I've got it there, I'll show you. We have what's called a light stick. And that light stick would need to be plugged in, obviously. And it is a plug-in with a USB. So if your sewing machine has a USB, you can just run that underneath your table down to the USB. And that light stick, when you press that button, lights up the whole end of the table. So you have a light box for a small amount of money. And the other thing that it's great for is for doing paper piecing. So that light will show up through there. This can be added to any of our tables. The prices that I quote you are the retail. Here at the show, everything is 30 or 20% off. And so this is a $30 investment. So that's a lot less money than, you know, getting a light table or whatever. Now you'll notice on this, I don't have a sewing machine on here because I really think you all know what that looks like. That would come in from this side. And this cutout is always made so that it fits your machine custom. So you're not taking any of the tables home. They're going to be shipped to you. And here at the show, any of our tables that are over $100 are going to be shipped to you free. This is what's called our wish table. And I will tell you that what they did was they asked quilters what they wished for in a table. The drawer was about number one. Beveled edges was second, because then your quilt will just, your project will just fall off and everything else. Adjustable legs, of course, which our legs are adjustable. And so for that reason, I say the reason it's called the wish table is because if you don't have it, you'll wish you did. And this is a great size. As you can see, the black table that I'm sitting on is narrower than my actual table, which is no problem because the legs don't go out to the edge. Now, while I'm talking about this table, it's a good idea to polish it. I had a lady yesterday that stopped and she said, my table just doesn't want my fabric to move. I said, have you ever polished it? And she said, no. And I will tell you, just a dime size, basically the size of the top of the cap on your table. And then you get the little cloth and you're just going to polish that table all up. And then you just flip that over and go back over it again. And so once you've got that all polished up, it will make your fabric glide so smoothly. So I've got a piece here that I'll just show you. It just glides right over this. I have a 15-pound cat. And when I'm teaching virtually, they hear me talking to absolutely no one because I'm on virtual. And when I'm finished, they usually come around. And so my 15-pound cat jumped right up on my table, slid clear across it, and hit the wall behind it. And the look on his face, if I could have just captured it with a camera, was, what was that all about? So if that cat can slide, I know your projects will slide. The polish comes like this. It is also for inserts. So many of you have cabinets and you need an insert to fit around it. We custom cut all of those inserts too. And so maybe you've had a cabinet for 15 years and you got a new machine 3 years ago and you need a new insert. Don't fuss with that. Just let us know. You can contact Sew Steady Direct. You can contact AllBrands. They can get that set up for you because you just have to tell them what your cabinet is, what the opening size is, and what machine you have, and then that way they can custom cut that cabinet for you or that insert for you. Now, the other little thing I forgot is once you finish doing your table, wipe the edges of your drawer, and that way it will slide in a whole lot easier. Now, we also make the mats that fit on these tables. And so like you can see there's an opening there. That's probably about right there on my machine. And that clings. And that also makes it easy for doing ruler work, free motion work, or any kind of stitching. I use this all the time now because it just makes all of this area smooth. Now, when these mats quit clinging, it's not like an, oh dear, what now do I do? It's a get a baby wipe and wipe the back of it. Let that baby wipe, it'll dry pretty quickly, but let it completely dry before you put it on your table. And that way you will refresh the back of that mat. Now, another mat that we have, you can see all of the, I'm not sure if they're coming for the candy or for my demo on my circle tool, but this is our circle making tool, and that fits on there the same way. And then you have this little piece that wherever you put that along that line is going to allow you to stitch circles. This works the same way. When it quits clinging, wipe it with a baby wipe, wipe these three little spots with a baby wipe, and that will refresh that. So you can stop and see it in action over there. How many of you have a Sew Steady table? Great. 2, yeah. Some of you probably are going, I got 5 of them. Because you love them for every single machine. And if yours does not have a drawer, we have a solution. It's an add-on drawer. And all you do is put it around, there's a hole right here that the leg goes through, and then that will just spin right up underneath your table, and so you have that drawer. I know some people put 2 of these drawers on there. In the corner, it's kind of cool because it's a magnet, so if you put any straight pins in here, they just all gravitate to that particular spot. So this is just called add a drawer, and we can do that too for your tables. Now the table sizes for the show special, we have 3 different combo packs, but then you can get any of the tables individually also, and they're at a discount. So like this table right here is $249 just by itself. But for this event, AllBrands has put together an awesome package. This is our suspension system. And that suspension system, believe it or not, comes in that box. So it doesn't have to hook to the table. I normally put these on my regular table, and these will hold your fabric, your quilt, essentially, up off of the surface. So it's like having 2 friends come over and hold the weight of your quilt while you sew. I've got one set up in the booth so you can actually see it. It works for free motion. It works for ruler work. It works for embroidery. And it's not a cumbersome system. It's not chains and pulleys hanging from your ceiling and all of that kind of stuff. And so these come 2 in a box, and they're $49 less the 20%. And they're very, very easy to use. As I said, this opens up to about 3 inches, so it'll work on your table. So let's see what else I've got here to tell you about. Oh, this is the package that includes this, the set of suspension system. It also includes the case. This is not it because it's not big enough, but this is the case. And our cases have a lot of pockets, a lot of sections in it. So you can put your bag in, or your table in the bag, and separate it by this nice big section. and then it won't get scratched. But then you've got all of these other pockets and places that you can keep other things. The size that will fit for this wish table actually will fit your 18 by 24 cutting mat, so that you can have that in there. And one of the best features of our carrying cases is this bar right here that fits across your luggage. Now, the smaller one of those cases is a great case for our small tables, but it's also a great case for your project bag. So I have one of those that I know you're going to think this is crazy, but I have all of my hoops for my machine. And you know what that looks like if you have an embroidery machine. You probably started with 3 hoops and now you're up to about 6 different ones, and it stores those very easily. I also use it to take my projects to class. So I can take my rulers with me, I can take the project, I can do whatever, and it all fits so nicely in that bag. So you can see those over in our booth. This particular size bag here is $50. The project bag is $40. Remember, that's all 20% off of those prices. And then we even have the giant bag that you can fit 2 children in under the age of 4. I mean, seriously, it is huge. And so that bag is for our great big tables. So the tables not only are custom cut, you can pick your package on the, as far as what you want. So you're going to get the suspension system, you're going to get the circles and straights tool, and you're going to get the bag plus free shipping for the $249, which is what you usually pay for just the table. The other package that we have is for our large table. Now, I know it doesn't make any sense, but the large table is smaller than the wish table, and it is 18 by 24. It's a great size, and it is $149 with a free carrying case and free shipping. We have a third package that is that table that I just mentioned. It's your large table, and it has a drawer. It does not have compartments in the drawer, but it does have the drawer. And it also comes with the circles and straights tool. So that package is $199 with free shipping for that particular table. Now, one of the things that I have loved about our tables that I just kind of happened onto, I guess. How many of you own a Serger? Several of you. I got a table for my Serger 1.5 years ago, and it has made my Serger so much more enjoyable. Because when you're working with a Serger, everything is cool right here, but it's always falling off. And the Sergers are setting usually a little bit higher than what your sewing machine would. So that's a large fall off. So what I did is I bought the Serger table, and the Serger table is 18 by 18. Again, it's custom for your Serger. Even if your Serger's like mine and it's 25 years old, seriously, it's still going strong. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so I have a custom cut table for my Serger. Now, if I wanted this wish table for my Serger, they would cut this for the Serger. So you would have this big of a table. I didn't feel like I needed that big, so I have a Serger table that's a little smaller. And we have an example over there in the booth too that you can look at. And that would come with free shipping for the event. So we have all different size tables. If you have a featherweight, we have the beautiful black table with the gold filigree. It's sitting over there also. And because that's not custom, every featherweight that's a 221 is alike. You can take those tables with you. So if you want one of those, stop and put your name on it and pick it up before you leave today, so you don't have to carry it around the whole time. Any questions on any of that? The acrylic is not glass. So if you don't remember anything else I say today, remember this: never use Windex. Never use Windex on it, because that is going to etch that, because it's just definitely not for that intention. Now, this is kind of like a carnival here at the show, right? So we've got tickets, or maybe it's like Chuck E. Cheese, I don't know. But what I want you to do is I'm going to give you a ticket and keep one half of it. So I'm going to send this around and we are going to put our tickets in here. And I have, let's see, one giveaway, 2 giveaways, 3 giveaways. I guess that's it today. So I'm going to pass this around. Just like go. There you go. And we'll put the tickets in. So anybody in the area that wants to get into our drawing, stop and we'll give you a ticket. So peel one off and pass it on. Yeah. I had a lady, one of my customers, I had a quilt store for 35 years. And I had a lady come in and she brought her table and I said, "Oh, you used Windex." She goes, "How'd you know?" I said, "Well, look at your table." She said, "Well, that's why I'm bringing it in. It looks awful." I said, "You can't use Windex on that." And you know, I am the same way. I do not read instructions until all else fails. It doesn't matter. They hand those back to you? Okay. Those extras. Yes. No, they don't all come with that. That's an additional. Well, you can either get it here or you would buy it. Thanks, John. You would buy it separate. No, not anymore. Our tables don't have holes in it. Okay. So I kind of did something that wasn't so good, you guys. I put a bunch of tickets in here that might not be in here. All right. So we'll see. So we'll keep drawing till we got a winner. So the first thing I'm going to give away is the polish. And that goes to the last 3 numbers is 628. Pardon? I have never been asked that before. That's a good one. Anybody have 628? All right. We have 622. There you go. All right. So you got another one there. All right. I'm going to give away a circles and straights tool, and I put giveaway on it so nobody charges you for it. Okay. And we are going with 640. No 640. 640. You got to scream, holler, and all kinds of things. All right. And now for our add a table. And if you don't have an add a drawer, if you don't have a table, then you have to come buy a table. No. I'll tell you what, it's a game changer to have a table for your machine. 645. All right. So thank you all. And I appreciate you looking at what we're doing here. And I'll get my machine set back up if anybody wants to see ruler work. We also obviously sell all of those things too. Thanks.
Yes, sir. I am. I'm talking. Yeah, there you go. You got it. I'm a little loud, probably. The ladies over there may hate me. Oh, well. I'm a loud person. What can I say? It is my nature. Hi, guys. I'm Cindy Hogan. It's good to see you all here today. Thank you for joining us and for coming and having a festival with us. We're going to talk today about quilting with a ScanNCut machine. How many of you all have a ScanNCut machine, please? Hi. So we all have a ScanNCut machine. All right, sweet. For those of you that do not, what exactly is a ScanNCut machine? It is a digital cutting device. Okay. So what's unique about this machine is that if you can scan something in, you can turn around and cut it back out. So you do not have to have a computer if you don't want to use one. If I'm doing an advanced function, perhaps I'm doing rhinestones or I'm wanting to combine a whole lot of stuff or work on a bigger screen, then I will do it on my computer, but I don't have to. Okay. It has basically a built-in camera into the machine that does a lot of stuff for you. All right, so let's talk quilting with the Luminaire. Excuse me, what am I on today? Let's talk quilting with the ScanNCut. The ScanNCut has built-in quilting patterns, 140 of them built in. When I go into my pattern menu, plus it has tons of shapes built in. So if you're just trying to do a basic 4-inch square, you just want a block that's an inch or 2 inches or 4 inches, you can actually put that in there and add a seam allowance of 1/4 of an inch for yourself and multiply it and have as many as you want. So you don't have to actually have a pattern if you don't want to. But there are built-in quilt patterns. So if I go to my second category of patterns and navigate to the last page, not last page. Where am I going? I went to the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. Brain's not here. Last page of my home screen. There we go. Touch that last little screen. It looks like I only have 7 quilt patterns, right? Nope, there's 144 of them built in. So if you tap your category and you touch your down arrow, when you no longer see white arrows, you're done with that category. What is unique about these is that when you touch it and you select it, oh shoot, I left my quilt squares that I have up at my station over there. Oh well, yes, I've got 2 quilt squares out back there. You choose the finished size block that you want it to be. Okay, so if I come scroll down here and I tell it I want a 5-inch block, and I say okay, that is the finished size. It's automatically going to add my seam allowances for me. These are each of the different parts that it's going to cut. So even though these 2 are the same color, it separates them out because they were at a different angle. Okay, you could land both of them on the page at the same time if you want to. There is also one other thing that you could do. This last little square lets me bring all of the pattern pieces in at one time. So if I were trying to do one out of heat transfer vinyl, I could bring in all of the pattern pieces at one time. No, it's quilt actual squares. Emily may be able to find it underneath the drawer. You could bring them all in at one time, turn off the seam allowances, and then you can make yourself a heat transfer vinyl shirt with quilt to look like a quilt square. Okay, we're going to grab the first piece of this, and that would be my white or whatever color I'm planning on using it with, and I'll say okay. Now it tells me that I'm going to need 5 for this block, so it automatically does that math for me. If I want to do 2 blocks, how many would I tell it I need to be? I would need 10, but I can kind of look at this and tell you it's 2.17 inches, and I have a 12-inch mat. So I don't think I can get 10 on here, but we'll try it. I usually will put an obnoxious number in there because I rarely pay attention to this. I just slap numbers in. If, I just happened to notice that. Oh, but guess what? I was able to get them all on there. However, if I had told it, let me back up. Let's go back and grab that square again, and we'll make it a 5-inch finished block. One more time. Yes, sir. Thank you. Let's go to our patterns, go to last page. There we go. And which one did I have here? It was that one, right? I actually have that guy stitched out here. Wow. Who knew? I did not plan that today, just so we're clear on that. You never know what's going to come out of my mouth when we come up here on stage. If I practiced, I would be way too nervous to do this. So we're going to tap OK, and we're going to grab that square back up. So this time I am going to be obnoxious, and I'm just going to throw in a number. We're not going to worry about, we're trying to do 2 squares, 10 squares, whatever. There, 23 should be an obnoxious enough number. Yes, there we go. It will tell you there's not enough space to put that many on there. Back it down, and it tells me exactly how many I can get on that mat. Now,
Festival founder Carrie Resident will be giving a talk and book signing of the festival history book Magic and Memories. That's at 3 p.m. under the hanging quilts. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so I can back it down to 16. That way I'm not wasting anything. If I had the optional 12 by 24 inch mat, I could do more. I'm just not, we're going with this. We'll set it. And there you go. So it has maximized it in there. I will tell you the setting that I changed on this when I was earlier doing things for auto arrange. I changed it to where the interval distance between them was 2 millimeters so that I didn't have shredded wheat when I took my fabric off the mat. Okay. The default is 1, but I changed that interval spacing to 2. All right. Now, if I had a full piece of fabric that would fit on my mat completely, I wouldn't worry about this next part. Okay. I'm not going to cut out 16 squares. It will do it very quickly, but we're not going to do that today because I've got other things I want to show you. So we're going to go into our edit menu, and I'm going to go to select multiple selection key. I call that my 3 suns key because it looks like, you get 3 squares or 3 squares a day, whatever you want to say. And you're simply going to tap the ones that you don't want to keep. I'm just touching right in the middle of them so I don't have to worry about trying to get on the line. We'll say okay, and then we are going to hit the trash can and say okay. All right. The machine automatically mirrors the pattern. For a square, it doesn't matter, but for your triangles, it does. And if you were doing a Lone Star quilt or a Dresden plate, you would probably want to have your fabric oriented correctly unless you want to go in and mirror it. Okay, so I've got a piece of fabric here that has been treated. I've heavily starched it. Okay, you can useTerial Magic. You can use a heavy starch. The one that starts with MEBP, the initials MEBP, I think y'all can figure that one out. It's never going to work. Doesn't have enough high. It's not stiff enough. Okay, I don't care how many times you spray it and try to do it. It's not going to be stiff enough. So I've got mine upside down. I'm going to load my mat into the machine. Key thing when you're loading your mat, can you pop out a little bit for me? Put your hand right here. Make sure you're between the guides. That is one of the most important things. Make sure between the guides, put your hand right here, press the load button. When it goes under the rollers, remove your hand, okay? It will load in correctly every time. If you do this little number right here and plop your hand back here and you think I've got it in there, I'm good, right? Guess what? At some point or another, it's going to go in crooked. And once it decides to go in crooked, it's going to tend to have a muscle memory and want to go back in crooked each and every time. So I highly suggest hand right here, press the load button, and go forth and multiply. All right. So y'all saw that I had holes in my fabric, right? That is a lovely thing about the ScanNCut. I don't waste stuff. So I'm using, we're only doing 1 square today, but I'm going to touch the scan button. I'm going to press start so that I don't have to count grid squares to figure out where I'm going to go. It's going to take a picture of what's down on my mat, and then I can visually place the other down. So here it goes. It's pretty quick. And there's my little piece. So I can move it wherever I want it to cut. I think I'm going to cut it right there, and we'll say okay. Now, let me back up 1 screen so you can see something. Do y'all see? Nope. Go to my screen, please, Mr. John, so that they can see what I've got. Okay. So do you see that there's 2 lines up there? One is the cutting line. One is the drawing line. If you are a beginner quilter, you may find it helpful to draw in your seam allowance. You can skip this step if you don't want to do it. You just don't choose draw. There is a pen cartridge that comes with it. In addition, we do sell accessories that are universal pen holders. So if you have a heat erase pencil, a pen that you like to use instead, or you have specific markers that you like to use instead, you can use the universal pen holders. There's a small barrel and a regular barrel one. Okay. It comes with 2 pens, water erasable and air erasable. If you're going to do it immediately, you can certainly do the air erasable. But if it's wait until tomorrow, you might want to go ahead and do water erasable. There's a little button back here on the back that lets you open the garbage can lid, take off your cap, plop it down in there, and flip the lid closed. Once you've done that, there's a little hole at the top here for your cap so that you don't lose it, and you're ready to go. The machine does know which blade or what tool you have in it, okay? There are grooves on the back here. That is what slides in. So where did we go? Sorry, I keep John on his toes. I may be the only one that makes you flip this much, right? All right, so this is our little lever that pushes things down. We're going to take place it with the flat spot to the back and press the lever down, okay? If you have to shove it, you are doing something wrong, okay? If you cannot get that in there without shoving it, turn your machine off, turn it back on, and it will recalibrate itself and you're back in business. We're going to go ahead and touch OK, and we are going to tell it what we want to do. This machine will draw, it will foil, it will cut, and it will emboss. We are going to tell it we want to draw first. So if you are doing quilt squares and you're planning on drawing your seam allowances, this is a step you could skip. But if you're planning on drawing your seam allowances, always draw first and cut second. That way your material is not got fine cuts all the way around it, and it will stay adhered to the mat. I have it on the tackiest mat that we have. This is our fabric mat. If I don't want to stiffen my fabric, or I don't want to use the fabric mat, and the reason I stiffen my fabric is not because it won't cut. It's because when I take it off this super sticky mat, it's going to shred. Okay. So if I don't want to do that, then I would use my rotary auto blade. Okay. We're going to go ahead and say start, and it's going to draw my seam allowance in. It's telling me that the lever on the side, there's a little lever here on the side that raises my scanner glass up. Why does it want me to do that? Because it doesn't want it to smear the ink, okay? The only other time that you will generally see that message is if you are cutting something that's too thick for it to go underneath the scanner glass without scratching it. It will then tell you to raise your scanner glass. We're going to go ahead and press start. And it's going to take off to the races. All right, we are done drawing. Now it's telling me, okay, this part's finished? Is it okay to select the next part? Well, I don't want to select the next part. Why not? Because I still have to cut this piece, right? So I want to say finish instead. If I had not drawn, then I would basically say, go ahead and select the next part, and it would take me back to my pattern. But we're going to say finish, and we're going to switch it and put our thin fabric auto blade back in. Press the little lever down, and we are going to select cut. Now imagine I had a full page of these, and we would have drawn all the seam allowances, and now we would go back and cut. I'm going to go ahead and say, ooh, wait a minute. So first thing I look at before I press the start button is this feature called half cut turned on? Do you see that little half cut? Half cuts for when you're doing heat transfer or adhesive vinyl. You want to cut through the glue, through the media, but not through the carrier sheet, which is you turn on half cut. The beauty of a ScanNCut versus any other cutting machine is it has an automatic detection system of your blade depth, okay? So you don't have to tell it what you're cutting. It automatically detects it. The only time that this is different is if you're using a rotary auto blade. We're going to turn off our half cut. It's on page 2 of our settings. And now we're ready to go to the races. There is a test cut on here. So if you're new to this, I would always suggest doing a test cut. Or if you're cutting something new that you haven't cut before, a test cut is always a good thing. I usually do the circle with fabric because it's the hardest thing to cut in a fabric because it has to go do all the fibers. If I'm doing paper, I might do the square or the triangle. But if I'm doing fabric, I'm usually got the circle test cut. And I'll show you where you can find that to change it here in just a second. I didn't think to show you that before. So if I say test again, that little button right there lets you change your shape. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I'll move my test cut. Actually, I don't even have to do that. I'm going to back up a screen. And then there we go. See, now I have no test cut. We're just going to go ahead and say start. I'm sorry, what? If I sit for a second or scooch to the right, he said, I had a student in my class that was the thing. If she would scooch. Miss Hogan scooch. Wait a minute. I'll cut it again. I don't care. Now am I out of your way? Okay. I thought you were showing them to cut. So the first thing it does is measure. The second thing it does, it finds the mat, then it measures what you've got on it, and then it cuts. All right. So we are cut, and I will guarantee you that it was cut the first time on this one. Unload my mat, and then let's take this and peel it away. If I can get off the mat. There we go. My seam allowance is drawn, and my cut is done. Okay. And there was my test cut, so you can see it cut the first time. Okay. Now, let's talk about if I say select the next part, what's going to happen? So I'm going to touch select the next part, and it takes me back to my quilt block, okay? Which lets me pick the next piece that I would do. And then when I touch OK, it tells me how many of those it needs to make per block. So that one I could probably get a ton of them on. Those are all half square triangles, so let's just give it a ton. Now, it will keep them all directional, just so you know. It will not. Okay, so 16. Again, wow. I would not have thought that. But this one, I want you to look at it. When I put it on the mat, I'm going to zoom in for you. We'll go into edit, and we'll go zoom in on one of them. You can zoom in up to 400%. Now, why might I want to zoom in on something? If I have a specialty fabric, something really pretty, and I want to put a pattern on top of that, so fussy cutting around it, I can actually do the background scan, zoom in, and see that fabric, okay? But notice how it trims off your corners for you so you don't have the bulk in your seams. All right, so this one right here is, now, unfortunately, my marks are gone. I'm sure I did draw them because that's usually what I will do for people when I'm demoing, but my marks are gone. This is the built-in pattern that I just showed you, okay? I think this is a 4-inch block? This is one that's not built in that I did in our advanced quilt design software, so I will pass one direction and the other the other. Okay, guys, so let's see here and look one more place to talk about quilting. In addition to those quilt patterns that I just showed you, when I go to that last page again, you have your sunbonnet sues and your applique patterns, okay? So you have your sunbonnet sues, you have your Dresden plates, you have tulips, you have quite a variety of things here as well. You have your more Baltimore quilt album, Baltimore album quilt looking items as well. Those are all in there, and I think you'll find those fun to use. Then you have your Polynesian style, and then you have your birthdays. So you have the birthday cake, and you have your numbers for it. If you own a Stellaire, a Luminaire, an Aveneer, I'm pretty sure these are on that in an embroidery file on there as well. Now, what is unique about this machine before I hang it up, what is unique about this, the 325 and the 330D, is that they do talk to 3 of our embroidery machines. By that, I mean they communicate wirelessly. We'll take a cut file that is built in besides Disney and allow me to transfer it into the My Design Center portion of that machine once the My Connection feature is activated. Those three machines happen to be the Stellaire, the Luminaire, and the new Aveneer. Okay, those three have my design center on it. It does not work with my PR, even though it's got my design center on it. It works with those. It allows me to bring in the built-in shapes besides Disney. Nothing that I've scanned, the built-in shapes and items in here. Anything that I showed you today can come directly over and take it to my design center. The code comes with the ScanNCut. Okay, so I actually consider it an upgrade, the ScanNCut to be an upgrade to my machine, because it unleashes a huge feature on it. And I think I have a demo on that tomorrow. I think this afternoon I'm doing print Moda. But yeah, so it and that code only comes with an SDX 325 or an SDX 330D. And it only works with those other three machines. But that is a huge feature on this machine for your sewing machine if you are not aware of it. That is a brother exclusive feature. When I say that, I mean that means Baby Lock is not getting it. Okay. It unleashes a magical button on my machine to where I can actually create appliques with a push of a button directly on those embroidery machines without using additional software. Okay. Any questions for me before I certainly can. Ooh, hello. A rotary blade rolls, okay? The rotary blade does not drag. So any of the other blades, they're going to drag across your fabric. That's why you want them on the super sticky mat, because you don't want it to lift off the mat, okay? The rotary blade is going to roll. Now, the regular auto blade, let me get away from that for a minute. The regular auto blade has this spring action. So it tests how deep your fabric is, and then it adjusts the blade depth and pressure. The rotary auto blade can't do that. Okay. This can cut up to 3 millimeters thick. The rotary blade is at a fixed depth. It can cut 1 millimeter at a time, but it rolls. What's automatic about it is the fact that it adjusts the angle that it needs to adjust to. So it will make your shape. Now, having said that, if I am cutting an intricate flower that has all kinds of little detail in it, I'm using my dragon blade versus my, because you cannot, it can't stop on a dime. Think about using your rotary cutter. It doesn't stop on a dime. It's going to go a little bit further, right? So that's what a rotary blade does. But if I know that I've got like a thick piece of felt and it's more than a millimeter thick, then it's not going to tell me that it's going to cut twice. It's not going to automatically do it. I'm going to have to know that myself. If I went around the first time, that's why you do a test cut with that. If it runs around the first time and it did not cut all the way through with my test cut, I will know. I will try it again and see if it needs to be manually told to cut again. As long as you don't lift it up or peel it off the mat or take the mat out of the machine, it will cut in the exact same place. It's when you take it out of the machine and you lift it and take it off, and then you're trying to match it back up. Now, having said that, I can usually match it back up, but I may have be a sliver off, and that's no fun. So that's the difference between the two. One of them rolls. Perfect for when you're doing quilt squares and things, because you generally do not have a lot of angles in that. So it's not going to take as long. And a rotary blade will take longer to cut because it has to adjust the angle as it's going. Yes, actually, if I'm using my rotary blade, I'll use the standard mat or the low tack mat, unless I'm using a heavy, thick wool. Okay, a thick wool or something that's really dense, I will use my fabric mat because I want it to grip more. Yes. Okay, if you're using a fusible interface, are you talking about a double-sided fusible? Single-sided. Yes, that stiffens your fabric. I would probably go face down with that, though, on your fabric mat. Okay. Just simply because I don't know how fibrous your thing is. Your interfacing is. So I would put it face down. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it certainly can. It goes. It's multi-directional. It's a very so she said so the my connection feature between the Luminaire and the ScanNCut is that bi-directional, and it is. You can go both ways, which is I mean it really is nice and sweet when I don't even have to be on the same network. So I mean I can send stuff if I'm logged into my machine. If my machine is on my thing, I can just say I want to send it to that machine because it would be linked up. Okay, we've accidentally done that to each other's machines before. I've sent stuff at home and gone home. Go, oh, when did I sent that? It was when I was at a show. Ooh, I guess I did not connect to that machine. So, any other questions for me? Um, MSRP on it is about $1,500. $9.99 is what it was selling for quite a while ago. Their show price on it set on the it depends on which model you're doing. The SDX 330D is $799.99, and it comes with quite a bit of extras. That has a $100 mail-in Visa rebate, a Courtney Douthit masterclass. I'm trying to think what else. There's if you come over there, we'll tell you what's in the package. Then the other one is $7.99. No, 6.99. $7.99. No, $6.99, and it comes with they are throwing in the rotary. Oh, they both come in with a roll feeder. I remember that in the project idea book. It's the 325 is coming with the roll feeder too, which allows you to be able to do heat transfer vinyl off of a roll as well as adhesive vinyl, and the rotary auto blade kit for it. So it comes, the difference between the two is what comes in the box and Disney. So this one comes with the rotary auto blade kit. I've got the 330 here, the rotary auto blade kit and the standard mat, as well as the black auto blade and the low tack mat. They both have the same basic 1300 and something design. So it's like 1308, I do believe. The 325 comes with the fabric blade, the fabric mat, the standard blade, and the standard mat. Okay. Both of those can be, thank you. All right. So the $8.99 is the 330D. And it comes with a carrying case, the Courtney Douthit masterclass, the $100 Visa prepaid rebate, the vinyl roll feeder, and the project idea book. Okay, that's what's additional. Okay, everything else comes in the box with it. The 325 does not have the Visa mail-in rebate. It is $6.99. The bonus for it is that it comes with the rotary auto blade kit, the vinyl roll feeder, and the project idea book. Okay. They both can ship to you if you live out of state or if you live in state. If you live out of state, I do believe that is no tax. Don't quote me on that, but I do believe that. Okay. Also, if you buy a machine, you get 20% off, 25% off all of your accessories. So if you buy the 330D, because it has the better, I mean, it does have the better value as far as that goes, because you're getting a rebate card, you're getting a master class to learn your machine, especially if you don't want to go into the store. I'm sorry, this is echoing, guys. It's bothering me. I'm sorry. What was I going to say? That is a nice value for you. Okay. Um, where else was I going with this? The 325. So it comes with that fabric mat and the fabric blade that can be added to the 330D if you want to. So it's up to you and what you want to do. But I do have to hush because whoever's supposed to be behind me I'm running late. Thank you.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Check, 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 double check. All right. Hello, everyone. How are you feeling today? Good. Enjoying the show so far? All right. So, yep. Better? I can just talk out of this. I don't know. Okay. So, so today I'm Alexis, a brother educator, and today I am here to tell you about two wonderful machines. I know I only have one up here, but we're a little crowded, and my machines, they're big, but they don't take up a lot of space in your sewing room. I promise. I have all three of the PR lineup, which is going to be the 1055, which is this one. It's our 10 needle, the 680W, which is our 6 needle, and the PR1X, which is going to be our single needle. It stages 4. And it does not take up a ton of space. The beauty of them, they have their own stand. Who has a multi-needle machine? Nobody here? You do have a multi-needle machine. All right, so no one else has one. By the end of this, hopefully everybody wants one because I'm going to tell you some great things about them. So let's start off with our 6 needle. Once we're done here, you can head over to my booth and we can go through more if you'd like. That one has an 8x12 stitch fill, which is essentially this size right here. And I know it is hooped crooked. This was the hardest thing for me to do, which was hoop crooked, but I'll show you why in a little bit. The beauty of the hooping on the 680W, it has the 2-point position. So not just a laser, it gives you a crosshair. So it's 2 points, and that way you can line up your design better. And then we can go with, if you have a straight line, you can go ahead and line the two of those up, match them up, and your design will auto correct itself to where you want it to go. All right. It stitches, like I said, 8x12 stitch fill, which is the size of that. You also get a 5x7, a 4x4, and I believe it's a 2x2 size. All right. And then all of the accessories that you can purchase separately would be something like this. And let me show you how this is going to be very, very helpful with some accessory hoops. So this is going to be our magnetic hoop. Has anyone heard of our magnetic hoops? Anybody seen it? It comes in a 4x4 and a 5x7. I know we're still talking about the 6 needle, but I will show you how, once we get to the 10 needle, how the coupling of these two will help you because it takes the pressure off and it helps you to not have those heavy types of garments. Like I've done a horse bag, a horse toiletry bag before. I've done 15 of those, and I went ahead and used something like this to make sure that the pressure was not too heavy on it. All right. Also, on your 6 PR1X and on your PR1055X, can anybody see this? It's raised. I'll pass it around so you can feel it. You can actually do puff embroidery, the 3D foam, and that's going to allow you to have you stitch it out. It's a font right here on the machine. You stitch it out with your foam on top of it. You tear that foam away afterwards, and you get that raised effect that you see there. That's a font that's right there in the machines, okay? All right, so let's move right on along to our 10 needle. Does anybody know anything fun about the 10 needle? Hint, hint, camera. Have you all heard that our 10 needle has a camera on board? So with your 10 needle, we're going to let it recalibrate. I'm going to delete the last picture that I had on there. All right. And then I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by using the camera. And let's say someone brings this to me and they want to add a name or something under the bottom. I'm going to add established in 2007 because that's when I had my daughter and that's when I became a mama. All right. So using my 8x12 hoop, I'm going to slide it on here, making sure all of the excess is out of the way. All right. One thing you want to always make sure you do, feel underneath. All right. Feel underneath here. And then I also, if I'm working with a hood or something, I just give it a little more space by opening that up. And this extension table here, this is going to take the pressure off. So I want you to look closely once I put it on, I want you to see what this hoop does. That's without it on. And then once I put it on, did you see how it lifted it? See the difference there? All right. So that's going to take the pressure off, and that's going to make sure that while I'm stitching, that stabilizer stays secure, because you want your stabilizer to be secure so that you don't have any puckering, you don't have any mishaps with your design. All right. So we're going to start off. Let's say I said I wanted to add established in 2007, right? Right. All right. Let's pick a font. That's the hardest thing for me to do is pick a font. So we'll just choose this one. See, pick one. Commit. Okay. So we'll just do E. And then I want to make it a little smaller so I can toggle through large, medium, and small. And I think that might be too small, but I'm going to see. Established, and then space. Go to my numbers. 2007. That's a weird looking 7. All right, so set. Now, nothing is on the screen yet. So I want to find my camera. It's going to say the frame will move, and it'll scan it. And it will work with this extension on there. And it's scanning the whole thing. So watch up here. You see that now? That pops up. Now, I put established, and I'm going to just drag it down some. Now, what I can do now, if I stitch it the way it is, it's going to be crooked. So I want to take my rotate. I can do it by 90 degrees, 10 degrees, 1 degrees, or 0.1 degrees. So let's start off with about 10 degrees that way. Too much. All right, so then we'll start back going by 1 degree. Then I can use my finger and drag it right into place. I can also, is that good? That'll work. I can also change the color because it's kind of dark. I'm not going to actually stitch it on there, but if I wanted to just kind of see what color it's going to be, I can change the color on the screen. One thing I was big on doing when I was at home with all of my machines, I would stitch on site. So I would go to the mall, I would go to different vendor events, allow people to bring me their items, and I would stitch it on site. The fact that I had a camera, the fact that I had the 2-point position on my 6 needle, it made me more comfortable with it to know that I'm not going to be messing up these different boots or sweatshirts, or maybe even some family heirlooms that they were bringing me in, because that's nerve-wracking. I think the most nerve-wracking thing I stitched on was a Ritz-Carlton robe. I almost wanted to put white gloves on for that. All right, so we can change it to whatever color we like. We can play around with that, and you can let the person just design right there on the screen and tell you what they want. All right, so that is good to go. So that's how I would stop from having so much crooked hooping. So let's delete that off of there. You just go to your settings screen, display background image for the scan, and you can just delete it. And then once you go back home, it is gone. All right, so let's play around some more. You done with that? Okay. I got to remember not to get too close to that speaker. All right, let's talk about some more things that we can do. And later on this afternoon, I'll be showing you how to hoop hats. So we'll be stitching a hat. One day I was at Walmart, and they had a hat, and they had this exact same bee on it, and they did an applique. And I was like, oh, I have this exact same bee. I think it's on my 6 needle. So I came home and I made the exact hat. It says be kind, and it's applique. Funny thing, I saw a lady walking around with the same hat, and I was like, oh, she bought that at Walmart, and I made my own. I saw her yesterday, for real. All right. Here are some other hats that you can do. This is, you can have a 2.5-inch tall by about 5-inch wide. All right, so that gives you a really good stitch area. These are all unstructured. When you come back this evening at 5:30, that's when I'll do my demo, you will see that I am going to stitch on a Richardson cap. Does anybody know what a Richardson cap is? They're a little more structured. They're more like the baseball caps. On this machine, you can do a 14-inch stitch fill, so that's going to be from ear to ear. My favorite cap frame is going to be the flat brim, which helps you get closer down here to the brim using Richardson cap or using So that would, so in layman's terms, that's like structured or unstructured or flat brim.
For doing a hat, what's the largest height?
About 2.5 is where I go. To stay safe, I do about 2.4 because otherwise, I mean, it's going to look huge and it's going to be all the way on top of your head. Okay, so you kind of want it to be nice and have a good proportion to it. Another thing, I typically, and with these machines, I don't have that problem because they're set to their own dimensions. But if you ever do these hats on a flatbed, I use these breathing holes as my guide. I don't go, if it's up this high, your design is way too big. All right, way too big. I know we want to do bigger, better, all kinds of things, but sometimes just having the 2.5 inches is good enough. All right. Yes. So this is the wide brim. I did not come up here prepared to hoop a hat. Will you be here at 5:30ish? Okay, or just meet me over in the booth. I'll do a quick demo after we're done here. Then I wouldn't have anything to talk about this evening. But I don't mind doing a hat demo over there once I'm done with this. So the side, a lot of people, they don't just want the front of their hats done. They want the side done. All right, so you can do the side with, we have some accessory hoops, or the tiny 1.5 or 2 inch by 2 inch will do the sides of your hats. Also, the 4x4 will do the back of your hats. All right, all you do, open it up, stick it in like that. You can also do some text array here on the screen. Let's just say ABC. And then it'll let you curve it right there on the screen. You can go curving down or up. And the beauty of that is when you have it here on the screen, you'll use your camera and then you'll be able to see exactly where it's going to stitch at. Yep, bundle comes with the 7 set of Durkee frames. It comes with the stand, the magnetic.
Does the brother recognize the Durkee frames?
Oh, that's a good question. Who's over here? I will. Do you know if the brother recognizes Durkee?
I don't know if it recognizes it.
On the machine? It is compatible. I'm not sure. I can test that theory over there. I'm not sure if it'll come up over here. I'll find out for you. Okay. All right. So next, what about boots? All right. So this is a really fairly, I mean, I'll pass around. I've never worn them, so don't worry. But I can hoop that on my magnetic frame and stitch that out. Fun fact, during COVID, I ordered like 5 cases of those boots in black and in that color. And I just put them on Etsy and sold. And I think I still have maybe 10 boots left, but that was one of my best sellers. So if you're looking to go into business with something like this, hats, boots, backpacks, Christmas stockings, all of those things are going to be great. If you're not looking to go into business with it, your family, they're going to want hats, boots, Christmas stockings, pajamas. They're going to want it. And then you're going to say, I'm going to charge you for this. And then you're in business. Okay. It's just,
the camera, is it on the 6 and the 10, or is it just the 10?
The camera is only on the 10. So I'm a little stubborn. So what I do, technically, I find the font that I think looks the best, or that just kind of is popular right now, and then I take a picture of that. I'll give them color options, but not many other font options. So typically when they order it, they know exactly what they're going to get. If they message me individually and say, hey, can I get another font? Then I'll work with them. But just for that listing, I do one. And that was very important for when I did on-site stitching. I had a lot of samples up there. And if they would say, hey, can I get this font on that bag? I could do that. But you want to make sure you have those samples there for them to see it. And that way you're not having to worry about bringing so many different threads. A lot of people are worried, what if I don't have the color? What if Walmart doesn't have what you want in stock? We don't have a fit. We just get the next thing that's the next best thing, right? So, that's a really easy thing to get past. So, any other questions? This one? No, this is the extension table. Yep. So this couples really well. I don't have the sleeve hoop here, but that's great for obviously sleeves, pant legs, baby onesies, stockings, wine bags, all those things. That gets into those small places real easily.
and I couple it with this just to hold the weight of it. But this one actually comes with a wide table. It's I mean, a table, but it's fairly light. That's an oxymoron, I know, but it's manageable. All right. So we put it on. I'm going to back up right here. You slide it in. You lock it underneath. And I want to show you all the magnetic frame for this machine. You're not going to use your A-arm. And a lot of our accessory hoops, they have their own, I guess, chassis, you would call it. And so, for example, this one, it has its own, and it fits the 5x7 and the 4x4. All right. Magnetic hoop. This is going to be our magnetic hoop. It's great for jacket backs. It's going to be great for blankets. It's going to be great for any delicates on up to thick items. All right. There is a, I'm going to do this quickly so I don't get too close to the speaker. Okay. All right. So it's still in the paper, but in the plastic, but you just lift and pull it up over there. All right. These are really good and really manageable. If you follow me on Facebook, you saw the other day I was using non-brother magnetic hoops, and I popped 2 of my thumbnails off. So I had to get them redone the day before I flew out, and that was not a part of my schedule that day. So it put me behind. All right, and they're easy. I use this to scoop them off, but you can get it off without it. Okay. All right, and I'm using the demo over there, so brand new. All right, let's rip that out the plastic. And this one is not in the bundle. This one is in the bundle. But once you purchase the machine today, the accessories are 25% off. If you don't purchase, they're 20% off. Show special. The sleeve is not in the bundle. Yep. But you can do a part of a sleeve with the 4x4. I've done that before too. Okay. All right. So I just want to show you how this hoops your fabric. You just lay it on top. You grab your long ones and your short ones. And then all I do is put it on and I drag it back and it'll secure it. And that's smoothing my fabric out as I go. You can ooh and ah if you like. That usually gets Courtney over here because she's like, ooh, that's my cue. This table does, yes. Yes, it does. Also, the ScanNCut, and I can show you what we do. I don't have the ScanNCut up here. Maybe I do, but I can show you what I've done on the ScanNCut. All right, and these screws go right into the back here onto the machine. This is your sensor. So your machine is, as long as it's a brother recognized hoop, it will recognize that this is the size that's on there as soon as we screw it in. So let's see. So right now there's nothing on there, and when nothing's on there, it automatically says it thinks it has the hat hoop. I'm at a weird angle. Just this one of this size. That's a magnetic. Then there's 2 of that size. That's the 5x7 and the 4x4. All right, everybody close your eyes. Just because you're looking at me. I'm just kidding. On Facebook, I'm So Sweet Academy. So Sweet Academy. Yep, SEW. And that's Facebook, Instagram, everywhere. Or Alexis Galloway. All right, got it. See, you just had to close your eyes. All right, and that's how that fits on there. You can stitch on it. So anything like your heavier items, even your delicate, because the way this is set up, it's like that little V, and it's going to kind of cuff down in there so that it's not going to provide that hoop burn. Okay. So let me show you. Uh-oh, that's backwards. Without further ado, 2 minutes. Oh, perfect. All right. So using our My Design Center, the last time when I made this, I was supposed to go home and put it into like a panel. Clearly, I didn't do that yet. But I used this coloring book page. I need to laminate it because I've been showing it so much it's getting tattered. And working with the thread that I was given, this is what I made. All right. So this is full fill, but you can do some of your custom stitches in here, some of your custom designs, and imagine what you can do with your kids' coloring pages, with some of their drawings, with recipes. You can put that on tea towels. So, all right, keep clapping. I'm done. This is for me. Clap. No, seriously, my time is up. But does anyone have any questions? So the coloring page, in My Design Center. Oh, remember I told you it would recognize it up here? That's what it's going to look like. All right, so in My Design Center, and I'll just scan it real quick, but we have to clear out. Let's see, image scan. There's a scan mat that goes with it. I'm just going to see if we can place it down on here without that. Scan it. It scans the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Say what? I mean, and then how do you identify which section you want? I zoom in probably about 200%, and then I just assign each one with my custom fill or my custom line properties, and I tell it exactly. So you see this? Let's see. I make it brighter, and then now once I'm done, I can go to any one of these, turn it into a line stitch, a satin stitch, a decorative stitch, and then touch any part of it. Let's say something that you'll see, hot pink. If I touch any of those lines, well, I can hear it clicking now, but once I get done with it, it'll turn it into all stitches. I can go inside of it, fill it in with whatever custom fill I want to do. For example, this book. This is the book of my custom stitches, custom fills, and I can choose any of those to fill it in. All right. All right. If you have any other questions, feel free to follow me. Did I lose thread? You're welcome. All right. Feel free to follow me over there, or there's another presentation going on here whenever you're free. I'm going to be there. I promise. So can we discuss the sale price?
Testing.
Test. Ooh, hey.
Sound like a piano.
Hi there.
Did you know this does that too? Just kidding.
Mic check.
Like, no,
1, 2. Mike. Who's Mike? Check. Cash. Check. Cash.
Don't. Do you guys remember yesterday morning when they kept doing mic check, mic check, mic check? And I was on the way to the bathroom and I hadn't had enough coffee yet. And I said to the lady, I said, dang it, will Mike just answer? And she's like,
Who's this Mike person?
oh my gosh, that's, you need coffee when that happens.
I have not had nearly enough, but I think I'll do okay. I think we'll get through this.
You tell us when you're ready, John. Where's the other camera? Didn't you have one out there? Oh, hi. Oh, hey. Over there. Now it's not like Groundhog Day because you're over there. So, hey, Wolfpack. Say everyone. All right, everyone. Welcome, welcome. So, Jerry and I are super, super excited. That's Jerry.
That's me.
To feature the new Aveneer. So, who here has a Brother machine already? Perfect. XP3 or X Luminaire? Yes. Perfect. Okay, Stellaire. Awesome. Dream Machine? Metro? Everything else? Everything else? All right. Well, this machine is not a Luminaire upgrade. It's a totally new machine. You agree?
Absolutely. Yep. Totally brand new, designed, ready to go.
All right. So Jerry and I are going to have fun, and we're going to show you the sewing side, the quilting side, what's new, and just take your questions. And then we'll be over there at the two machines if you want to get more specific. Sound good? All right.
Let's do it.
You want to start?
Well, let's do it. You want to do embroidery first?
Sure.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
So we're going to touch embroidery, and here we are in the main menu. What do you want to do first?
I think we should show them the hoop.
Yep.
This hoop is huge.
The hula hoop.
And it's a newer hoop, so it has settings on both sides here. You can see that. So I actually use this hoop, Jerry. I don't know if you know this. Because you have settings on both sides, it wasn't really a quilt because I don't quilt, but it was a thick piece, thick fabric. I also did that, which is chiffon. Well, no, that's tulle. So you can go from super thin to super thick and get it in here. It embroidered beautifully from edge to edge. So this is the new larger hoop.
11 5/8 by 18 1/4.
18 1/4. Don't forget the quarter. That's
the quarter. Don't forget the quarter. It's very important. Another thing that's nice thing about this hoop is there are latches on both sides, and it's very large, and there's new edge-to-edge quilting designs built into this machine. I'll peek through here so you all can see me. How's that? And what's nice is you set the size once, and all you have to do is latch and unlatch. You don't have to keep resizing every time you move to quilt a new area. You just latch, unhoop, move it, relatch, done. Put it in the machine. It's that fast.
actually, while you're doing that, I'm going to rehoop it. So all right, Jared, let's...
And it's also a new hooping system as well. So it really locks everything in place for you. So there's not going to be any shifting, any kind of movement. The top portion locks into place. So when you have something large, boy, everything just stays right where it's supposed to be.
I'm looking for my glasses. I got to see which end is top. All right. So, Jerry, I'll bet you the first thing they want to see is how big that new projector is.
Absolutely. So the difference, one of the main differences between the Luminaire and the Aveneer, and thank you, brother, for giving us a projector, right? I mean, I love the projector. I don't know how I could embroider or do any kind of designs without it, even on the sewing side. But now, brother said, we're going to do a little better. So we're going to give you a 5-inch by 8-inch projector. So think about this, folks. You can fill an entire 5x7 hoop with an embroidery design. So that's huge. Marketing has shown that the 5x7 is the most common hoop that people use. You can stitch your entire, you can project your entire design right onto that hoop. And we're going to show you how that works. So we're going to go to my favorite category, food. And by the way, here's another difference between the Luminaire. We had pictures up here for the Luminaire, and now we have categories. So there were some things on the Luminaire, you'd have a picture of a rose, but then in that category, there'd be an animal. And so you're going,
Why is that? And so now it's all done by category. So all you have to do is look for what are animals, Zentangle, sports. They're all categorized. So it makes it really easy to find your designs. So we're going to choose the ice cream cone because I love
I'm on
ice cream,
stage
right?
now.
And also, if you've noticed, my shirt has embroidery on it, and you can see it in just a bit when I get down off the stage. It's kind of hard to see now, but this is one of the new edge-to-edge designs that is also going along with this ice cream cone. So it's an edge-to-edge quilt design I did on fabric and then created a pattern for it.
By the way, if you'd like to hoop, put your glasses on because there's arrows at the top. Don't do it backwards like I just tried to do it behind him. Here you go.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh, you have ice cream?
I do. I know. All right, so let's touch the projector button. Just wait a second.
So for the luminary of the 3x5, which was a great projection, it was so easy to match up where you wanted to. Well, my nephews always bring me their hoodies. They've got more zippers on that thing than a Christmas tree.
Exactly.
I don't know if Christmas trees have zippers, but I would try to get that perfect placement. Well, now this is amazing.
So I'm going to put my hand down here for size reference. Look at that. Isn't that huge? So that entire ice cream cone is now filling a 5x8 area. And not only that, you now do not have to look at your screen if you don't want to make all of your adjustments. So you're resizing, you're rotating. You can make all of those adjustments right here in the hoop with your stylus. With those who are not familiar, this little light is not ET phone home, right? Turn on your heart light. Everybody sing. Let's go. No, I'm just kidding. So this works in conjunction with the projector. And the projector reads the light depending on where it's sitting on the hoop, and it moves or does whatever you need it to do accordingly.
I love that. I love it.
So let's oh, that's so nice. All right, so let's do some things here. So if you notice that we have all of these tools at our disposal. So we can do, oh gosh, we can get rid of the tools if you don't want them. We can expand the tools if you want them. We can rotate here. Let's do a resize here. Or we
So
can
those you remember you would go over to the screen to do the resize, then you would go back, wait for
I'll do it this way.
now.
What's easier to do it this way, maybe? But I'm in the movement tools right now. So if you notice, this ice cream cone is moving to the left. Excuse me, we're having a presentation here. I don't mean to interrupt, but
At least it's not Mike.
who's this Mike person? See, I'm just pulling up all these different tools. So maybe you're trying to line up something on the left side. Well, the tools are in the way. Did you notice I just popped the tools over to the right side? So, okay, so maybe I need to line up something on the right side. Well, let's pop the tools to the bottom. Isn't that awesome? All with the little ET light that we have here.
And you know what? You don't have to just use that. You see the screen right here? What if I just move I'm just going to move it.
I think your battery's kind of going.
Nobody can hear me?
Keep cutting out. Keep cutting out. Can you hear me now? I think she's cutting out there, Mr. John.
I don't need to talk. I'll just go down there and eat carrots with you. Okay, that's better. I just moved the ice cream cone out of the way. And if you look back at the hoop, the ice cream cone's out of the way. So why don't you move the projector over there?
Let me move the projector over there. Let's pull up the tools again. All right, so let's move. You notice the hoop is moving? And the ice cream cone is moving. So here comes the ice cream cone back into view. So that's all you have to do. Folks, I'm not going over to the screen. I'm right at my hoop. That's where you want to see it. When you make these changes, you want to see it happen in real time right in your hoop.
And I also noticed they might not be able to tell by up here, but when we're over there, you should come and look closely. The color on here is really crystal clear. It's really beautiful.
Absolutely. And you can see all the stitches too. It's that crisp.
All right, so I think we should show them. How many pictures do you have on your phones? A lot?
7,500. Don't judge.
Okay, so wouldn't you like to just take a photo and send it to the machine, or put it in the machine via USB and just embroider it by touching a couple buttons and having it look really good. There was the specification there. You could always maybe try, but this looks good. So I'm going to bring some samples around while you show how this works.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. This is a new feature called Picture Play. Those of you who may be familiar with our software called PE Design, the digitizing software, inside of that there was a program called Photo Stitch. And it's a brilliant piece of software where you can import a photo and then the computer will digitize it, and then you can stitch it out. Well, that technology is now built into the Aveneer. You can now do this. So we're going to touch picture Play and just watch what happens here. We're going to find our file, and that's the demo flower that I like. And this is going to be a rose.
I'm not giving you a foot massage back there. I'm just getting your samples.
I could use one, please. That'd be great. And once we have pulled up the flower that we want and the file that we want and set it, now it's going to go right into Picture Play. And here's where all the magic happens. So at this point, I can resize it, I can stretch it, I can do it proportionally, but the three magic icons are right here at the bottom. So let's say you have a picture of a pet or a child, grandchild,
a horse,
and you love the picture, but you don't like the background. Watch what you can do here.
Oh, sorry, at home. There's the horse.
So what, can you read this? What does that say? Background removal. And there's one button to touch. And I touch preview and watch what happens. Just takes a second for the machine to do its thing. Look at that. Background is gone. Isn't that incredible? One little button there. So let's go back. Let's say I want to change, I want to crop the photo. So I can crop using these two buttons here. I can also have a hard corner to my frame. I can have a soft corner to my frame, or I can turn the rose into a circle. Let's do a circle. Look at that. My rose is now a circle. And then the third button, I can fit the flower to whatever frame I choose. So right now I'm at 10⁵ square. Let's go down. Look at that, 4x4. It automatically shifted the design to a 4x4.
So Jerry, someone asked me earlier, when you're doing that, are you messing up the density of it? Are you changing the stitches? It's not even embroidery yet. This is just your photos. This is photo editing software in the machine.
And that's a great question. Does it mess up the density? Even when you get to the digitized part, it automatically recomputes all those stitches. So it's not going to make it any more or less dense. And all of a sudden you think you're getting smaller, and it's going to be like a hockey puck when you get done embroidering, right?
That's called hard embroidery.
Hard embroidery.
I heard that's not good.
Yeah. It will recategorize those stitches for you. So it's not going to be a hockey puck.
Go ahead. Question? I'm going to bring samples around so you can feel it. She wanted to know when she's using software that it's really dense. She wants to know how dense it is.
Yeah. So yeah, the best thing to do is let you see it. It stitches out a totally different way than PE Design. It does it in layers, and the layers are very soft, and they fill in where it wasn't before. So it's not like you're putting like 10, 20, 30 stitches on top of each other. It spreads it out. So it's more like art instead of, like I said, a hockey puck.
I'll keep the picture, but here's the horse. And while he's doing this, I'm going to pass around the bag. That's the horse. You can feel it, okay? I'm keeping this because if somebody writes on it or loses it, we're in trouble. We got 3 more days. On Sunday, you can have it.
Wait, that's my sample.
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
I know where you people live. I will hunt you down. All right. So not only that, so now we are off into the style section. Well, what's the style section? Not only can you stitch out, if you're happy with your design right now, you can stitch it out exactly the way it looks. But maybe you want to get out of the box a little bit. You want to do something just a little different. We now have 10 styles available for you to choose from. And by styles, look at style 1 is icon art. Style 2 is art deco. Style 3 is pencil sketch. And you have 10 different styles to choose from. I'm going to keep it on pencil sketch right now because I think it looks really nice. Can you imagine like a beautiful, like a landscape and all these beautiful shades of grays and whites and blacks? I think that would be gorgeous. So let's touch preview. And this just takes a second. We're still not digitized yet. We're still playing with the picture.
I'm smiling over here. People at home are like, I want to see. And by the way, Jerry did all these samples. I did not. I'm just handing them out.
I did a lot of them. Oh, here's another. Here's a horse that I did. If you want to hold this one on.
Oh. Oh, I saw this one. This is gorgeous because if you look at the back, you can see all of the fills. Is that fills and quilt sashing or just
It
fills?
is. It's fills and
Fills and quilt sashing, which you can do all in the in the hoop.
Yep.
Which is my kind of quilting.
And then here's the rows. Now, if you look at my screen, do you see how this is all beautiful black and white now? I think this is awesome. So this is one of the styles. Should we show them this little magic button here?
Oh, the magic button. If you want to
Yeah.
use the same colors.
Yes, if you want to use the same colors.
Keep them rolling, passing.
We're
And then
getting-
we'll give away thread at the end, some brother thread, if we get all of our samples back.
Oh,
I don't know if
motivation.
that's a fair trade.
I love it.
Have you guys seen any yet? Okay. There you go.
So now we have pencil sketch, but it's in the original color of the original design. So we actually have more than just 10 different styles. So this is pencil sketch with the original coloring. So you can get the original color in all these different styles. Isn't that amazing? I think that's awesome.
I love that.
It looks like a watercolor. It's pretty.
And
And-
you know what? Even if they don't like that, they can use custom stitches.
Custom. Yeah. And you can, there's a little custom button up here. You can customize the color. If you don't like it, you can make the rose green if you want to. That's completely up to you. And so now you can choose the number of colors, the thread brand, and you have all of your steps at your disposal. So let's touch set. And at this point, what we could do is go over to the embroidery side, and we're ready to stitch out. That took longer to explain than it does to do. Literally within minutes, you could be right over to the embroidery side and stitch this out.
You know what? I bet you they want to see how quickly it will go show up on the hoop
Watch this. Look at that.
right there. The rose shows up right where you want it to go. And
The
then you
rose
can
is
use
right
those
there.
same adjustments that we showed you to move that around. You know, that would have been a lot easier than digitizing the sleeves I was wearing yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, isn't this incredible? This should blow your art brains right out of your heads because it does mine.
I love that.
And now you have your tools. So now you can move it, rotate it, do whatever you need to.
Okay, those samples we're handing around have fills, and we have more fills for those of you that love fills. There are 54 fills on here now in my design center. 54.
Yep, 54,
So
6
we
new
have
ones.
new ones.
If 48 wasn't enough, you get 6 more.
6 more.
All right. So let's go to what should we do? Should we go
I
to
think we should show them that new foot because everyone,
Sewing,
a lot of people here are quilters. Oh, question? Can you do applique? Oh, yes. Well, once it turns into embroidery, can you turn the photos into? Here, I'll get this
Sorry.
out of your way.
Here, we're gonna get out of here and go to sewing.
Well, I have to check with the photos because once you turn that into embroidery, can you turn? You can turn it into applique
You
still.
could turn it into applique. You could also send that over to the ScanNCut and have the ScanNCut cut out the outline for that as well.
I'm thinking of 3 different ways. Put an outline, send it to my design center, whichever one you want. Now, by the way, did I lose my mic again? Yeah. I'm going to be quiet. There's this talks to the ScanNCut, so you can send the applique there to cut, bring it back over. And I know AllBrands has a really good deal, including the ScanNCut. So if you
It's a thunderstorm. Yeah, that's it. We're picking up a thunderstorm.
samples.
Check 1, 2.
Thank you. We're doing a mic check. Oh, here comes Mike again. Everybody got the samples? Perfect.
All right.
All right. So, how many of you do like to do free motion? Do you have a fish on your? I don't have my glasses on, but that looks like a fish. I love that. How many do free motion? Anybody? I don't. I do free motion, but I like to make designs. Sometimes my flowers kind of look like blobs, but not anymore. The new foot, which I'm very excited about, Jerry's going to feature right now.
Hopefully. So what we have now is a new stitch regulator. Yay! So those who do free motion and have been intimidated by free motion with all that's going on with that, all of that is now eliminated. So all you're going to do is move your fabric. The sensor underneath the foot is going to read the speed of it, and it's going to adjust your stitches accordingly. So you get absolutely perfect stitches.
You know what, Jerry? I'm supposed to take off the embroidery foot for this one. Sorry.
Oops,
Do you
sorry.
want to show them the screen first, and then I'll do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Brother loves to keep things very simple, right? Because if it's not simple, what are we going to do? I'm not going to use it, right? Especially me too. I won't use it. Brother, look at how simple this stitch regulator menu is. That's it. That's all there is to it. You have 3 modes to choose from: intermittent, continuous, and basting. You can adjust which stitch you want. You can adjust the foot height. You have manual control of all of this as well, and you can put it into memory.
All right, I'm going to turn it off and take my embroidery hoop off here.
Okay.
So you can do that because you're on an itsy bitsy table.
Maybe.
Okay. Someone asked how heavy. You want to take your fabric?
Yeah. Sorry.
How heavy is this? Not heavy. Not heavy at all. No, but it's about the same. I would say close to the XP. The Aveneer.
Talk amongst yourselves. Just kidding. Yes. You can. Once you choose your design, you're going to go through various menus. And one of them you can choose from is, do you want a thicker design, or do you want it less dense? So you can choose a triple stitch for all of your stitching. Like I could have chose a triple stitch for this, but I chose a single stitch. And if you look at my shirt, this is a perfect example. There's no heaviness or density to it. It's just straight quilting design. Mm-hmm.
We might have to chat about, because the people here and everyone can't hear you, so we'll take that question at the end. She's asking about the designs where you can do continuous hooping, edge to edge.
I think so. Yeah.
Edge to edge, and there are a lot of edge to edge designs in here. But since everybody can't hear you, we'll grab that at the end so we can finish if that's okay. And we'll be over there.
All right, so I am going to bring my bobbin thread up to the top so I don't get any thread nests, and I'm ready to start stitching. So we changed from embroidery to stitch regulation. How long did that take? A minute, maybe a couple minutes, and I'm ready to go. So I'm just going to touch my stop start button, and here we go. And the machine is creating absolutely beautiful, perfect stitches. As slow as I want to go, I can go slow, and as fast as I want to go, it'll go fast. Do you notice you can't hear this? It's very quiet. It is very smooth. It's not jerky at all. And I just love it. I would totally use this on my show quilts. Absolutely, I would.
So, Jerry, there's a laser light on there. Why don't you explain them what the laser light is?
Yeah, so that's
because
good.
This is a big deal.
So if you notice, there's a light here. There's a red light that's coming out from the foot. Well, what is that? Underneath the foot, there is a sensor, again, that's reading the speed of the fabric. How do you know where that is? So what's happening is, if you go off the edge of your fabric, the sensor doesn't work anymore. It can't read the movement of your fabric because it doesn't see any fabric. What Brother has done is said, we're not just going to give you a stitch regulator. We're going to give you a visual so that you know exactly where that sensor is. So I now know if the edge of my fabric comes down below that line, my stitch regulator is going to stop working because it can't read the fabric. Now, as quilters, you're probably going to leave a little bit of fabric around the project. So 1.5 inches to 2 inches of batting and backing. That's all you have to do. And then the sensor is going to read that batting, and you're going to be able to quilt all the way to the edge of your fabric. So fret not. You can quilt your entire quilt. There's also a little status bar, a little status box that comes up as well.
We gotta go.
And that's going to tell you the status of your stitch regulator. So if it's working, it's green. If it stops, it's red. Yep.
We're getting booted. But
Oh.
the good news is that Jerry's going to be there. I'll be there. But I want to give away some thread.
Yay.
So 1, 2. You're 4.
Count off, people. Count off.
Come on, Mike. 6,
Where's Mike when you need him?
10. And 22. All right. So we're gonna draw
Here.
3 names, and if you win, meet me over there, and you can pick a color. Okay. Number 8. Your only job was to remember your number. Number 8.
Number 8.
Number 10.
Woo.
All right. And number 4. Ah, the fish. It was not biased. I didn't pick it, but I like it. So you all, thank you for coming. We only had a half an hour back. You'll be back at 4.
Yes.
Showing more. I'll be over here at the side. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm Colleen. I'm a brother educator. And oh, I have Mike now. Yay. And what I'm going to show you today is the Stellaire. And this is the Stellaire XJ2. So it has a bunch of features on it. It's a really super sweet machine. And it's the first machine where you get My Design Center. So what's My Design Center? Do you know? Okay, you do. Do you know what it is? It's digitizing. So you can make your own designs. I think that's super cool. So I brought a bunch of things to show you. It has a super cool toolbox to keep track of all your feet because you come with a bunch of feet. You have all your sewing feet and most all of the embroidery feet you would ever need in your life are included. So that's kind of neat. And then it looks like most of you have this, yes? You have that one? Okay, so you're more interested not in an overview sale, you're more interested in specifics of what it can do. Got it. Okay. Do you know that it has a Snap app and I can make my own designs? Did you know that? Okay. Did you? Okay. So what I can do is, and I didn't bring that up with, wait a minute. What you can do is you can take a picture of something. There's a free app that comes from Brother, and you can take a picture of a graphic and send it to the machine and turn it into an embroidery. Kind of cool, huh? So a couple of years ago, several years ago now, actually, I had my father write out his favorite Christmas cookie recipe for everyone to share. And he made those, that was our Christmas present every year. Dad made these cookies that take forever to make. So I had him write down the recipe, and the year that he passed, I embroidered it on tea towels. And so the kids have it. I don't know that they'll ever make the cookies because they're really a lot of work. You got to cook all this stuff and make all this dough and chill the dough, blah, blah. But it's still fun, and they take them all out at Christmas time and enjoy it. So that's the fun part of it. So just to kind of go through some of the things here, and I'm going to go through it really quickly because I'm supposed to show you the machine, the whole thing, I think, right? Is that what you think you're sitting down for, or did you just sit down for a coffee break? Okay, the truth is out now. I accept that. So the Stellaire is a machine that comes with a ton of features. And one of the things that I've found out while I've been here at the show is not everyone knows all the stuff it can do. So it's pretty amazing. So I'm going to show you here, and then I'm going to show you how to make it happen in another way. So wake up, little machine. I'll try to keep my body parts out of the way. So one of the things that I find is extremely useful for me, hello, is PR. I'm trying to wave so that people don't get lost. PR is the possibilities of making things. So look at this. Okay. Now, without doing anything else to it, the machine knows it's a line. So all I have to do is next, preview. Okay. That is an embroidery design ready to stitch. I know it was hard, a lot of steps, right? But it's beautiful. It's fun. It's fun to have that in your own handwriting or someone else's handwriting. So I just wanted you to see how quick and easy it is. I'm going to get rid of it now, and I'm going to show you a couple of other tricks that we can do with that. I hope I'm going to do that. Any quilters in the crowd? I thought so. What if I could teach you to quilt perfectly and have it match from block to block? Yeah, you'd love me a lot then, wouldn't you? So it has quilt patterns in it. These are fill patterns, and I can make them whatever size of hoop I have. This happens to be a new accessory. It's a magnetic hoop, which I love. I haven't liked some of the other magnetic hoops because I'm a snob. And if they slip, then I get cranky. But this guy does not slip, and it has a finger hold. So it's easy easy to put on and off, and it snaps right into place. Now I have it here with batting and stabilizer and fabric, and it's having no issues holding it nice and tight. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? Fairly new. I don't know how long it's been out. This is 8 by 12. And I'm going to have to admit that I really do like this guy. So what I can do here, let me show you how I made my little quilt block. Are you ready? Please don't blink at any time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to go back to my design center. And I can draw. I did that. Let's do a quilt block. Is there a particular size of quilt block that you'd like to have? Maybe an 8 by 8. It won't do 12 by 12 because the hoops aren't large enough to do 12 by 12. I can do 8 by 12. I can do 10 by 10, I think. Let me look at my hoops. We'll see what it says. It'll tell me. It'll tell me if I'm stupid. Don't you love that? So we're going to size this, and we're just going to touch the bigger button. And I'm going to go to 8 by 8 there, although it looks like I could go more. Okay, that's plenty. It does look like I could go more than that. And I'm going to call that my quilt block. Okay, and I'm going to touch all right. Now I'm going to come in here. The top bucket is lines. So I can have any kind of lines that I want. I can have different outlines around it. I can have a satin. I can have scallops. I can have all kinds of fun stuff. But I'm going to go here to the fill. And I have, that's a solid fill, so it would be all stitching. I don't want that. That one is stippling, which is fun, but not what I want today. And that one's the keys to the candy store, because look what I have. I have all of these beautiful quilting patterns. So there's my first 12. Then I'm at 24. And now I'm at 30. Nice, huh? So let's go back and let's just choose one. Is there anyone that you're just super excited about? Then I get to choose. Oh, fishing. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? I'm going to do fish, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a fisherman in my family. Now, if I touch fish and I touch this, and I'll make my fish blue. Blue, not green. There we go. Blue fish. Now, that's kind of cute, right? But they're swimming upstream. Well, I can change them. So I can resize them, and I can change their direction. So let's see. What do we want to do with them? Let's make bigger fish. I can make them a lot bigger fish. I think it'd only take 1 or 2 of these to fill you up. And then let's change the direction. So let's have it go 90 degrees. 45 would be fun, but let's go 90. So pay attention now when I touch the magic button. I touch set. 2 things are going to happen. Oh, they're swimming this way now, and they're a lot bigger. So I can take them down to teeny weeny, and I can take them up to gigantic fish. Isn't that fun background? And it was hard though, right? Yeah? So if you find it difficult, there happens to be video on the screen to show you how to do things. Plus, you do get a manual. Now, do you all know the trick about manuals, right? You know that they all come with a manual, right?
You have to open it.
What? You have to open it? No, you know what? You can get our printed manuals, but you know what you do instead? How many of y'all have a tablet? Yeah. Okay. Are you ever going to have that printed manual with you when you're at the doctor's office or stuck in traffic or any place? You're not going to have that, are you? Are you going to have your tablet? There's 100% chance you're going to have your tablet. So I put my manuals on my tablet, and then I can read them when I'm stuck on an airplane. Man, I can get a lot done on the airplane just looking at my tablet. Yeah, makes sense, huh? And the manuals aren't really, I mean, if you printed them, they'd be like this, but we're not doing that. We are not doing that. So this one, I'm supposed to tell you about all the fun things you can do. So I am going to show you the little Mickey. Isn't he the cutest? So we do have the Disney designs on this guy. So if you're a Disney person, you can use those, which is fun in my book. Now I did this little fella. Just a little something, because all the kids have the same caps. You know, they came from Target or Walmart, right? But if I put a little something on it, then they know it's theirs, even if somebody else has it on. Yes. Now this guy, notice that he is a patch. Do you want me to show you how to make a patch? It's extremely technical. Okay, are you ready? Okay, please, again, do not blink at any time. I'm going to show you how to make this patch. And the reason that I love patches is because in this case, I have a hem, but on a patch, the inside is all clean. You just see the outline stitching. You don't see anything else. So it always looks nice. So I love that. So this one's not a patch, but you can hardly see it. Okay, let me show you how to make a patch. Again, don't blink. We're going to go home. We're going to go, okay. And we're going to choose a little Mickey. I think the little Mickey that I want to use is over here. And I'm going to set him. And I'm going to touch edit. And I'm going to touch patch. And I'll be darned if I don't have a patch. Oh, I know. It was a lot of work, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And now I have a patch. And I can make a patch out of anything. I was going to bring, I have this big jacket. I didn't bring it up to the stage because it was another thing to carry. But if you come by the booth, I'll show it to you. It's a huge embroidery with applique on the back of a sweatshirt. Well, if you embroider it on the back of this sweatshirt that I have, it's too skimpy of a sweatshirt and it'll buckle the sweatshirt because the sweatshirt is real cheap knit. So what I did was I made it into an embroidered patch. I embroidered it on the patch, on the fabric. I drew an outline around it, turned it into a patch, and the only stitching you see on my sweatshirt, it's just a patch on the back. So it's, and that doesn't, now the sweatshirt can't stretch and do all the stupid things that it wanted to do. So I was really, really happy with that. So I use these patches a lot. Now in this case, I just touch like I did this little guy, and it just configures. It's called auto configure. And it does that. Now, there's another secret, but I'm not teaching that class till tomorrow. But do you want me to show you the secret anyway? Okay. Here I go. I'm going to take my little Mickey and I'm going to put him right up here. And then over here, I see all these little pretty boxes. What are those little pretty boxes for? Do you have any idea? Oh, girlfriend, when you figure this out, you're going to be happy. So I'm going to touch my pretty boxes. And I'm going to say that patch, I want you to go vertically and I want you to add some at the bottom. And I want you to space them apart a little bit. And I want you to make some more going sideways. And I'm going to space them apart a little bit. And just like that, I got enough patches for my whole Boy Scout troop. Oh, yeah. So nice, huh? So that could be a merit badge. It could be any kind of a thing. Sometimes we went to Disney World several years ago, and there was a grandma who had dressed her 9 grandchildren in they had a Disney character, and everything they had on had that character on it, so there could be no fighting over like she got my shirt. No, your shirt is so awesome. I thought, what a wise woman. I learned from that. Okay, so this is just a fun little dress. It's just a little linen dress. But do you see how dressed up and fun it is now? And one little Mickey and Minnie wasn't enough, so I had to add a couple of extras. But no big deal. Isn't that fun? So just so quick and easy, you've turned a nice, fun little linen dress. And I believe the person I buy these from is here. She's wonderful. Now this guy, this is another little fella. So here's the problem with this guy. He's above a pocket. If he's not straight, are you ever going to wear that shirt again? Not a chance in the world, is there? So what this guy has is 2-point positioning. So you find the 2 points above the pocket, and it will line it up absolutely perfect. And I love this because even if I had to hoop it crooked, the machine goes, bless her heart. Let me fix this for you. And the thing is, I have a bag at home that I forgot to bring because I'm a dummy. It's stripes. And I put it in my machine at the weirdest, stupid angle you can figure out to do. And I embroidered on it. And when it came out, it is smack dab perfect on the stripe because of the point positioning process. You just put in those 2 points and it's perfect. And I mean, we all know several of you have pockets, several of you have stripes. If it's not right, are you going to wear it? No, you're either picking it out or stitching over the top. I know y'all better than that. You're not going to a quilt show with something that's not perfect. I know you. So I love the positioning on this. And like I said, the proof is in the pudding. Now, this fella right here is another thing that you can do. You have these backgrounds in the My Design Center. So I just made a little background piece to mat down the lettering. And then I just embroidered the letters in place. Because otherwise the nap kind of ruins your letters. But see, mine look good, don't they? That's because I cheated. Well, my machine cheated. But I think it's really neat the way that it did it. Now, I'm going to watch my time. Oh, gosh. Oops, I'm running over time, huh? I got 30 seconds. Okay. Say goodbye, Ray. Okay. Okay. Sorry. I just get excited because it's really fun. And I hear many questions and I hear from people that they're intimidated or frightened. It has videos on here to help you. It has lessons on here to help you, guide you through step by step. So follow those. Comes with 4 beautiful hoops in sizes. The marks on it tell the machine what size the hoop is. So if you give it a big design and a little hoop, it's going to tell you, no, you dummy. Well, actually, it says it really sweetly. Please get a larger hoop or something like that. And then this guy is, I'm a snob about magnetic hoops, but I love this guy because he really, really holds it well. So the Stellaire comes with a thread stand. It comes with the embroidery. It comes with the toolkit. It comes with the extended table. It is a free arm. It has the knee lifter. It has 4 included hoops. This magnetic hoop is just killer. And if you have questions, I live right behind here. So come and see me and you can play with my machine because it's fun. Thank you. Oh, always my pleasure. You're the best.
My mic. Hello? Hello, everybody. How are we doing on day 2 of Quilt Fest? Am I too loud? Is that better? Okay. Everyone having fun so far? Yeah? Getting all your shopping done? All right, perfect. Shop till you drop. Okay, fantastic. My name is Joe from Reliable, and I'm here in the AllBrands Village to talk to you about our ironing boards that we make specifically for quilters and for people who are really serious about ironing. Okay? What I have here is our 500 VB vacuum table. Okay? So, has anyone ever heard of a vacuum table before? Yeah, perfect. So, a lot of benefits to it. The main thing to remember is that when you're ironing, a wet work surface is the enemy, right? You don't want to be a wet work surface because then you end up, when you're ironing, then you end up with stretching in your fabric, and your seams might not be as flat as you want them to. And if you're having to dry everything out all the time, then that causes issues as well. So this board has all kinds of technology in it. As you see, it actually does plug in to make sure that no matter what happens, you're working with a dry ironing surface. So right now, with me not doing anything, it's heated. Okay, if you were to come up and touch it, this is warm. So of course it stays hot so that if there is any moisture that collects there, it's going to be evaporated and go away. It also is, like I said, it's a vacuum table. So it's got this little pedal here. And if I step on that, it will actually suck through the board. Okay, it's hard to, is that working? Do I have it on? It's not on. It works better when it's on. As most things with a plug do. Okay, here we go. So I'll step on the pedal. There we go. I don't know. Again, vacuum is something hard for you to see, but it holds, not only does it hold your garments in place or your fabric in place when you're going to do it, but it really pulls the steam through. So if you have, we've got awesome irons that have really dry steam. So you're not worried about moisture all that much, but if you have an iron that's a little bit wet, has wetter steam, it's going to pull all that steam right through and make sure that your press is nice, your pressing is nice and set, and you don't have to worry about any of that moisture sitting on the surface because it goes right through the board, and then of course gets heated by the heating coils. Another cool thing about this board is if you're ever doing any fancy, really delicate fabric, maybe it's something fluffy that you don't want to crush with an iron, I can switch this to the up air mode. And what that'll actually do is instead of doing the vacuum to suck down, it's going to blow up. So now I can basically iron in midair. Okay, so if you have something fluffy you don't want to crush with the weight of your iron, you can actually do that. So that's pretty cool there. Another great advantage of having the vacuum is you can do multiple layers at once. So if I'm saying I have, one layer of my quilting fabric here, I've got my batting in the middle, and I'm just going to pause there for a second and give a shout out to American Fiber Products. Thank you very much for letting me borrow this batting for my demo. I forgot mine, so they were generous enough to let me have it. So anyway, so I got my layer of quilting fabric at the bottom there. I've got my batting in the middle. I've got my other layer on top. What it'll actually do is the vacuum. Oops, I got it up here still. Let me go back to vacuum. There we go. It's going to it's a strong enough vacuum that it sucks down all 3 layers. And then when I go over it with my iron, it's actually going to have that steam pull through all 3 layers and get a nice, get as flat a surface as you can possibly get. Okay? So instead of doing the layers separately, you can do them all at once. And even if the quilt's already made and you're just doing the final touches to make sure that it's looking perfect, you can be sure that if you're using a board like this, you could do one pass. You don't have to flip it over and do the other side. You do one pass, and that steam's going to go all the way through, relax all the fibers, and you're not going to have any wrinkles anywhere. Okay, so that's some cool stuff about the vacuum table I have here. I am going to put this behind me, and I'm going to bring up another special board that I want to show you that has been specifically designed with quilters in mind. So just bear with me for one moment here. Sure. Hopefully there's still room for me on the stage by the time I'm done this. It's okay. I was just joking. Yeah, whatever. We'll get it done. There we go. Thank you very much. Okay. All righty. So this here is our 350 LB, stands for 350 longboard, not 350 pounds. And this has been designed specifically with quilters in mind, okay? And the most obvious reason for that, as you can see, is that it has our nice rectangular end, okay? So you don't have the tapered end. Am I too loud again? Apparently I'm too loud, John. I'm a loud talker on top of a speaker, so. So you got your rectangular end, so you can maximize if you're doing yardage or anything like that, or a nice big quilt. You've got plenty of room to make sure that you're not spending more time doing ironing than you need to. You've also got an iron rest on the side here, so I really should have this sitting over here. Without the iron rest, I can also have it sitting any which way. So even when your iron's not there, you still have lots of room for your fabric. Yeah, you can go ahead and do it that way. All of our ironing boards, by the way, this one and the 500 VB that I showed you, they're all made in Italy. So these are professional quality. They've actually got a 10-year warranty on the frame. So you've got nothing to worry about. They're super stable. You got the double wishbone legs. And again, I was talking about the other one. This one doesn't have any electronics in it. It doesn't heat. It doesn't have vacuum. However, it's still very important to be able to make sure that you're minimizing your moisture, like I said, right? So if you look underneath, or if I peel it back here, I don't know if we can see on the camera. Is there a top view-ish one? Okay, there. Can we see that? There we go. So yeah, you see here, that's our galvanized steel wire mesh frame, okay? So it's not a solid surface because you want that steam to be able to pass all the way through, and you don't want to end up with a wet working surface, okay? The cover itself, this is kind of hard to see probably, but it's kind of like memory foam. It's got kind of a memory foam feel to it. The point of that is to make sure that no matter what happens, there will never be wrinkles in this cover. It's made to perfectly form fit to the board frame, so you will never get any wrinkles no matter what happens. Okay? And then last but not least, we have our built-in Connex heat zone, we call this. So this black area here isn't just for design. This is actually made of the same material that they make firefighter uniforms out of. Okay, so I have this iron, it's hot, it's steaming, and I can do my ironing and then leave it sit on there, and I don't have to worry about it burning through at all. Okay, main benefit of that is I'm sure all of you are used to doing this all day, and I'm sure after a lot of ironing, your wrist gets a little sore. Not to mention if the iron's sitting up like that and you nudge your board, you don't want it to be tipping over, because the day we drop our iron on the floor is a sad day. So now you go ahead, you do your ironing, and you just slide it on over. Okay, there's no more flipping it on its back. Save your wrist, save your iron. Some people have noticed, so this iron in particular, our Velocity, I was talking about it yesterday, and if you see me at the booth, I would probably talk to you about it there too. This is a favorite iron of quilters, and by design, it is heavy. Okay, it's about 4 pounds, it's like that on purpose. The reason is because you can let the weight of the iron do your pressing for you. You're not actually having to do the effort of pushing down. The iron's having enough to do it by itself. Of course, a heavier iron is a concern for some people because you're lifting it up a lot or you're flipping on its back. But again, with a board like this, you don't have to worry about the weight. It glides nice and easy, and then you can simply slide it on over to the Connex heat zone. Okay? It is the last thing. Sorry, two more things I didn't mention. It is height adjustable. I'm not going to do it because I have a hot iron, but I can adjust the height of this anywhere from, I believe it's 27 inches all the way up to 36 inches. So however tall you are, it's got you covered. And of course, you have a nice little bag or a nice little drawer for your goodies. So you don't have to go too far, and it gives you a little bit of extra storage. Does anyone have any questions so far about any of our ironing boards? Go ahead. What was what? Sorry. This iron is our Velocity 270 IR. Yeah, this is our most popular iron with quilters. I guess I'll talk about it real quick. Two main reasons quilters love this iron. Number one, it is guaranteed to never ever spit or leak. Can't happen with the technology in the iron. Okay. And number two, how annoying is it when you are, you're doing some ironing, then you go away for a bit to maybe do some cutting, maybe do some sewing, and you come back and your iron's turned off, right? Because it's got the safety shut off. This iron does have an 8-minute safety shut off. However, if I hold down my steam button for 5 seconds, then you're going to see a little D pop up. And that means, I don't know where my, yeah, so there's the D. That means I have now disabled the auto shut off. So that iron will be hot and ready to use whenever I want. You can be gone for 20 minutes, come back, put your hand on it, and immediately steam's going to come pouring out. You'll notice I didn't pull a trigger or anything. It's a steam-activated handle as well. So there's no trigger fatigue from pumping your steam that way. Okay, so that's why that's a fantastic iron. Right now, everything we have at our booth, so if you want to come visit us, you have more questions for me afterwards, we're at the Reliable booth. You follow this aisle all the way to the back, and you'll see us right there. We are doing show specials on absolutely everything we have at the booth. So regular price for this ironing board, the 350 LB, is $299. We're doing $30 off, so it's $269 at the show. So that's till Sunday. We have them here if you want to take them with you, and if not, you can pick them up at an AllBrands store or have it shipped to your house, whatever's most convenient. The 500 VB vacuum table I was showing you before is regular $599. We're doing $50 off that, so it's a great deal if you decide you need it before the show's over. And then this iron, we're doing 10% off on the Velocity irons, and you also get a free iron rest with it. So here, I don't need the iron rest because I have the Connex heat zone that's going to absorb all the heat. I don't have to worry about it. If you're not in the market for an ironing board, you like your ironing board, but you like the idea of not having to flip your iron on the back, especially because this one's a heavier one, it comes with a free iron rest as well. So it's 10% off plus the free iron rest. So even if I don't have the Connex heat zone, I can go ahead and do my ironing, and then I still don't have to flip the iron on its back. This is a silicone iron rest that's completely heat resistant. It'll never melt or burn through that at all. So I think the price of this, it's regular $179, so with 10% off, I think it's $161. So if you're in the market for an iron, these are the best prices they're going to be all year. So any other questions I can answer for anybody? Nope, everyone's okay? All right. Well, thanks so much. You've been a great audience. Enjoy the show. Shop till you drop. And I'll be at the back if you want to come pay me a visit. Thanks, everybody.
Testing 1, 2. Oh, good. Okay. Well. Okay, let's get started. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hope you can understand my accent. My name is Leanne Church. I'm from Australia. And I was invited over here by AllBrands to hang out with you guys for the show, which is fabulous. Having such a good time. Spending too much money. Anyhow, so today we were coming to talk about the 10 needle machine and how the differences are in the 10 needle machine. If you'd like to know about that, come and see me after this, because I had so many people asking about this technique that I was doing on the stand. This is what we call embossing embroidery, and we use a special 3-dimensional foam in between. You turn it up a little bit. Can you hear me now? About here? Okay. Can you hear me now? Sort of? Yeah? That's better? Oh, right near my nose? That's okay. So with this, we do this in a few different steps. I've actually created this design so I can show you exactly how we do this. So first of all, how many of you have a 10 needle machine? Fantastic. How many of you have an embroidery machine? All of you. Fabulous. Okay. So this, we have a cutaway in the hoop. And what we're going to do is use this foam here. Has anybody actually used this foam before or seen the foam? Okay, it's a high density foam. I'll when I do it, I'll pass it around and you can have a feel of it. Okay. So, sorry. At the moment, they haven't got any in stock. It's so popular. So they will have it in stock at some stage. Okay. I actually had to bring this from Australia because we had none here. So, and getting it in Australia was very hard too. So what we were going to do is, if you're at home, you can use a spray, just a spray adhesive, but I haven't got any spray. So I'm going to use just a little bit of this. Has anybody ever used this before? You only need a little bit, because I only need to just tack it onto the cutaway. You don't want too much glue. I'm not a fan of glue at any stage, but this isn't too bad. It's not claggy at all. It'll just stick. So we're going to place that into the hoop like so. Just pat it down. I have the design already loaded into the machine here. And I'm going to use color 9 on here because that's the closest one that I have. So I'm going to go through the screen here. End it. Change to now it's telling me to change to a larger frame because I actually haven't screwed this in properly. Has anybody ever had that happen to you? Yeah, it's not registering that the frame is right. Now it should be fine. Going to click edit, and we're going to click embroidery. And there's in the machine itself, it has a special thing because at the moment it's telling me it's only on color 2, which is black, and I don't want black. I actually want to have, and 1 actually, I want it on number 9. So I can actually go in here. Sorry, go in here. And I can tell it with this magic wand here that I would like color 9. So I'm going to click on that one there, and I'm going to select color 9 and click OK. And we're just going to stitch that out. Now, I am a digitizer. So I'm one of those people that sits there all day in front of a computer and creates designs. At the moment, I'm actually creating for the Australian Museum of Design. So I am taking Federation-style museum artworks from the turn of the 19th century, and I'm actually converting them to embroidery for embroidery machines. So there are a lot of Australian designers that we are creating from carpets to wallpapers and those sorts of designers, and I am creating those lace designs from designers like Colette Dinigan from Australia. I get to reproduce her embroidery so that you can actually stitch those out. So if anybody's interested in talking about that or joining our Instagram page, come and see me afterwards. I have a QR code that you can go straight to the Instagram and the website,
And you can see some of the most beautiful designs that you won't see anywhere here. So they're very, very pretty. I've created this design. Now, not all designs are created for puff foam. If you have a look very closely, it's a very tiny stitch. So it's actually cutting the foam as you go. And then when we're finished with it, we'll take out the negative part of the foam, and then we will stitch over the top of it with our top layer of fabric, and that will create the balance of the high and the low of the design. You can do this with a lot of quilting designs as well. So if you wanted a puffy design in between your quilting, you could use this technique if you wanted to. Let's speed it up a bit. There you go. So we'll go to 1,000 stitches per minute. At the shows, we run them slow because they're very noisy. Well, they're not very noisy, but they're a little bit noisier, I should say. And this will just create the design for us. Now, I'm just going to grab a pair of scissors from somewhere. John, could you grab me a little tiny pair of scissors, please? Tweezers. Thank you. That's fine. I'll give them back. I know. They're a boomerang. They go back. Okay, I'm just going to stop that there. So as you can see here, we have the whole entire design. And then all I do is I get a sharp pair of scissors or a pair of tweezers, and I will just take out the negative area. Actually, I'll do the outside of it, and you can see the outside. So I can just use my fingernail to actually tear it away. You go pass it. You can pass it around. You can have a feel of how it goes. And I'm just going to quickly. I'm going to do this very roughly because generally I would do it a bit more, neater. Very quickly. Okay. Yeah. So you get the idea. We take out the negative. Okay. And again, we're going to take some of our glue just to tack it down. Thank you, John. Sorry. And you'll see a lot of sweatshirts with this sort of technique. So it's fabulous for doing with your lettering across the front. So you've got mom or, those sorts of things. Yeah. Now, we're going to pop this straight back on the machine again. Hopefully I've got it the right way. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay. Okay. And then we just set it going again. So with this stitch that goes over the top, well, sorry, we're going to go back. I didn't pick that number 9. I need number 9. I picked number 2. Right, now we're right. It has a 7-pass bean stitch. So it's not just a triple bean stitch. It actually has 7 passes in it. So that it gives it that raised sort of defined look. I'll pass around some of these samples and you can have a look. So this one here is another version of that. Really cute. How cute on a little girl's top. You can put a button in the middle. Very cute. Now this one here is actually from our museum. A very famous Australian designer named Embroidery. And she actually designed carpet and wallpaper in the 70s in Australia. And this is from her wallpaper. Yeah, that'd look really nice in a sweatshirt, wouldn't it? Really cool. Yeah, I'm passing around this side. Really simple to use. Now, how many of you do this all the time? Like, let me give you a tip. A paintbrush or a pastry brush, it will be really handy in your sewing room because you can use that to hold things down. And if your sewing machine sews over the top of it, you can just pull it out. Don't use a stylus because you'll hit that with your needle. But if you use a pastry brush, stitch over it, doesn't matter, you can just pull it out. Never thought of that? I have lots of hints and tricks and tips. Yeah. I have one lady this morning who's been rethreading her embroidery machine every time. Nobody told her to cut it at the top, tie it together and pull it through. She's been rethreading every single time. She said it was worth coming just to hear that. So, yeah, she was never told that you have to rethread it every time. Does anybody else, while this is just stitching, have any questions on their embroidery machine? Yeah. Anybody got any questions about their embroidery? Oh, come back and see me over there. Yeah. I never talk price because I think Australian prices totally different to here. Way better deals. Yeah. I can also pass around. I'll pass around some of the other items that I've got anyway, and I've also got some on the stand. So if you want to come and have a look, this is also embossing on the embroidery machine. I'm not a traditional quilter. In fact, I'm not a quilter at all. I'd never confessed to being a quilter, but I do love the techniques of quilting in a different aspect. So, I love velour, so I had to do a velour one. And this is just the stitches in the machine in the My Design Center, and it's just all the different patterns that are in there. Really simple and warm. Yeah. Look. It's heavy. Yeah, I know my suitcase was just a little bit over when I came. Yeah, I think it was because of that quilt. It's quite heavy. Also in the My Design Center in the embroidery machine, you have the My Design Center, and you can actually change the densities. This is exactly the same pattern, but we have actually just changed the densities of the stitch to give you different fill patterns. So you can have a look at all that as well. Yeah. So that goes from 50% up to 200% in one pattern, number 3, on the My Design Center. And it just shows you the ease of creating your quilting patterns. Yeah. So if you're not a traditional quilter and you want a cheap quilt, this is the way to go. Absolutely. Oh, there's another museum design. Isn't that pretty? There's 2 of us that digitize for the museum. My colleague did that one, but yeah, hours and hours of digitizing in that. Yeah. Oh. I did them as samplers, and then I'm like, what am I going to do with them? So I just threw them together in a quilt. Yeah. So and there you go. Very simple. Yeah, I've actually created this bigger as well, and I've actually put flowers, a flower garland in there. So it's a form of modern trapunto. If you've ever done trapunto before, so you can do it as a trapunto design. Very, very simple, very, very easy. But yeah, if you're very interested in buying a 10 needle, I have 3 of these. Back in Australia, I have a business as well. So I do a lot of embroidery for different companies. I do some for movie, stage, screen, all sorts of different companies. My biggest client is Ralph Lauren. So I do all the customization at the Australian Open and have a team of 6 who work with me. These work 11 hours a day, non-stop. We do about 1,000 towels in 2 weeks. We do hats. I'm the one in Australia who has the authorization to do the pony. I'm the only one. Yeah, so we create lots of different, a lot of different garments for the Australian Open as well. So looking at having this for home use or doing it as a business, these are the best business machines I've ever worked with. They really can. You can create money from this. You really can. And if you are looking at doing a business with this, the best way is to look at pets and children. That's where you make your money. Pets and children. As pets probably more so. Yeah. Yeah. Pets. I can't believe how many people spend money on pets here. It's just crazy. You can put your pet's name on your collars. So you can do collars, you know, the thick collars. I've done karate belts. No problem. Go straight through it. And they're really thick, those karate belts.
Do you have to mess with the tension when you do that?
I don't mess with the tension too much at all. Once it's set, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know.
The best thing with tension, if your tension is not right, is there's a sewing pattern in the machine. And the best thing to do is to turn it over, and you should see 1/3 color, 1/3 bobbin, 1/3 color on the back. If you don't have that, then you will need to adjust it. So if you have more color coming through to the bottom, you need to loosen the top off. It's actually opposite to what you think it is. Yeah. So you just need to loosen that off and have 1/3 on each on the back. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? If you have any other questions regarding this technique or just embroidery in general, I troubleshoot daily. I'm in a group in Australia and there's 12,000 members called the Aussie Machine Embroidery Addicts Group. And there's 12,000 members now. And if it's not answered within like an hour, they'll tag me and go, Leanne, do you know the answer to this question? And so, yeah, I generally get asked all those sorts of questions. But yeah, if you'd like to follow me on my Instagram, it's on the corners of things, or come and see me. And I can show you how, a different world of embroidery compared to, what you would generally do. All right. Thank you for coming.
Check, 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 check. And we're live. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Good. I should probably stand up so you guys can see me. Hello. I can just peek at you through here. I see you. I know where you live. I'll hunt you down. I'm just kidding. Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Granata. I'm a Brother National Educator, and I'm here to tell you about this amazing machine, the Brother Aveneer. Angela and I have been kind of tag teaming on this machine. So she's been doing the embroidery side, and I've been doing the sewing side, and then we have been kind of combining in a little comedy routine that we lovingly call the Aveneer. But today I'm going to talk to you just about the sewing side. So there have been a lot of changes to the Aveneer. The first thing I want to dispel a myth is that this is the Luminaire 4. It is not. It is completely redesigned from the ground up. There are a lot of similarities. If you already, how many people own a Luminaire? Does anyone have a Luminaire? Okay. So if you have been interested in the Aveneer, I want you to allay your fears that everything that you know and love about the Luminaire has come over to the Aveneer. Absolutely nothing has been left out. So everything you know and love about it has already come over. However, everything you know and love about it has changed. It has been elevated. It has been put on steroids, basically. So, and we love that. One of the biggest changes now has been the addition of a stitch regulator. Yay, we love that. So if you have done free motion quilting and you have been maybe a little intimidated, or maybe you didn't have a good experience, and I understand, I teach free motion. It can be a little overwhelming to figure out the speed of the machine, the speed of your hands, working with the foot pedal. All of that is completely eliminated by the stitch regulator, because all you have to worry about is moving your project. That's it. The machine does all the work for you. So I'm going to look at my screen here real quick. Sorry, John. I'm going to look at my screen here real quick. And what we're going to be looking at is, you know, Brother tries to keep things as simple as possible, because if it's not simple, what's going to happen? You're not going to use it, and neither am I. I'm a consumer too. So I want it simple, I want it fun, I want it easy. And Brother tries to bring that to you as much as humanly possible. So what we've got here is the screen from the stitch regulator. Can you see how complicated it is? It's not at all. You have 3 modes that you can choose from. Number 1 is intermittent, and we can read that here. Number 2 is continuous mode, and you can read that here. And number 3 is basting. This is the magic mode, and I can't wait to show this to you. So we're going to go back to number 1, intermittent. What does all this wording mean? So I'm going to tell you. So intermittent is what we normally think of as stitch regulation. So when I start moving my project, the needle is going to start immediately. When I stop, it stops. I have complete control. All of the stitches, for those who may not know what stitch regulation is, what is happening is there's a sensor underneath the foot. And this is a foot-based stitch regulator. And the sensor is reading the speed of the fabric and adjusting the stitches accordingly. So it's making them perfectly even, lovely stitches for you. So if you've ever tried free motion and you've been frustrated because some of your stitches are really long, some are really short, that is absolutely eliminated again. So again, it's eliminating the fear factor of free motion quilting. But again, you can also baste in free motion. I can't wait to show you that as well. Now, on the bed of my machine, you may notice that there is a line here and a little square. I can't tell which there. That one's better. The little line and a square. So Brother has, as they lovingly do, has said, we're not just going to give him a stitch regulator, we're going to give him more stuff on that. So watch this. So we have a stitch regulator. However, there is a sensor underneath. Now, as you are coming down and moving your project, once you get past that sensor, the stitch regulator that cannot read the fabric anymore, right? The sensor can't read the fabric. So how do you counteract that? So as quilters, as we do, we're going to leave a little bit of batting and backing around the edge of the quilt, and then we can stitch to the edge and quilt to the edge of our project. But what Brother has said is, you know, the other manufacturers don't have a line. So how do you know where that sensor is? You're in your little Zen mode of quilting away, and all of a sudden your stitch regulator stops because you've gotten out of the zone and you don't know what happened. You think there's something wrong with your machine. Brother has very nicely given us a visual so that I can see as I'm coming down, I know that if my edge of my fabric goes past that line, my stitch regulator isn't going to work. So I have a visual now, right? That's awesome. You'll notice that there's also a little green box. That is a status indicator. So if, in other words, when you can see it's green right now, that means my stitch regulator is ready to go. Once I have stopped and come to a complete stop, that will go red. Now, you may be like, I don't want to see any lights at all. I see lights all day long. I don't need any more lights on my machine. You can turn these off if you want to. And not only that, the status or the sensor line can be changed to one of 16 different colors. So no matter what fabric you're using, you're going to find a color that's going to be bright and crisp and clear for that line. So you have no doubt what you're looking at, how you're going to see it. So you want to see how this works, and I want to show it to you. So let's get started. So I'm going to do like I normally do with free motion. I'm going to drop my needle, bring it up, and I'm going to pull up that bobbin thread because I don't want a bunch of thread underneath. I don't want a thread nest. So I'm going to then bring it back and drop my needle where the bobbin came up-ish. You want it to be close. You don't have to be right on the money. Give me a second. I'm going to chop off all this thread so that it's not in the way. All right, and I'm ready to go. So I'm just going to drop my presser foot. I'm going to be in intermittent mode number 1. That's it. Now I'm ready to go. I'm going to touch my stop start button and watch this. This is following right along. I can go very slow. I can go very fast. I can go slow again. And if you look, all of my stitches are absolutely even. There's no skip stitches. Everything is beautiful. And do you notice how in control I am? I can go slow, fast. I'm not stressed in any way, shape, or form. I'm completely relaxed. I am in my zone, and I'm quilting away. So that's how brilliant this is. That's mode 1. That's regular intermittent mode. Now we have continuous mode. Continuous mode is great if you're doing very pointy points, very sharp. This is the international symbol for pointy points, in case you weren't wondering. Just letting you know. Fun fact, use it as you wish. But if you're doing points, what has to happen is you have to take an extra stitch in that point. Otherwise, you get an arch. Does that make sense? You got to have an extra stitch in that point. And that's what continuous mode does. So if I'm doing real pointy points, see how it's taking that extra stitch when I get to the point. And once I turn this around, you're going to see how crisp those points are? They're absolutely crisp. That's exactly what you want. Now I'm so excited to show you basting mode. And I have a little story about basting mode. So for some of you, you may know that I'm a competition quilter. And a few years ago, I won first place here in Houston. I was very honored about that. That quilt, it was done only a few years ago, but it was done in what I call the olden days. And what I mean by the olden days is when you have to put your quilt on the floor and crawl around with safety pins and put safety pins in your quilts. And then that's how you baste your quilt. Well, after that, I had 1,400 safety pins in my quilt. Yes, 1,400 safety pins. After I was done with that, I could not feel anything below my knees. My knees were shot. My back was shot. My hands were raw. I said, there has got to be a better way. So when I saw this basting mode, I was thrilled because what you're going to do, if you're working on a smaller quilt, it's not so important. But maybe as you're working on something large like I do, you may want to do like just a quick, really light spray based or like using some of the Bosal powder or something like that. That'll work just as well. Or if you have fusible batting, either way, that will work. But what you want to do is really light. It doesn't have to be heavy at all. That just kind of keeps everything together. Then you're going to come on over to your screen and you're going to touch basting mode. And what's brilliant about that is you're going to use, the magic key here is water soluble or wash away thread. And what you're going to do is wind the bobbin with your wash away thread. And then you're going to put that in the top as well. And you're going, he's crazy. What is he talking about? Wash away thread. But what you're going to do is use it in the top and in the bobbin, set it for basting mode, and you're going to set it for one of 3 stitch lengths. You have a choice of 10 millimeters, 20 millimeters, or 30 millimeters, depending on the stitch length that you want. And then when you do that, you're going to baste. And watch what happens here. See how it's bouncing? Then I stop it. I can go in any direction. But watch, I have beautiful basting stitches. I'm going to do that over my whole quilt. Once I'm done, I'm going to leave that in. And I'm going to switch over to my quilting thread and my quilting bobbin thread and then quilt my project however I want. When I'm done, you're going to throw it in the wash and all of that basting thread comes out, washes out. Not once did you ever crawl around on the floor with safety pins. So I'm going to tell all the dealers to stock up on wash away thread. You can do that on many machines, but it's brilliant on this one because of the basting mode. It does it automatically for you, sets everything for you. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that amazing? I think that's absolutely incredible. Now in mode number 1 and number 2, you can do free motion and you can use the stitch regulator with a straight stitch or a zigzag. So you can free motion zigzag. So what's nice about this is if I'm doing any kind of thread painting, I can fill up an area really fast. Another tip that I like to give is this is lovely when you are, panels are so popular right now. If you are doing a panel where there's a reflection in the water of like trees or a building or a person, an animal, this makes really nice reflections. So you'll change to whatever color that you need for your panel, and you're going to use zigzag. And you're going to fill in that section with water. It's like a water reflection. So can you see if there was something up here? This would make a beautiful reflection in the water. Also, if you're thread painting, this fills an area really fast. So it's really nice that way. Also, continuous mode, you can also do in zigzag. And remember, it keeps going when you stop in continuous mode. What's nice about this, I'm doing a tacking stitch. So it's really nice for that. So at the end, it just keeps going, and now I'm doing a tacking stitch. So that's awesome. So if I'm even doing a pocket, I can have it tack automatically at the end. So I've got a beautiful tacking stitch. Now, another option on the sewing side is our buttonhole, and we've been thrilled that there is a buttonhole projector now that we can use for this. Before I move on to that, I want to show you something very awesome. So again, Brother has said, we can use a projector in stitch regulation mode. Brother has said, again, we're going to give him a stitch regulator. No, we're going to give him more than that. So we have a projector on this machine. So for those who may not know, on the Luminaire, you also have a projector. But again, this is on steroids. This is a projector on steroids. So what we can do is we can enact the projector on this machine. And as you can see, with the larger projector, look at the size of the grid lines. And again, I have 16 different colors that I can choose from depending on my fabric. Probably should put this maybe on, let's see. I'll just keep it on green. I like it on green. I think that shows up really well. Look at how huge this grid line is. Also, one of the 3 feet that comes with this machine, we have a closed toe foot. I'm using an open toe foot, and we also have an echo foot. And this is very common foot. Most people have seen this. The limitation with this is the red lines to use for echoing are built into the foot. You can't change the size. So again, Brother said, well, we're going to fix that. We are going to give them, can you see that? That is a grid line, or that is a echo foot that is projected right on there. What that means, you can now customize the size that you want. Can you see it shrink? I can make this smaller. I can make it bigger depending on how much I want to echo. And then I'm free. Let's use the basting stitch for an example here. Let me switch this over to mode 1 and put this on the straight stitch. Whoop. And so what I'm going to do is, let's say I want to stitch a straight line down and I want to echo. This is set for 1/4 of an inch away, a 1/2 inch away from the basting stitch. So I'm going to use this inner circle and just let that ride right along the basting stitch. I'm not looking at the needle. I'm looking at the basting line and the grid line. And now I have perfect stitching that's exactly as far away as I wanted it from, because I set it that way. So I love that. I think that's awesome. And then Brother also said, oh no, we're gonna give them more than that. We're gonna give them some hash marks and some cross hatching. So we're going to go to sub and cross hatching. And now you see we have cross hatching that I can make smaller or bigger. So if you've ever done straight line quilting, which can be very difficult, have you ever tried to quilt or sew a straight line? Not as easy as it sounds, right? Sometimes you get that little wobble in there. When you get that wobble, if you're going to do more straight line quilting, it just gets worse and worse as you go along, right? Not anymore, because you can set these grid lines for as big or as small as you want, and you can do your straight stitching. So you're going to do a line of stitching and then move your project on over and let the previous line of stitching ride right along that guideline. And you just keep going as far as you want to go. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that lovely? So no more are you going to have any of these little wobbles or any of these little problems. So let's talk about, let me switch feet here. Not my feet, the feet on the machine. I'm going to unplug. I'm going to take this off. I'm going to put on my buttonhole foot because I want to show you something incredible. Oh, I don't have my ankle, but that's okay. I can do this without the ankle. All right. I think I'm going to flip this around and show the white side. And I'm going to turn the projector off. There we go. And what I'm going to show you here is those who are not familiar with our buttonhole foot, this is an amazing foot because you can put your button right here. And this can go from, you can go up to 30 millimeters. That's almost an 1.5 inch button. That's really chunky button. And you can go down to a little tiny, like little baby button if you want to as well. So you're just going to put your button in here. Why that's important is now the machine is going to automatically, oh, I'm good. Oh, I need the ankle. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Folks, can you do me a favor? Can you put your hands together for Mr. John here? He has been working so hard getting these videos and getting everybody switched to lifting all these machines and doing all this stuff. I just thank you, John. I appreciate it. All right, so I have my buttonhole foot attached. And what makes this foot so special is there is a plate. I think I'm going to unattach it first. There is a two-part system to this. There is a plate and the foot itself. Why is that so important? Because these work in tandem. So I'm just going to put that little arm through the hole in the foot. I'm going to lower my foot, snap it on, and I'm now going to place my fabric in between the buttonhole foot and that plate and drop my presser foot. Now look at, I can't move that. My fabric is sandwiched in between. What does that mean? You can now do a buttonhole on organza. Yep. Does anyone do garments? You ever tried to do a buttonhole on organza? It is near impossible unless you use stabilizer of some kind, usually a water soluble. Well, what if you're using a silk organza or you're using a buttonhole on silk that can't be washed? What do? Well, now you can use that organza on this buttonhole foot without any stabilizer at all. But if you use it as a regular buttonhole foot, isn't it nice to get that stability? You get that comfort. You know exactly in your head, this is now stable and my buttonholes are going to be perfect. So I'm not going to create one. What I want to show you is I'm going to go to category 4, which is my buttonholes. I'm going to choose the buttonhole that I want, and I'm going to turn on the projector and the guidelines. And I should get the projected buttonhole. And what's going to happen is all of these, here, let me turn the guideline off. And then back on. Well, my guidelines aren't working here. But what's going to happen is you're going to get a projected guideline for your buttonholes. In theory. We've been having some issues with power, so I think that's messing with my machine here. But what you're going to get is a projected guideline for all of your buttonholes. And what's going to happen is you're going to see a buttonhole that is projected down onto your machine. There it is. Woo. All right. So can we see that here? You see this buttonhole here? I didn't create a buttonhole. That is a projected buttonhole. So what that means is I can audition, I can choose any buttonhole that I want. It's going to change automatically. See, now I've changed, the buttonhole keeps changing to the different styles that I'm choosing. And automatically what's going to happen is the button that I place here, this is the size of the buttonhole. So the buttonhole is matching the size of the button. So it's automatic. I don't have to think about it. Now, what all of these lines mean is that on my screen, what's going to happen is I can set the width of the buttonholes, right? So I can tell it how far apart I want these buttonholes, and it will automatically adjust and do that for me. So I'm going to sew my first buttonhole, slide it down so it's in between the next set of lit guidelines, and then I can create the next buttonhole. And I can keep going as far as I need to go. This works not only horizontally, but vertically as well. You can adjust the spacing vertically. Why would you want to do a vertical buttonhole? Well, duvet covers, pillows, those kind of like little decorative pillows that you can do. We had an educator who did a decorative pillow, and she put these big, lovely, chunky buttons on the back of her on the back of her pillow. Well, she loved the way it worked out that she's using that as the front now. So she's showing off the buttons. So it worked out so well. So this is really incredible. So I just love that you can project buttonholes down before you even stitch. And what's really nice is as you adjust your button, notice how the buttonhole moved? So I could use a smaller button and it's automatically adjusting the size of that buttonhole on the fly. So I can go really tiny. Look how tiny that buttonhole is. Now I can go wide. Let's say I had a big buttonhole, a big button. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So the machine did all of this for me. And again, I'm getting an audition. I can see what it's like before. Have you ever tried to rip out buttonholes? Oh my goodness. Especially in a boucle or something like a Chanel type of jacket. Oh my gosh, where those stitches are embedded into that fabric and you're trying to rip out stitches. There'll be words you didn't even know you knew. So that's really the basics of the sewing side of the Aveneer. Do you have any questions? Any questions at all? I don't know why you park in the driveway and drive in a parkway. I don't know the answers. Why do you have a permanent press setting on your iron? I don't know. Well, I don't know why that is. I do want to thank you for being here. Please stick around for the next presenter. It's going to be fabulous. Again, my name is Jerry Granata. I'm going to be right over here on the Aveneer if you have any further questions, if you want to see anything else in action. Also, Angela is going to be over here doing the embroidery side. So stick around. Thank you again, and have a great show. Oh, please stop. Please, please, no more.
All right, guys, how are you all today? My name is Cindy Hogan, and unless you want to do this the entire time we're doing a presentation, you might want to move 2 seats over. Okay. Um, well, just scoot your chairs, girls. Just scoot your chairs. John here will help you scoot chairs. We're good. I just don't want you to play dodgeball all day long. That's no comfort. That's not comfortable. So we're going to talk about the Moda printer. Okay, it is an inkjet printer that prints on fabric rolls. Okay, the fabric roll simply goes in this tray right here. Looks like this. You take the tray out. Make sure your roll's all in here. Slide it down up underneath here. Lift this little guy right here out. It's easy for me to say doing right side upside down. There we go. Pull it all the way out and then pop it back in the machine. Okay. It uses standard ink cartridges for this machine. So you can, hey John, can you see? There we go. All right, I'm in. Your inks go in here. They come with full-size inks. It is not a starter ink. It is a full-size ink. It doesn't take a ton of ink to print, okay? I think I've had mine 2 years now, or going on year number 2, and I do print quite a bit, and I'm on my second round of cartridges. They are not that expensive, okay? It works with our brother Artspira app. It also can print directly from your computer if you download the complete driver set from the Brother website. The Brother support website, you put in the Moda printer. Actually, if you choose creative printer, and it'll come up HLJ, whatever. It's the Moda printer. And that's how it operates. So we're going to go into Artspira and we're going to start there. And we'll talk about the things that it can print. So hopefully I'm on the same network as this one right now. If not, we'll get an error message, but that's okay. There's troubleshooting tips in here as well. You can print, it prints at 11.79 inches wide by up to 3 yards, okay? Now, you can do borderless printing, which means you're printing edge to edge, so you're not wasting any on the side. You can set it exactly to the dimensions that you want it to print. So anywhere in between 8.27 inches and 3 yards, you can print. Okay. Yes, sir. Is it not? It's not popping up.
It's green. Now it's some color.
All right. Do I have to screen share?
Oh, I have to hit a button.
All right. Hit the button. All right, so Artspira is our ecosystem that we are working in. It works with many of our different machines these days, and this happens to be one of them. There are different printing projects in here. One of the first things I want to draw your attention to is the video capability. So I'm going to go this way since we are on a wider screen than I am over there. Let me go to home. Maybe. All right, so if I scroll across the top, do you see where it says embroidery designs, cutting designs, printing designs, sublimation, projects, design templates? This is flashing, John. It's not doing so well. Yeah, we're flickering. Let me. Uh-oh. I went to sleep. All right, I'll set it flat on the table. I will not be myself. We're going flat on the table today. Can I sit down? It is nigh on to impossible for me to stay seated and give a presentation. It is almost physically impossible for me to constrain myself to do that. All right. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Here we go. Of course, now I can't see half of the world, but that's okay. I'll do it. Giving you a hard time. All right. So at the end of that, you'll see the education tab. That is where you will find videos on how to use the different products that we support in the Artspira app. If you go to printing, and you'll see basics, getting to know your machine, and how to. Those are your print Moda videos. Okay. You will also find those on the YouTube channel. but they are in here built in for you to be able to find them quickly. I usually get to them through the education tab, but up here at the top, there is a, see, this is where we come in. Up at the top, do you see that little arrow for play? That is also will also take you to those videos. If I tap it, it's right next to the bell. It will take you back into those videos. Okay. Now we're going to go in here and we are going to go to printing designs. So in here, there are different projects that you can do. So there's there's bags and pouches and different things. So you can go through and do some of those projects if you would like to. They are pre-planned, and you tap one and it will give you the instructions on how to do it. Usually there's a video of some sort or total instructions. This is just going to be total instructions. It's not going to have a video. The videos are usually at the top if there is a video. And it has all of the things to send to your printer with it. Okay. But those are preset things. If I want to do a banner and add my own stuff into it, I can come into the banners. I could say, welcome home, Olivia, and say create here. When I touch create, it's going to let me put in my own photos. It's going to let me put in my own text. I get to adjust it based on this template. Okay. So if I touch change and pick in, we'll put princess in here. I don't have a ton of photos on this device. And then you can come in and change your text. So if I touch that and I touch edit, what can I edit? I can edit my font. If it has a crown next to it, that means it's a paid Artspira Plus feature. If it does not have a crown next to it, it is free to you and all users. This software only works with the Moda printer and the sublimation printer on the printer side. It does not work with somebody else's printers. Okay. So that is the language it speaks to. When you find one that you like, tap done. If you want to make it bigger, you can always stretch it out. You tap it. Well, I'm hitting the wrong button there. You're not letting me do it. Oh, it's constraining it to that space. I forgot it's a template. Yes, ma'am.
On your photo,
Uh-huh.
can you edit your size of your picture?
Not in this template, okay? So this is a banner template. If I were doing my own if I made my own banner template, I can make that picture any size I want it to be, okay? So I just showed you a template. Now we're going to go build our own item, okay? So we're going to cancel and we're going to discard this and we're going to just go home. Down at the bottom of the screen, you'll see home, you'll see gallery. Gallery is where you share your creations that you've done with others. New is to create your own, and that's where we're going to go. My creations is where the stuff that you've saved is stored, and settings are your machine settings. We are going to get your user settings. That's where you add machines. That's where you manage your account. I'm going to do new, and I'm going to choose design editor. When I touch design editor, I can choose sublimation paper, fabric roll, or a custom size. Custom size lets me choose how large I want to do it. If you have looked on that wall over there, the picture that has Courtney and John and their children in it, that is done in Print Moda through Artspira, and she's basically just made her picture very large, printed out 2 yards of fabric basically, and moved it over 3 times and then matched them up together. You will never know that they have been matched up together once that thing gets quilted. Okay. So that is how you go bigger than the 11.79 inches. Okay. So we're going to say custom size, and I'm going to choose 22 inches this time. So I'm just going to back up and type in 22 inches in my length, and we'll say create. And there it is. All right. To add a photo, you come down to the plus sign. It's going to ask you for printing data or your camera roll. Usually I'm going to my camera roll for this because I'm not going to waste my Print Moda fabric on something that's built into the app that's not personalized for me. So I'm going to go into my favorites here, and I'm going to choose my niece and her husband. All right. There's their picture. Tap the photo, make it bigger. And so let's say I wanted to go, oops, what did I do? Somehow I got rid of that photo. Have no clue. I can make it bigger than that than that area just by basically pinching and squeezing. You know how that works on a phone. So I could print that 1/2. So when I'm done with it, I say okay and done. I'm not going to save it because I'm just going to print. I would print that first half. Now I would go back and we would cancel. After it printed, I can just cancel and go back. And then I can come and pick that picture up again and move it over to where I get the other half of it. Okay. I would probably build in some overlap for myself just so that I could match it up. But that's how you get bigger than that 11.79 inches. Okay. Now, the other fun thing about this is that we have this. You saw me. Let's see here. Let me tap done. And actually, let's just cancel, discard, and we will go home. All right, so I'm still in the new area. I'm under printing, and if I touch geometric patterns, this is one of my favorite toys to play with, I will have to say. So if I'm going to make matching border fabric for my print that I just created, it was 22 inches long, so I'm thinking maybe let's go 30 inches long for this. So let's do 30. And I'm going to say create. All right, so there's my 30 inches. I'm going to go into my image tab and I'm going to find that same photo. There it is. And say done. Now, it doesn't look like much just yet, does it? So actually, let's do this too. So let's see. Well, let me go 90 degrees. Well, let me rotate that. No, it will not let me do that. Bummer. Not in this place. Cancel. Oh, yes. Wait. I just saw it. Rotate 90 degrees. So now y'all can see, but it didn't do it. Okay, so we won't worry about it. All right, see the piece size there? This gives me the different parts of the picture. It's picking up different wedges. So as I go through here, I can try out different wedges, and I can click show more, and it will give me more each time I go through. I'm going to say done. Now you see their heads, right? We're going to go into size, and we're going to come and slide this size down to make it very small. Now we'll say done, and let's zoom in. Can y'all see their picture in there? So this is the fun part. This is where I think it gets fun, all right? My picture in the middle is beautiful, right? Play Where's Waldo on the outside edges. Okay, this is my yardage that I printed, and that's their heads in there as well. Okay. So that, so I could not find a piece of fabric that was going to match that. So I was able to create my own. That is one of my favorite things to do with this printer because, you've got that fabric that you just can't get something to match. Well, you make it yourself. Okay. Now, I will sit here and tell you, usually I'm not printing 3 yards of that. Usually I'm doing something a little bit smaller like that project there. I've also got one of my great nephew over on the wall, that little banjo, and he's in the river. Now I took his little picture because I could not find anything to match it besides a little blue. And I took it and I geoed it as well. All right. So there is another part of this program that this is paid. Okay. Let me see here. Sorry. I'll sit back down. Sorry. I am a stander, just so we're clear on that. The Artspira AI is a part of the premium subscription, but it's quite fun to play with. Now, my 2 favorite ones to play with are crayon. What?
There's another one here. Can we try this one?
Oh, yeah.
Let me get it for you.
He's got an HDMI popped in here as well. We're good.
You got it?
Yeah, I'm good. We're good. Is it popping up? Yes. Oh, that's terrible. Let's see. Let's switch HDMIs. Okay. I love technical difficulties. It makes life so much fun. Come on, play nice. Oh, there we go. Oh, now we got the blinkies. All right, there we go. My two favorites to play with are crayon and watercolor. Okay, they can do some really amazing things, and they are going to make me 20, actually maybe 40 years younger here in just a second. Okay, I'm going to touch crayon, and I'm going to say choose photo. It likes people, individuals. First of all, it doesn't like two people usually because it starts to get confused. And for some reason, it does like to put glasses on all of us. I've yet to figure out why it does that. Sometimes you get a three-legged cat. It's AI, okay? So it's learning from us. Sometimes you get bizarre things. Sometimes y'all have seen AI when you go to Google and it goes in there and it gives you some weird stuff. Well, you can get some weird stuff here as well, but it's also quite entertaining to see what it comes up with. So it likes cats and dogs, not so much squirrels because your squirrels may turn into cats, okay? It likes single faces. It will tell you what's not recommended: a yellow shirted girl on a yellow background, because it's not going to be able to make heads or tails of that. All right, and as conversion results may vary, so we definitely know that. I took a selfie earlier, and it's not my best selfie. I'm going to sit here and tell you, but I did take a selfie earlier, and so like I said, I'm going to make myself 20 years younger here. Actually, maybe more than that. Okay. So here's my lovely picture, right? All right. We're going to say convert and say, okay, I took my glasses off too, just to see if it would add glasses back to me, to see what would happen. We enjoy playing with this. This is a blast. I mean, it truly, you never know what you're going to get. So this is my picture of Princess while we're waiting on this to happen. This is my picture of my baby girl, Princess. She does have a piece of grass in her teeth over here. All right. I printed it out on Print Moda. I actually printed both photos in the same time frame. So I duplicated this photo and then I took it into the conversion process with, I believe this one is crayon. I think I have watercolor up on the wall over there. So looky there, girl. Oh, pop me back up. Looky there. See how I made myself much younger. I like that. I'm thinking of that's going to be my new portrait. All right, because I look amazeballs right there doing odd. I'm like, well, that was truly me, but not so much. So we're going to create printing data. We'll tell it what we're going to do it on, and we'll say done. Okay. Now, if you really want to live on the edge and you want to try something new, before you say done, you can always try a different conversion. So that was crayon. Let's see what watercolor gives us. Once again, it's going to give me no wrinkles, and I'm going to look just amazeballs. We're going to say, okay, and it's going to go do its thing. I'll pass this one to you all. Can somebody in the front row catch? There you go. Okay. Now, I know you all want me to print something, so I will, okay? But I do want you to feel what the fabric feels like before it's been rinsed, okay? This is what my fabric feels like. It is not stiff. It is nice and soft. Here's one of Courtney's family that you can pass the opposite direction so that you all can feel what it feels like. It has a nice stitch count. All right, so we're going to say done to see what it did. Looky there, girls and boys. Once again, I have smooth skin, lovely blue eyes, and I look amazing. Okay. So I love the fact that we can make things younger. Now, I get a question a lot on how can I do multiples on one page. So I can come in here and put this in. I'm going to make a collage. All right. And we're going to tap off, and then we're going to touch add. And I'm just going to do printing data, and we'll pick no, not printing data. We wanted to do camera. It went away. Oh, sorry. He's going to do it. He's flipping me. My stick is upstairs. Okay. So I tapped off of it. I made that smaller. Okay. I tapped off of everything and I touched add, and I'm going to choose camera roll, and I'm going to go in and we'll add my husband's funny face here. Now, I could also convert him just like I did the other, so I don't have to go in through the AI app. Let me, oops, I didn't want to make him that bigger, but this is a funny picture of him, so I think it would be hysterical to actually print off. And we can go in and we can touch conversion for it and touch Artspira AI. Once again, I can say I want to do crayon or watercolor or manga, or I don't like pop. Pop is not my favorite. I think it does a little weird. It's not my favorite. But I mean, it is what it is. It is AI, so you never know. But now Courtney did this little picture. So she rotated her picture so that she could get it wider than it was long. Okay. But this is borderless printing. So it does edge to edge. You do not have to do it straight on. Other things, there is, if you watched me yesterday, you saw me show you how to duplicate items, how to be able to duplicate to tile. Okay. So I created this. Actually, the leaf and the nuts were, yes, I'm nuts. So the leaf and the nuts were in the Artspira app. Grateful, I added in as text. Okay. Then I grouped it all together and I duplicated it by tiling. I then took this in through the ScanNCut, and somewhere in this little mess of a world that we brought up here is a little bitty cutout right here of where we cut it out. So you can, I mean, I could applique that down. Oops. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. What happened? It did not like me and it went back. I must have deleted it with my belly. Bellies, butts, and boobs are not a good thing.
Set this right here.
Yes, that's good. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Camera roll. Play nice with me. Favorites, actually. Let's go to favorites. There he is. All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and print this picture without converting him to see what funniness I can make of him. But you can fill your entire page if you want to. All right. So I could put in there, I could add in the words memories and just make myself a little fabric quilt. It doesn't matter if I overlap them or not. They don't have to be overlapped. We're going to go ahead and say done. And I'm going to say don't save. And we are going to connect to our printer. So I'm going to go ahead and connect to my HJF. And we are going to tell it to print. Now, if you want borderless, you need to choose borderless printing. If you choose fine mode, you will get the most detail, okay? It's not going to lay down a ton more ink, but it does give you the best detail. If I choose eco, it's not quite as sharp. That's basically what I will tell you. So we're going to go ahead and say print until it tells you to check and make sure you have enough fabric in your printer to print. And we'll say okay. Now, if it doesn't like me, we'll talk about that in just a minute. Usually at home, you do not have internet issues. You all know that in these buildings, it does not like us a lot of the times. Oh, but looky there. Transmission is complete. It loved me. I'm so happy. Woohoo! Now, it's going to come and it's going to print it out. It's very, very quick. All right. It is very, very quick and easy to do. After your fabric is printed, you will let it set for at least 15 minutes, okay? Do not touch it. Do not play with it. Just let it sit. Let it dry. You'll pull it out of the printer. It's not a lot of ink transfer unless you have a really dark color. If everything is super dark, then you will get it on your hands. If it's not a big deal. After it has set for 15 minutes at least, you take the back off of it and rinse it off, okay? You're going to put it in cold water for about 15 minutes. That's what you do. Then you take it out and you're ready to let it dry, and then you can go press it and you have fun with it. Now, Brother does recommend if it's going to be something with high wear, or, I mean, you're not going to make garments out of this. I'm going to sit here and tell you, you're not making garments out of this. First of all, they might be a little see-through. Secondly, that's a lot of yardage to print, okay? I would not suggest that at all. Here we go. So it's done. Actually, I forgot to bring out my tray here. It is done, and it tells me to touch OK. It will have trimmed it to the size that I did. There we go. Okay. So it gets it all done immediately. But I mean, it's a super cool little printer. It goes very quick. If you are printing on your computer, just download the full driver app. If I want to print to the upper tray, that is done from my computer or from AirPrint or from your Droid print, okay? I cannot print directly out of the Artspira app for that. So let me give you the workaround. If you want to do this on a piece of paper and not fabric, take your screen capture, come in, crop it, and then hit this little arrow at the top to send it to the printer. It's going to tell me where do I want to go. I want to print. And it says no printer selected, so I need to find the printer. And I want to tell it where I want it to go. So letter, presets, media. So this is telling me where do I want it to go from. Tray 1, print. And so now, oh, I don't have any paper in tray 1 though. Oops. But that's how you would do it. So it's telling me to add paper to tray 1. We're just going to cancel that print, but you get the concept, right? All right, guys. I think you all will have fun with Print Moda. They have a superior sale on it this weekend. Lots of stuff is coming with it, and it had a price reduction. So if you are interested, come back and see us, and we will try to help you out. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay. Yes, it would have to sit within the sublimation print area. Or choose fit to your media. Okay. I think you don't. I think it's not fitting to your media, so it's making it the size of the screenshot, which is a DPI thing, which can blow up. Okay. So try fit to paper, fit to page, fit to paper. Okay. Okay. It's fun. It is. I have to say, sublimation is a blast. Yes, sir. Tray 1 is paper, and that you print to that from the computer. Okay. It also, if you don't want to, and I will say they do have a great sale on on our fabric rolls right now as well. Um, but if you don't want to use our fabric rolls and you're wanting to use other fabric, put it in tray 1. The sheets. I mean, actually, if you think about it, we are probably a little bit more economical by the roll. Okay. But we only have one style of fabric. So if you have sheets that are a different style of fabric and you want to print those, you can do that from tray 1 outside of the app. Tray 1 does not print inside of the app. It automatically goes to roll feed. Uh-huh. I don't know. That would be a question I would have to research tonight. Okay. I don't have computers anymore that have Windows 8 on them, so I would have to go back and look. That's okay. I can check the specs on that and see if they have a driver for Windows 8. But other than that, any other questions? Nope. All right. Thank you guys for coming and joining me. I appreciate you listening, and we will see you next time around. I don't know what I'm doing the next time.
Okay. Hi. My name is Emily Thompson, and today I'm going to be showing you a little bit about cutting fabric with the ScanNCut. This is not an exhaustive demonstration. There are a million ways to cut fabric with the ScanNCut, but I'm going to show you 4 different ways that I have cut fabric using different blades, different mats, depending on the situation, and gearing it specifically towards fabric either for applique or for sewing where you don't have a backing on your fabric. So for example, I have a few different supplies up here. I have this piece of fabric that's backed with an applique backing. It still has the paper on it. We're going to peel that off before we cut. I have a few different types of quilting cotton that are completely untreated. So I just want you to see how it cuts. Totally normal fabric. The only thing I did was iron it. So it was nice and flat, but otherwise this is straight out of the wash as if I would be sewing it. And then I also have a piece of knit fabric to show you how you can cut stretch fabrics as well. So we're going to go ahead and also use 2 different blades. We're going to use the thin fabric blade, which is just a single blade that comes down and drags through the fabric to cut. It is good for precise cutting of thin fabrics, and by thin I mean quilting cotton. Doesn't have to be thinner than that, but just your normal quilting cotton. This will cut beautifully, either backed or unbacked, and I'll show you both of those. Then we have the rotary blade, which is literally a little round blade in there, and it rolls through the fabric. So this is great for thicker fabrics and delicate fabrics, because actually a delicate fabric will tear when the other blade is dragging through, but as this one rolls across to cut, it is able to maintain the shape and not rip that delicate fabric. So we have lots of samples of different fabrics that we've cut with these blades if you're interested in seeing that. I'm also today going to use both the standard mat, which is the purple, and the medium tack that we have for the ScanNCut, and the highest tack fabric mat. Okay, so between these 2, you can cut all kinds of fabric, but I'm first going to start with the standard mat. And in case you don't have a fabric mat, you can buy one, but if you don't have it, you can still cut fabric even with your standard mat, which is the purple one. So we're going to first cut the backed fabric. And by backed, I mean I put on an iron-on double-sided fusible applique backing. This is the Brother iron-on backing, and I have ironed it on. A good tip is to make sure that it is really ironed on very, very well. All right, because we don't want it peeling off when we are finished with our cut. So make sure that you're fusing it. I'll do it from this side, and then I'll do it from the paper side, and I'll make sure that it's really, really stuck on the best that I think I'm able to do. So we are going to peel off that paper and cut it without the paper. Just like I don't use my fabric scissors for paper, I don't want my fabric blade to go through that paper as well and dull it a little bit faster. So you're going to take the sticky side applique side down and place that right on your standard mat. Okay, so you're going to press it firmly to your mat. And now I have a square. It might be your whole sheet. It might be a single piece, depending on what you're making. We're going to load this into our machine. And then I'm going to take the thin cut fabric blade and cut this material. The material with the applique backing cuts beautifully with the thin fabric blade. It just stabilizes it just enough so that it's not going anywhere while it's cutting. All right, I'm going to go ahead and just select one of the patterns on my machine. You can cut geometric shapes for quilting. There's built-in fonts for lettering. There's really so many things that you can cut with this. Let's see if we can find a basic shape to cut out. I don't want to do anything too tricky. I've been doing letters. Should I stick with that? All right, let's just pick a shape from here. Scroll down and find something a little more exciting. How about this? Looks like a Pac-Man. All right, so here you can set your size and your width. If you want to add seam allowance, you can do that after you've selected. So especially for quilting, if you want to add that perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance, you can do that so that your shape is cut out. We'll just use what's on here. All right, so now you're going to see I placed my fabric on my mat, and where this shape is not where I placed my fabric. So I'm going to drag this over to the other side of the mat where my fabric was placed. You can also scan for placement. I don't know if you've been over to the ScanNCut mat or a ScanNCut booth, you've seen us doing a lot of scanning with the ScanNCut, but we'll keep this fabric cutting focused, and then I'm going to select the cut, and then we're going to start. All right, so we have the thin fabric blade, we have the standard mat, and our fabric is backed with an applique backing. So for this particular cut, those are the details that we're working with. It's going to cut this super quickly. And just like that, our fabric is cut. All right, so it looks like this. Doesn't even look like it's cut. You can either take your little picking tool and pick out the middle that we cut, or I like to do the big reveal, peeling off the extra and then being left with the shape that was cut. Now, when you're removing this, you do want to make sure that you're lifting both the applique backing and the fabric so those aren't being separated from each other. All right. And I'm going to pass, while I'm doing the next one, this is just a little cup of tons of different fabrics that were cut. If you look down the bottom, you'll see some like fine fabrics like lace and things like that. So I'll pass those over. You want to pass that around? Thank you so much. All right, so the next fabric we're going to do on the standard mat is the knit fabric. And you can do any fabric on the standard mat, but I'm just going to show that one. And we're going to do the standard mat, making it extra sticky by using a high-tack contact sheet. So these are sold by Brother as well. They come in 12 by 12 sheets. I actually like to cut them up and make them closer to the size of what I'm cutting rather than using the full sheet. One, I don't waste the product. And two, sometimes it really gets stuck to my mat and I don't want to have to peel it off the whole mat. Then it just keeps me, I can peel it off just the part that I used. So on this one, what you do is, I'm going to get it started. There's a sticky side and a non-sticky side. It just actually feels like a piece of plastic. The side that feels like a piece of plastic, I'm going to stick down onto my mat after I get it started. Okay, so I'm going to stick this into the corner of my mat. The plastic sticks to the standard mat, and then I'm going to peel off that protective layer. So now this corner of my mat has become a super sticky fabric like mat. And again, I would only use this if I didn't have a fabric mat because it is a little extra pain, extra step to clean up. But it also, say you have a mat that got really cut up or is on its last legs and you're like, just want to do one more project. This high-tack mat could get a almost dead mat a little bit more life before you're going to replace it. So maybe after a few years of using a mat, I might use a couple contact sheets before I retire that mat. So I'm going to do actually the knit fabric. So it's super stretchy. And we're going to place it as flat as possible on that contact sheet. Now this time, I'm going to use the rotary blade because like we mentioned for knit fabrics, this thin fabric blade sort of drags across the fabric and pulls as it goes. And so for stretch fabric, that's actually going to pull the fabric and is a higher likelihood of distorting my cut or ruining my fabric. So I'm going to take the rotary blade, going to drop it in there and put that one in. And then we're actually going to cut the same design. So we have our little Pac-Man guy, and we're going to do the same thing with the knit fabric. So you're going to load your mat. Again, you have to select cut. And then you're going to start. It says 1 minute. That is the shortest amount of time it can give, is a 1. It does not do seconds, but none of these cuts will even take a minute. They're all very quick and very fast. This rotary blade is sensing the depth of my fabric, and then it goes back and senses the mat again and comes back and forth. I will say the rotary blade often is a little bit slower than the thin fabric blade, but when you need to cut with it, then it's very handy. All right, so again, we have the fabric, and we can peel off the extra and reveal the same thing that is cut. Now for this one, if I pull that, I'm going to distort it a little bit because it's knit, so I probably will remove it with the backing, and then after that peel off. This is what I was saying. It's like an extra step and an extra thing to clean up. So if I don't have to, I'm not going to deal with these. If you were going to do many cuts, these are reusable. So you could try to very carefully peel this off, leave the backing on there, stick a new piece of fabric. You can get a couple of uses out of it before you have to replace it. It's not entirely one-time use, but it does cut through it because you can see this was separate from this. So just carefully leave it on there, and then you're able to reuse it. Again, last resort. If you have a fabric mat, you're actually absolutely going to move on to the next type of cutting, which is using your fabric mat. And you can take your knit fabric and stick it right on the fabric mat. It's just as sticky as that sheet that I used. And so you can put unbacked knit fabric straight on the fabric mat. But let's put some unbacked quilting cotton on here. And we'll cut with both the rotary blade and the fabric blade to see how it works. So this is quilting cotton again, just washed. No other additives. Make sure it is fully adhered down. You also want to make sure the edges are stuck so that it doesn't get caught on anything as you're loading it. I'm just going to go ahead and leave that rotary blade in there. We're going to select cut, and then we're also going to load the mat. Your cutting start button will not be illuminated if your mat is not loaded. And sometimes I'm thinking, why can't I cut it? Oh, there's no mat in there. All right, so you're going to go ahead and hit start and cut the fabric. And this is what I would do if I was going to take this and then sew it, is I wouldn't have the applique backing if I wasn't actually using it for an applique. I don't want the extra layer, and I don't want to pay for the extra materials. I just want to cut the fabric. I've cut doll clothes. If you've ever bought a doll clothes pattern, you can import them to your machine and you can cut out those little pieces that sometimes might be hard to cut. Those are easy to cut on the machine. And then I've done lots of crafting with fabric. I like to cut out fancy scripty fonts and then put them on signs. I'll glue them on wood to make seasonal decor, in addition to using it for sewing. All right, so here's our shape. Again, be careful when you're peeling because this is when you are going to get, I didn't back this, so the edges are going to fray a little bit. If you don't like the fray but still want an unbacked fabric, you can put a bit of spray starch on your fabric, let it dry, and then cut it. And that will just give it a bit more stabilization, and you can wash it out if you don't want it to be in there. But that's sort of an in between the backing and this that's completely unlined. All right, we're going to cut one more piece of fabric. I have this scrap. We'll just keep it in the same spot. Okay, we're going to apply, and this time we're going to switch out to the fabric blade again just to see the difference between the rotary and the fabric. Okay, so we're going to load the mat. And then you're going to select cut every time it wants to know what you want to do with it. We're cutting every time, but it just makes me continue to put that in. And we'll do the cut. You can fill the whole page with these shapes. I'm just cutting one, but it absolutely can allow you to put a 12 by 12 piece of fabric and cut multiples out of the same piece of fabric. This fabric is a tighter weave cotton. So I can, and actually it was more expensive. So I can tell it's a better quality with a little less fray than this one. That these corners got a little crazy. So each fabric will react differently to the mat and the stickiness. And you can just do a quick test to see what's the best way for you to do it. So this is with the rotary blade. There's a little bit of fray on the bottom. This is with this was with the rotary blade, but when I pulled it off, it did do that. This is with the thin cut blade, but again, I think this is a higher quality cotton, and so it's going to react differently. So, but completely untreated and easy to still cut with it. And I do a lot of clothing, and so for me, being able to cut knit fabric is extremely important. So those are ways that I've cut fabric. Again, not the only ways to do it, but definitely ideas to get you thinking no matter what mat you have or what fabric blade you have. Are there any questions? Yeah. Any DX model will work with the rotary blade. So I have two mats. This is the fabric mat, which is the highest tack, highest stickiness mat. And then this is the standard mat, which is the medium tack mat. So between those two, yes, you can cut all kinds of fabric. Any other questions? Yes. I do not have a rhinestone kit, so I'm not sure. I don't want to say something that's not sure. Yeah. Yep. All right. Well, if you have any other questions, come on over and ask them at the ScanNCut counter.
Testing. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexis. I'm a brother educator, and I am here to show you how to do hats on my PR 1055X. Is that exciting? She said, perfect. All right. Who has a multi-needle machine? Who has done hats on a multi-needle machine? Who wants to do hats?
That's me. That's why
Okay, perfect. All right, so the hoop that I'm going to be using is it's our flat brim. So what I love about this one, you're able to get very close to the bottom of your hat. I think I'm missing one of my hats, but it's okay. No, there was another one that I had stitched. I think I put it. It's okay. So this, I actually went to Walmart a couple months ago, and I saw this exact hat. And I said, oh, I recognize this bumblebee. I have this in my machine. But this is actually in the 10 needle machine. And I used the outline around it to make it an applique. And then I went underneath it and I added kind. So it's be kind. Okay. And then this one, I just added a little alligator to it. It's a kid's hat. And then I added some, a number to the side and a name on the back. So I will show you how I did all of this. Let's start off with, whoa now, it's gonna be a dog fight. All right, I think I am actually missing a hat. I am gonna check and see if yeah, there's another hat over there. If you ask Leanne to get another hat this color, I had it. It's right there behind the monitor. All right, that was fun. So does anybody know about these hats? This hat has buckram behind it, so it's structured. It's a structured hat, and in my opinion, this cap frame is the best one for it because it allows it to stay smooth on there. So let's hoop this one first, and I'll show you what it looks like hooped on here. And then we're actually going to stitch on this one, which is unstructured. So that's the difference. Unstructured has no buckram behind it, and you definitely have to use stabilizer. Your Richardson style hats, this one isn't a Richardson brand, but this is exactly how they're made. This has the buckram behind it, so you'll have that structure. Okay. So this has plenty behind it. You don't have to use stabilizer. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But when you do, you're going to slide it under the lip of this area. Oh, I didn't know there was a camera there. Oh. All right. So you're going to slide it under that lip right here. And your stabilizer stays into place. All right. Next, you're going to prepare your hat. So our other hat frames, our other hat drivers are a little different from this one in the fact that you would place it on your jig first. This one allows you to hoop it off of the jig and then you place it on there. It's a ratcheting system, so you'll know when it's down. So I move my sweat guard out of the way, very important. Some people like to open the back. That part doesn't really matter as much. I let the plastic ride straight down. And there's a notch in the center that will match up with the center of your hat. Okay. So you see how right here have not plastic to be right where the brim meets the front panel. Okay. Then you turn it to the side. You further secure your brim out on the side. I use my thumbs. I take my pinky and I guide them down in here, making sure this is locked. So you're going to hear it lock, go down. And if you listen, you hear it ratchet. Okay. All right. And then after that, we will grab clips. And the clips will hold that into place on both sides. Pop it off here. and we're ready to go to our machine. Okay, I'm going to hoop the unstructured one, and that's the one we're actually going to stitch. So same thing, pull it up, off. You probably have the ear to ear. So that one hoops just a little bit differently. Okay, same concept. Throw your stabilizer underneath there. Move your sweat guard out of the way. I usually bend my build just a little bit down, so it'll keep the rounded shape to it. Line up your center seam. Line up the side. Okay. Lock it. You'll know if you didn't lock it because once you go to place it down there, it won't ratchet down. Get it in those grooves. I push down. If I need to straighten it beforehand, I'll just straighten it before I do the last little click down. Get that in there securely. Same thing on the other side. And we're now ready to go and stitch. Okay. So once we go to put it on the machine, you can't put it straight. You have to have the hoop on here for the flat brim. You're going to turn it, straighten it up, and there are going to be some roller balls on the back. When you push it, it'll click it into place. All right, so let's head to our machine. All right, so I want to do a frame on here. We're going to choose like that frame. Okay, can y'all see the screen? I think it's going to change the angle. So I'm going to do a frame on here. And when you have your hoop on, it'll tell you that you have your hoop jigs on here. You see where it changes for the frame? Also, there is a very faint rectangle. So that's going to let you know what your stitch area is. You kind of want to keep it within 2.4 inches tall by about 5 inches wide. I want to resize it because it's too large to fit into there. So I'm going to decrease the size. You'll see the size going down right here. And I need to lean in so I can see. Okay, that's about small enough. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stitch this first part, and then I'm going to show you how we use our camera to bring in another alphabet if we choose to. So edit end. But also before that, I usually like to just check and make sure. Now this has a live camera. You see that? That's really my fingers in real time. And you can't hear it, but once I go down as far as I can go, it's a knocking sound. It's like knock, knock. You can't go down any further. All right. If I need, are we good there? All right. So I can move it from here. I can go up. I can go down. I can rotate it. It's a circle, so it really won't matter to rotate it. Or I can check my far right, far left, bottom placement. See how close we're getting down to there? Top placement. And then back to the center. Okay. All right, so I'm about ready to stitch now. We're going to go to embroidery. And, oh, it's on 2. If I needed to change it to another color, like if I wanted to make the outline orange, I would use my magic wand and just touch 6. And that changes my color automatically. Okay. But I want to go to 2. And it's only a 2-minute stitch out because we're just doing the outer border of it. So we're going to lock it. Green means go. We're going to rethread number 2. Okay. All right, rethread it. Easy as that. You're going to select the needle number 2, your automatic threader, take it down and around, cut your thread, thread it, and we're Ready? So I'm just going to take it back to 0. Lock. Now green means go. And it's starting right in the center. It's just a 2-minute stitch. It's just an outline of it. Like I was telling them earlier, hats have a very good profit margin. You can buy hats anywhere from $1 in bulk to $5. Sell them for $30 or more on your website, in person, give them to your family. I personally prefer some of the structured ones or some of the distressed ones. Those are really nice. Those have really good structure to them. I typically use a tearaway stabilizer that is made for hats. It's about 4 inches tall by, I think it comes by 12 inches wide, and I tear it in half. So I'm able to get more out of one package of stabilizer. I'll have to check with them at the register for the pricing of it. I'm not exactly sure, but I do know it's 20% off of all accessories this weekend. 25% off if you buy the machine.
I have the PR1000. It's the same. Will it fit it the same way?
Yep. Same thing. And if you notice, it's 600 stitches per minute. It automatically slows the machine down. Typically, the manufacturer setting is the 1,000 stitches per minute setting. This one is going to automatically slow it down to that for hats. And me personally, when I'm stitching something that's not a hat, I do 1,000 stitches per minute. Unless it's something delicate, if I'm doing a hat, I slow it down to 600 or maybe even more. If it's something that's really structured like this one, I'll slow it down more. Yeah, so the needle doesn't break, so that I make sure that my design is going to be even, or depending on how much structure it is, and sometimes going over the center seam, it can get a little difficult. All right, that's all right. So now let's pull up our camera because we want to add something. We want to edit it. Let's start from home. I want to bring in an alphabet. I picked a cute one earlier, this one. All right, so we're going to bring in an A, touch set, touch edit in, bring up my camera. It's going to scan what we have here now. See, it brings up what's already stitched out. If I want to move it over, I can snap it back to the middle. So if I don't have, a lot of times you don't see the laser on here, but on the camera area, I can toggle my laser on and then get really close here and make sure that's on that center seam. If it's not, I'll slow it all the way down. I'll slow the movement all the way down and then make tiny little micro moves over until I get it to where I want it to go. That looks about right. All right, I need help. What color should I do my center A? Blue? That was the first one I heard. Light blue or dark blue? Well, they're both. Light blue. Number 4. All right, so we have to turn the camera off to go back into our stitch mode. So we will toggle off the camera. We'll go to embroidery. And then that is going to be number 4. So I'm going to use my wand, select 4, and stitch it out, touch OK. So imagine if you are going to a show somewhere and you have a couple of frames pre-stitched out and you let people just choose their letter that they want to put inside of it. Pull up your camera, put it there. That way you're saving at least 2 minutes on each stitch out. All right. Once we're ready to stitch, 600 stitches per minute. Green means go. Oh, one thing. Okay, so one thing I could not show you when I was doing the round design because it's round. You're not going to be able to tell. But did you see how I didn't rotate the A? The A rotated itself. If you try to rotate it yourself, the machine is smarter. It will rotate it back right. Ask me how I know. I have worn a design upside down because I stitched it upside down because I rotated it and then the machine rotated and I didn't pay any attention. So long story short, don't rotate it. The machine will do it for you. Oh, I thought that was blue. AllBrands does do online training on the hat hoop machine or in-store training. In-store training. Okay. But also you can go to the Brother Sew's website. We all oftentimes go live with Angela Wolf, and you're able to see some of our tutorials with that. And this is literally just 1 minute for the letter. All right, and that one is done. And then once it's done, I'm going to take it back over here to the hooping station. You got to pull it off and rotate it because it's not going to come off that same exact way. I'll go back over there. All right. And the roller balls that I mentioned, there's holes right here that's going to match up with these roller balls right here. Okay. So that's what we're sliding back on. Unlock it. Raise your plastic. Let's take the clips off. Raise your plastic. All right. And since I used cutaway, that's all I had in my booth. I would cut this away. If it were tear away, I would tear it away, obviously. But then here's your hat. Isn't that cute? Absolutely. A for Alexis. All right. So let's talk about the back of the hat. All right. Remember I told you you could do the back of the hat. So one way that you can do it is by hooping it in here. When I'm at home in my studio, sometimes I'll use sticky stabilizer or I'll pin it to the stabilizer first just to get it flatter here, because the name of the game is getting it as flat as possible so that you don't have puckers in it. All right. So you can get that on there. You can also use some of the monogramming kit, the small, the 2x2 that I showed yesterday, or you can use this side right here to get the back of the hat. You can use the 2x2 for the for this machine and do the side of the hat. Or this machine also does a wide brim, a wide cap frame, which gives you 14 inches on from ear to ear. You use that frame and then turn it to the left, turn it to the right, stitch the sides on it for them. Okay. Any questions? No questions? Who's ready to go home and do a hat? Well, you're getting your machine. We can fix that. If the only problem you need, if that's your problem, we can sell a machine. We can sell you two if you want. All right, and I'll pass it around. So, I brought this one up here for a what not to do. So for a what not to do on here, you see this has a pucker in the middle of it? I'll pass it around. It's got a pucker in the middle. I didn't hoop that well, and I didn't have the clips on the side. So if it's not secure, if it's not tight down on there, it's going to do what it's supposed to do. It's going to pull the thread in. So that's why you want to hold it tightly on both sides with your clips, smooth it down after you hoop it, and then that way you won't have any of that puckering in the middle. All right, and here's the ones that I did today, and then you can see the backs. I'm super proud of that hat because I got it for $1 at Walmart.
This is a nice quality. You saw me admire it.
Nope, it was $1, Walmart. Yeah. And that would be an example of like the flat brim. You know, I guess that's the baseball ones that are flat. Yeah, that are really structured. A lot of people have trouble with that. But with this flat brim cap frame, super easy to do. Yeah. You're saying, do you need both of them? So you do. This all comes in one kit. Yep. Yeah, you can use this for structured and non-structured. The ear-to-ear one, that one performs better with the unstructured. You can do a little structure on there, but it performs better with the unstructured. All right. Well, if there's no more questions, we are done. I hope you all enjoy the show. That's it. That's a wrap.
Thank